कोई नूर, तू ही साया, तू ही धूप, तू फितूर, ये फतूर। तू इतनी खूबसूरत के मैं लिखने पे मजबूर, बादल सिराना क्योंकि दूर तूने तो आना नहीं। खुद कुछ जमाना ये एक गाना कोई फसाना नहीं, लिख दे अफसाने तुझ पे लेकिन
आज फिर तू आई नहीं, याद तेरी आई थी, बेवजह ही बेवफा से बेपनाह उम्मीद जो लगाई थी। आज फिर तू एक गुमान, आज फिर तू शायरी, सोचा था तू आएगी तोड़ के वो रस्में सारी दुनिया की रिवायती, but God damn it girl आज फिर तू आई नहीं, याद तेरी आई थी, बेवजह ही बेवफा से बेपनाह उम्मीद जो लगाई थी। माफी तलाफी की काफी पर आई काम नहीं, जी आप वो लेती मेरा नाम नहीं। Pills pop, I let the weed smoke, sometimes just talking does not make the pain go। तू ही आग, तू ही उस पे पड़ती बारिश, मैं वो खाली हवेली जिसकी तू अकेली वारिस। तू ही छाँव, तू ही धूप, रंगों के साथ रूप, तू जितनी खूबसूरत उससे कहीं ज्यादा दूर। मैं लिखना छोड़ दूं जो तेरे बारे, मैं कलम तोड़ दूं और तू स्याही में बसा रहे। हंसा रहे जमाने को खुद से परेशान, वो पढ़ती थी किताबें मैं पढ़ता हूँ इंसान। इंसान भी क्या चीज़ है, एक में वफा नहीं और दूसरे को वफा की उम्मीद है। इंसान भी क्या चीज़ है, मैं कल गुजरा फिर उधर से तो याद आ गई चीज़ एक, तेरा नंबर नहीं है। You left the city and you're gone, बात करने को है बस ये माइक्रोफोन। वही कागज वही कलम लहजे सख्त, दिल नरम बदबख्त, बस करो उदासी हर तरफ, झूठे तेरे भरम किस बात पे तू बरहम। पर हम क्यों अभी stuck like a jam on a one way, but someday तू समझ जाएगी दूर होके हमसे कि हम में वो करार नहीं, पहले वाली बात नहीं। तुझे किया आज़ाद या दी है खुद को सजा, लेकिन दिल के मोहल्ले में अब तेरा मकान नहीं। आज फिर तू आई नहीं, याद तेरी आई थी, बेवजह ही बेवफा से बेपनाह उम्मीद जो लगाई थी। आज फिर तू एक गुमान, आज फिर तू शायरी, सोचा था तू आएगी तोड़ के वो रस्में सारी दुनिया की रिवायती, but God damn it girl आज फिर तू आई नहीं।
Two chambers today. It is not two chambers, but instead.
Wait, no, we're back. We're back. I mean, no, the talent.
The talent, but this is not that talent. I
Okay.
hope. Oh my gosh, I hope it will not look like talent playlet Seer triple duelist against DRX. That was.
Hello.
But this is classic.
आ रही है आवाज?
For T1, the double duelist. You know, we've seen that before. It works great, especially when it's Saya player on that jet, opting off of his, mind. But PaperRex now bringing Forsaken on this Yoru. That's gonna be
High
very
split पे Yoru खेल रहे
They
हैं
know
लोग।
how to play around that.
I mean, he's used this multiple times on Bind. I'm loving to see it again on a different map here. So I'm just, again, taken aback by this. But there is a lot of things that you can't utilize with such high mobility agents that PaperRex has. And again, one of the big things is can always combo that Viper and Raze on PaperRex's side.
Well, one thing's for sure, both teams absolutely dumped their Sentinels. We are going to go into the first game of today, Split. We're going to go over to our casters. Have fun with this one.
Yes, thank you very much, and I think that we will have an immense amount of fun. I was wondering what was happening, saw it on my monitor, walked over to Alex before the walkouts and said, what the hell are you guys doing? And his response pretty much verbatim was, we effing hate playing Sky. So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, triple duelist for PaperX. This is not something that we have seen in a very long time on any map, but Split especially. Not since Talon back last season. And I tell you what, that dude goes so well.
Yeah, I still remember the look on your face after that map. A very rough affair for all involved. But this time around, you gotta expect it's gonna be different. It's PaperX.
Sure.
Certainly with the Yoru, sort of a pseudo-initiator anyway. You know, that acts as their flash agent. That's gonna act as their ability to get the entry since you don't have the Sky. Which kind of surprises me that they say this, because Devi is like a player who I think of as like a really, really good Sky. So kind of curious to see how this is all going to pan out. I mean, Monyet, a phenomenal race. We know that from years ago before he switched over to playing controller for GE. Look, anything's possible with PaperX. I don't ever doubt what they're doing. I don't usually doubt Alex and his ability to really cook up something special.
This is that team that gets the grain of salt, that gets the benefit of the doubt when they pull out something absolutely wild and unexpected. But whether or not it's actually going to be put to good use, we'll have to just wait and see. Because we were excited, you know, in their opening series. The desk was talking about it a little bit, that breeze coming through, getting to see something playing on the Yoru. Didn't go nearly as well, but given the changes that we have and the people who are playing,
that is
on the
PaperX for you.
Agents,
That is PaperX for you, boys.
I know. Again, I don't have a lot of doubt in anybody on this squad to do their job and do it well for the most part. I mean,
in the long term, I want PaperX to win because they can challenge the international teams as well.
That they can cook and they can do it.
But I won't mind if T1 wins as well.
T1
is also a very beautiful team.
Sit upright, and hopefully you've got some water nearby.
Hello Paneer, welcome to the
stream. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Bro, triple duelist मतलब कुछ 2-3 साल बाद दिख रहा है esports.
Let's see what this comp
Only
does
PaperX
do
would have
as they
done
start
this.
on the defense.
I think PaperX is setting up for some kind of mid-hit here. You've got 3 players. Along with Mindfreak, could throw a Paranoia, try to crunch with something in Monyet. Sitting pretty far back is Forsaken. Probably looking to set up the TP. Yep, there it goes. And they are getting ready. But T1, on the other hand, spreading out the map. Doesn't look like they're going for anything fast or aggressive. Really, the pressure here could be potentially on Carpe.
Brother versus brother, yes sir. Xccurate is something, is 4 seconds elder brother. He used to play CSGO as well.
For now, PaperX is just going to reset, but that is a little bit of information. You saw both the Rays and the Yoru there. Or Carpe. He's going to be taking his time. They're going to use a star here, potentially smoke this off. Yep, PaperX.
Hello,
that Trailblazer there, you're starting to think that maybe this is going to be some kind of mid-hit. They're going to re-aggress.
Yes, Xccurate is 4 seconds elder brother.
It's going to be the Sewers.
Way more experienced than Forsaken. Don't count him out.
Sewers, they're going to cut their way back over towards
I was waiting for you to say it.
The gate crash has expired. So it'll just be this 4-man push out here, peeking in towards Ramen. Checking Sewers, but nothing being seen, and still only Devi on this side of the map. He does have that Sheriff in hand. No
क्या चल रहा है भाई? एक 5 इधर है, एक इधर है, 4 इधर है.
Aside from this toxic screen.
They're going to go all the way around. Devi, good for the opener though with the Sheriff.
Finds a headshot, also puts one to the Saya player. He's going to be knocked down to 78 health. No armor to speak of, so first blood is found here from PaperX, but now Spike being planted.
Spike planted.
T1, I mean, the triple push out into screens, taking really forward positions here. Trying to intercept. Devi, aware of this, does manage to get a little bit of additional damage down. Carpe will away at as well. Now Forsaken arriving. Something goes dashing forward out onto the site, looking for the duel there against Carpe.
निकाल लेगी T1 ये
round. With the classic, that Forsaken quickly picks up a second kill.
निकाल लेगी, अभी भी निकाल लेगी.
Hold the line, but suddenly it's all on Rossi here at backside. In that 1v1, got the dink into the chest shot.
What a round.
T1 will walk away with the pistol round win.
3v4 था फिर भी तुम्हारे भाई ने बोल दिया था. आ गया मैं. Hello Peach, welcome to the stream. देखो जो भी लोग stream पे आ गए ना, उनको ऐसे क्लिक करना है, ऐसे क्लिक करना है.
Kind of identifying that Devi was more or less likely pretty alone
इधर जाना है.
They didn't get a lot of contact other than the Sheriff shots that got
इधर जाना है और ऐसे like करना है.
So they're able to overstack that angle, take him down. And PaperX coming from spawn is pretty well identified and pretty well
nice
handled
clutch
here.
यार, Rossi.
So potential tricky retake. T1 is able to scrape by with
to Madrid.
fancy
Yes.
footwork and shooting from Rossi. He's going to get him over the line, and now you're able to get a few extra guns. And yep, Saya player with the Marshall finds Forsaken.
Down on a walkabout as that Nebula does go down. Xccurate pull the bow. Monyet ends something into the ground. One kill traded back, but weapon not able to be safely recovered, so Mindfreak just has to leave it on the ground. By just checking to see if anyone got this lurk forward up over onto our ramp. Nothing spotted.
2-1 PRX.
The entire map is their playground. They can go where they please.
I really like the way that T1 is approaching this. Immediately, when they see the triple duelist come out, it's a pump of the brakes across both the pistol and this round. They're not going to overcommit to anything. They're not
PRX Money isn't good.
The ability to pop off for PaperX.
ये भाई ने बोल दिया तो मतलब खत्म बात.
Really take your time. Really get your information in hand before you make your decisions. And this is really, really nice to see from T1 early. Carpe doing a good job leading them so far. Nobody available for the defense on PaperX's side here on the B site. Mindfreak's going to try to make a wide wrap around through Ramen. Divide with the Sheriff.
30 seconds left.
Be making his way through mid. Bit of contact.
Mindfreak trying to see if he can get any inkling of damage down here, but now the snake bite very much is going to be stopping him from pushing forward. And Rossi holding this position wisely. Again, stops Mindfreak from being able to get that weapon that had been dropped earlier on. Divide with another nice headshot though. Taking down Izu, making this a little bit more costly for the side of T1. Currently in a decent spot if side player upgrade the Marshall. Anything more than that would still be a pretty costly anti-eco for them. So T1 not going on the hunt, not going to be thirsting for kills. It's going to be sat back, but Carpe getting out of this spot. It proved to be mildly difficult.
It's funny that no one took Cypher. अरे बहुत सारे teams इसमें Sentinel नहीं लेती इस
wide enough to actually get the punish. So T1 should be able to exit. Maybe Mindfreak able to pick up something here as they turn their sights now over to stairs.
Last player standing.
Never mind. Mild distraction as side player dashes across, and Carpe will be able to collect the two. T1 now 2-0 start as we get ready to go into the bonus.
So far, so good for this T1 squad. Now, you do have to anticipate that for PaperX, you know, with triple duelist, that the attacker side is where they're going to be looking to do most of their damage. That is nasty, Carpe. Hit a lot of heads with that Bulldog spray. Really nicely done. And already on round 3, the operator going to be found for Saya player. So a big piece of weaponry going to be available. Something thinking about a bit of a mid peak. It's another 3-man stack here to play for the orb. Be able to feed it over to Manya, get him closer to that showstopper. There's a lot of T1 waiting. Again, they're expecting aggression. You got to imagine with this triple duelist comp that PaperX is looking to find favorable fights, overstacked fights, and try to claim victories that way. Again, so far so good for T1. I really like the patience. I really like the discipline we're seeing. And this early operator could be very, very challenging for PaperX to deal with.
Trailblazer once again. For the scout out through fence, swinging on the operator, and only a little bit of damage could be found, but Carpe can go ahead and put a little bandage on that one for Saya player. Right back up to 100. Kill.
PRX के वाइपर का नाम दवाई.
Dinked right through the corner of the wall. Mindfreak still taking forward spot. Cannot drag that spray across. He gets taken down.
आज के मैच का prediction यार. आज का कोई भी जीत सकता है भाई.
30 seconds left.
Starting to feel a little bit like the start we saw from PaperX against Gen.G, where it was a little bit slow, a little bit off. Doesn't seem like the pace and the feeling of the normal PaperX style.
Kill feed hide होती है.
Style is quite there yet. But for now, might just have to be save here for Divide and Forsaken. However, Rossi knows it, wants to go on the hunt, see if he can steal some extra guns away from PaperX.
बहुत ही clean round हो गया T1 का ये तो.
Backside, we'll see if he's going to end up clashing here with him. Just thinking a little bit, maybe too far outside of the box as far as where PaperX would be positioned.
It's that pistol round back in his mind. He's like, they did this last time. They came all the way through spawn.
Yeah, Ping's coming down, checking around, nothing noted here. In the end, will be Divide and Forsaken holding onto their weapons, but T1 converting that bonus to move up 3-1 nice and early. PaperX with the timer stopped. That might be the intervention
like
here from Alex.
अरे भाई 3 round हुए रुक जाओ भाई.
Garage and then a nice push up for Saya player, able to outduel Ilya. And then I like this move by Mindfreak. He gets ahead of the Sky Flash, expecting it to come. He just can't get his spray down in time, so it's not a bad idea at all. Just doesn't quite pay off as you would normally expect. And yeah, already Gonna have to see if they can get their heads on straight. But this is, how many times have we seen this Achilleos where PaperX starts out a little bit slow, and you're thinking, oh boy, maybe they just don't have it today, and then they just start to pick it up until they're just an immovable object.
Well, this season once so far, but maybe twice.
Yeah.
Come off the backside of this one, but yeah, no, historically, you know, the timeout calls here from Alex typically very much on point on when they will find the most amount of value.
Guys, please, oh bhai, PRX के लिए
This
फालतू
is
नहीं.
very different territory. But then again, it was different territory that we saw from PaperX in their series versus Gen.G, where they ran a no duelist composition. So it's kind of inverting things a little bit here. Might not be 5, but with the way that these guys like to play, it may as well be. See if it's going to work out, though.
The tough part here for PaperX. Yeah, why not?
ये भाई ने बताया वो वाले अच्छे हैं. गोविंदा ने बताया जो.
I think the tough part here for PaperX on their defender side is, of course, lack of ability to get information as well, right? Like, you don't have a lot of util that's going to go out and get you much info, sort of Forsaken on the Yoru, and that's about it. So otherwise, you have to rely on contact. You have to play off of that. And T1 has done a masterful job so far of not giving up a lot of information, not giving up any free kills. Everything's been really disciplined from them, as we've come to kind of expect with this new iteration of T1 ever since the AVL. They felt really stable, really solid, and you're seeing it once again here today.
The setup, but I'm not sure if Izu is going to fall for the bait here. Grab the orb, send out those stinger shots from Mind Freak after the orb is taken, making him think, okay, it's just little old me here, the Raze. Holding a stinger, definitely not around the corner with the Bucky in hand.
Never. Oh, Yoru just sent his TP into there as well.
Okay. Forsaken just swinging in, finds one. And yep, now, I mean, even identifying what weapons around the corner, you can see T1, they don't want to try to play into it. Wait out for a little bit longer here. Boombot's still in the back pocket of Monyet, can use that to scout and guarantee that there's still some presence outside of the garage. Rossi not quite catching that something had been positioned there in mid, so he gets drifted back over into mail towards safety as the smoke comes down.
30 seconds
Freak
left.
trying to covers. Monyet holds the corner. T1 now have to be wary about this. Every single corner that they go to push into, they have to suspect that there's going to be a Bucky around it, but as the Boombot will identify, and now know where he's positioned. There's the jump forward, a couple shots going in. Izu, I think he might have been mid-air actually. Takes out Monyet, but Forsaken just has them all lined up, one after the other. Picks up 2 more kills to finish the round and get PaperX on the board.
Yeah, and you're seeing some good adjustments here where PaperX spreading the map a little bit, having Forsaken with that gate crash all the way on the other side of the map, able to come over and help Monyet. His whole play there is, I'm going to make contact with somebody on the other side, on A's side here. He got the kill, and then he TPs right over to help Monyet out, to set up this angle. You know, allow the Bucky to hold the corner, and he can hold the long side. He does a great job with it. Now he's got a dimensional drift for his troubles.
अरे मेरे जाते ही पेल दिया क्या? 20 people watching guys, please like the stream. भाई ने बोला भाई ने भाई को मारा.
Fast jump across. There's the flash, turns away from that one. Izu, surprisingly, both managing to take down Forsaken and something. Now the showstopper into play. Looking for a target. Everybody
even ready है भाई
By actually slipping the net, manages to slink right past Xccurate, who's still over at main, and Monyet will finish him off. Now his own showstopper at the ready. Spots Izu for a moment. Will be able to take him down. No further mobility, no escape.
मेरे
very much arrives in the round.
Forsaken ने उससे कर दी क्या?
Work cut out for him. Low HP bars, however, certainly is still possible for him to try to get this clutch.
He's already done it once. Gotten the last 2 kills to get him the pistol round win. He's been pretty good in these situations for T1 so far this year. Really disciplined. And plenty of time to work with on the clock. Still has 47 seconds, so that's more than enough for him to try to wait for PaperX to get over patient.
Hello Rakesh, welcome to the stream.
PaperX sometimes not known for their, you know,
patience.
Their reservedness.
30 seconds left.
Definitely not. Still just holding back. I mean, eyes not even on the spike.
Toxins going up.
Rossi.
Toxin screen
every
down.
single angle, every corner to check. He plays with just as much ambiguity here.
Does he have time?
He's going to try to sprint it over here towards the B site. Does he think he might have just barely enough time? Right on the corner. And oh, it's going to be so close, but I think he just missed it. No, he's got it. Never mind. Wow. Okay.
अब तो निकाल सकता है.
By a fraction of a second. Now takes this forward spot again. HP bars here on the players of PaperX. So
दवाई को मारना पड़ेगा ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे.
Monyet take it down.
छोड़ दे.
Going to push the corner. Rossi
अरे.
for a brief moment goes back and Defy.
यार
Will
डिसीजन मेकिंग थोड़ी सी यार.
30 HP.
भाई Gen.G क्या इंडियन की
Paper Rex afloat.
It's a brilliant attempt by Rossi. I mean, well done.
I really didn't think he had it.
I thought he would just come up short maybe. But he got ahead of it by fractions of a second. And
या तो सीटी चले जाता
well. Still had a couple snake
या साइड ही चले जाता. इधर देखा उधर देखा. आधा कंफ्यूजन उसमें और अलग.
After he got the first kill, but Monyet so tricky to deal with. And I like the change of pace from T1 this time. They say, okay, you guys are playing a little bit slower. You're playing for information. He did hit it. He's right.
Increasingly more relaxed these days. Well, hit it indeed. Monyet with a very explosive round to very much keep Paper Rex in this one, and now the timeout coming through. I mean, this has got to be. This feels like this is record-breaking. The number of timeouts we've had. 5
By 3
rounds
duels,
to
what the
play.
fuck? Yes, please like the stream.
I'm like, we're 5 rounds in and we're 2 timeouts deep. Like, both of these teams already trying to feel each other out because, I mean, with Paper Rex, you have to expect the unexpected, but you know, how much unexpectedness can you actually prepare for? Like, the triple duelist here is pretty out there, even for Paper Rex.
There are far too many simulations to run to adequately prepare yourself for this
Peach को
game.
4 सेकंड कैसे क्यूट लगता है. उससे अच्छा तो माइंड फ्रीक दिखता है.
there's not enough quantum computing in the universe.
T1 की बढ़ गई देखो नॉर्मल हरकत कर.
Paper Rex wants to
हाँ उसके पहले 40 इन्होंने भी टाइम आउट लिया था. PRX वाले ने.
With this lead, but does it last? 2 stingers coming into this one.
किसकी साइड? दोनों में से कोई भी जीते चलेगा भाई. ऑफ निकाल ली. जेट मर्चेंट ने ऑफ निकाल ली.
Backed up here by Forsaken with the flashes up in hand. Okay, trying to he's trying to snipe him out of the sky.
Wow! He hit him.
Oh, that is just insane from something. That's the line he decides to take. Now he's gonna go pushing up at Izu. What a turn! Managing to find one, turns back, takes down Forsaken as soon as Carbang gets dropped. Now he's out on top of the ramp.
Let's go T1, let's go.
What is this opener from Izu?
I am blown away. This looked like it was going to be a couple shorty kills for sure for Paper Rex. And instead, they're able to...
Xccurate कितना अच्छा दिखता है. 4 सेकंड से तो पता नहीं. 4 सेकंड तो देखो कितना हैंडसम है भाई ये. बड़ा भाई है ना आखिर.
Really great maps. Getting to see him
हर
on
चीज
the
में
raise
आगे.
now. Really exciting stuff.
अभी जब Xccurate चेंबर खेलेगा ना तब पता लगेगा.
Yeah, to that range. Oh, he's got a pretty weak though.
Okay, wants to jump across, grabs the operator. I'm not sure. Okay, not for the sake of fighting. Is that the weapon that you want, but for the sake of saving?
अभी जब नेक्स्ट मैप में Xccurate चेंबर खेलेंगे तब पता लगेगा. T1 जीतेगी भाई. तुम PRX जो भी कर रहा है ना चैट में तुम्हें पता लगेगा अभी देखो.
See if you can find some value going into the next round, because it seems like timeout call very good. Izu performance astounding in the round, frankly, and T1. They will now move up 4-2.
Well, I gotta say, I think one thing that's really encouraging for the side of T1 is you're able to react to these crazy plays that Paper Rex really likes to do. Oh my God, what?
That's illegal.
Jeez.
You're not allowed to do that.
Illegal weapon.
Well, they're showing that they can hang in terms of mechanical ability.
PRX ही जीतेगी. कहीं लिखा हुआ है क्या?
Goodness.
अभी पता लगेगा देखना तुम्हें. आयुष और गॉब्लिन.
My jaw is on the ground. That is just insanity. I mean, but that's, you know, Izu said it in one of his interviews that he wants to be known as the faker of Valorant for Korea.
Faker of Valorant, oh भाई. बहुत बड़ी बात बोल दी है तो. चलो दोनों चलो. फेकर कौन है बताओ तुम लोग को. लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स का मतलब गोट भी छोटा वर्ड है उसके लिए. उतना क्रेजी प्लेयर है वो. ओवरऑल सारे ई स्पोर्ट्स पकड़ लोगे ना, वो सब ई स्पोर्ट में मिला के सबका बाप है फेकर. सारे ई स्पोर्ट्स में मिला के उतना डेकोरेटेड और उतना इंडिविजुअली स्किल्ड प्लेयर कोई नहीं है फेकर के जितना. आउटफ्लैश हो जाए. ये हो गया तो.
Into a 1v1, but he has to try to flush Rossi out of this pit.
So it's the paranoia. Put it towards the back of the site here to try to clear this. Oh, he's gonna miss with it.
The tap on the decay. He's got to back away from the pit for now.
रॉसी भाई ने तो कर लिया मेरी इज्जत रख ली फेकर हाँ फेकर
There's the spray and it's a quick adjustment. Rossi able to take him down. T1 carrying on their merry way now 5-2.
Some great reactions here from T1. Obviously Saya
साउथ कोरियन
able
गेमर
to punish the aggression of PaperRex outside of A main.
And they say, hey, let's use our own operator.
Yeah, why not?
T1 की जो
This is just great stuff. Just
T1 की जो लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स की टीम है ना
PaperRex wants to play some of these rounds where they want to get
अच्छा
aggressive.
इसके पास टीम के भी स्टेक्स हैं बाहर की ऑर्क्स का ये अच्छा है पता है वो लोग अपने
Shuts it down. Saya with a blade storm. Viper's pit. Blade storm as well.
मतलब
something.
अपने प्लेयर्स को और जो लोग
Now you're going to have to really rely
स्टार्ट से पार्ट होते हैं ना टीम का उनको वो लोग स्टेक देते हैं
to control the
जैसे
edges
ग्लोबल
of
ई
this
स्पोर्ट्स
map.
ने अभी
Try to
हेल
keep
रेंजर को
T1
मैनेजर रख लिया ना तो अच्छा लगा
getting
मुझे
any
Good
easy
thing.
hits onto the site. Mind Freak though, just with a stinger.
So they're one-way setup. Oh, they're looking for the stun here as well.
Yep.
Really managing to get out to safety. Trailblazer expiring before it rounds the corner and spots them both within the B side.
Hello Ayush, welcome to the stream. Are you supporting PRX or T1? I want a good intense match. All three maps and all three maps OT.
Continuing the jiggle here around ramps, but it seems like it's just going to be
यार मुझसे ज़्यादा बातें मत करो यार मेरा गला ठीक नहीं है मुझे फीवर हो रहा है
outside of B and then just
तबीयत कैसे खराब हो गई जो ध्यान रखो कैसे खराब हो गई मतलब क्या कभी तो फीवर हो सकता है ना थोड़ा बहुत
Come up huge potentially. He is getting some help from Monyet and Forsaken. They're making their way there. Will it be in time? Ooh, be able to dodge that.
snappy flick on the
नहीं पीच आपके देखने से कुछ नहीं हो रहा ठीक है डोंट मेक इट अबाउट योरसेल्फ नाउ
entry drops down into the cubby. Carpe in the meantime clutching Forsaken out of the site. It's something rather it's only going to be good for one.
Something.
Be taken down.
more like nothing
The last two standing, and given that they just have these stingers, and they need to kill somebody, recover a weapon, and then go for the save.
lol
Rossi snaps on to take him down. They try to play this one out.
ब्रो टेक रेस्ट कल रेस्ट ही तो लिया था कल पूरा दिन सोया हूँ भाई
Rossi on the jiggle peak, able to spot him out. Mind Freak.
ठीक हो गया फीवर तो ठीक हो गया वैसे थोड़ी सी
Isolate
वीकनेस है
somebody,
बस
get a kill, find something additional here. But
That is my
Saya
Saya player
will
for
make it
you.
teammates, and T1 will make it up to 6.
Yeah, again, they're just reacting so well. You know, PaperRex is trying to buy a little bit of extra time.
that's why I didn't stream yesterday yes
Izu's so ready for it. While this is the first time Izu has played Raze here in VCT Pacific, he has played it some before. He was typically a duelist main, actually, before he came over to T1. If people don't know, you know, back when he was playing in the VCJ, he was often playing Jet. Sometimes Raze, but mostly Jet. So he's very comfortable. We've seen it on Yoru, right? He has played that this year.
It looked damn good.
hello
Yes,
Mandar
exactly. So when you get him on the duelist, you can see he's very
Hello, Scar.
comfortable. He
Welcome to
has
the stream, guys. Please
tremendous
like.
reactions, tremendous reflexes, and it's even giving
PRX ने तो
PaperRex a
दूसरा
hard
टाइम आउट भी
time.
ले लिया
Speaking of hard times, Alex is giving having one right now himself.
He's trying to keep the arms folded so he doesn't instinctively start slamming the
Yeah.
बोल दिया उसने
Yeah, I mean, this is a brutal position to be
भाई
in.
तुम्हारे को ट्रिपल दिलवा की गलती कर दिया मेरी बेइज्जती मत कराओ बुंड मार दो जाके बोल रहा है अब कोच बोल रहा है बुंड मार दो जाके
playoff versus the team that finished in third. Obviously some changes.
हेलो ब्रूम
blow-ups.
स्पॉन वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम
You're 41. Looking like a much different, a much stronger team this season.
Well, now you've got
जिंग
PaperRex
आर्मी
wanna
के
be
लिए
the
गया
ones
यस
who are dictating the pace of this
कितने
game.
टाइम आउट ले सकते
Now
हो
they
दो
are not.
no, exactly. And one thing that's really impressive with T1 that I want to touch on
एक half
is
में
the
दो
flexibility that Izu gives
या
his
पूरे
team.
मैच में दो
He's played so many different agents, so many different roles, and he plays them all extremely well. Whether it be the Omen, the Yoru, the Raze now, he has been really impactful
हेलो शिवम
for T1. You can see just why they were so high on this pickup
कफ हो गया
coming out of
यार
the off season.
It's another big change-up, though. Haven't really gone for that many full sends here onto the B site. Now looking for it as, okay, the TP out, trying to gauge exactly where he went, but yet up on top of the Raptors, able to take down Izu. So it's going to be one of pieces of the equation here taken down as the flashes. He managed to connect on the side player there, backside, or on the Carpe, I should say.
Nice
Second,
shot.
swinging back in, managing to find him. Spike now stuck on the opposite side of the pillar.
Does the ult.
Xccurate just trying to stay tucked away behind the box, stay quiet.
got
As
the
Rossi
dimensional
looks to
drift.
get some space. Maybe the dash hit, but the dimensional drift, as you mentioned, does come into play. Xccurate now going to be taken down. That's going to be the spike. Spotted. Second,
Lol.
just chasing in. Getting that operator out of side player's hands. It's like this
ट्रिप्सिल्स
timeout.
का लो ब्रो
Going to be working here for the side of PRX. There's still a long way to go to try to run this back, given that they're starting on the defending side.
प्रीमो क्या है 14 साल के बच्चे वाले जोक्स करता है यार
and Monyet able to get out. Rossi does a lot of damage, gets the kill.
Takes him down. I mean, any kills they find. The cash right now here for PaperX is not a good spot. So as much as they would love to just end the round right now, take that weapon out of Rossi's hands, try to deal some additional economic damage, PaperX can't really afford to go on the hunt here.
Yeah, I agree. They really shouldn't be, and Rossi knows it. Now he's starting to be the predator, seeking prey.
10 seconds left.
Well, Forsaken with a big round does pick up 3 kills to get PaperX 3 rounds.
अरे मुझे पता है भाई.
Momentum can continue because so far it's only been 2 rounds consecutively that they got.
अरे क्या जोक genuinely पूछा. खाओ अपने माँ की कसम.
It's going to be operator back into the hands here of something once more.
Yeah, and Mind Freak there, the TP is, you know, it's hard to know exactly where he's going to go. If he's going to go up, if he's going to go into the back alley, and Monyet takes advantage of that confusion, and then it's a great 1-2 combo from Forsaken and Mind Freak with the fake out into the Paranoia, able to clear the back of that site, and then that sets you up for a little bit of time to rethink things, get Forsaken his ultimate, allow him to find the rest of the players that are on this B site, isolate Saya player, take him down.
Slat, welcome to the stream.
Really nice chain of events there for PaperX.
It's a bit more defaulty here from T1. Same setup that we've been seeing. Trailblazers check over defense. Only clear out 1, and now a gate crash back over towards screens here for Forsaken. So he's going to go rotating over, wants to try to maybe take a position, get stationed up in mail.
Yeah, letting loose the gate crash on his way over for sure. Got to make sure that he has the ability to flex between the 2 sites.
Saya player, slow creep up, poison orb for now, denying the flash, getting a catch. He's called back. Saya continuing to advance.
Oh my God.
Oh, the jiggle peek into the gate crash. Oh, Forsaken, you just absolute lunatic. Monyet, however, gonna get caught. Side player finding the opening kill. Backside here from Mind Freak.
भाई ईजू ने क्या सैचल किया है?
Another Paranoia, TP's forward on towards sight. The swing coming in though, and he's still trying to get the smokes down, but Carpe managing to hound him down around the corner. Finds the elimination. And again, the investment. They have the cash to buy another operator, but might need the cash push forward to try to buy for another teammate here. Caught inside. His Xccurate ends up getting taken down, but his Forsaken can't get the transfer, can't find the follow-up. Something now is just going to have to drift away back over towards the A site up in hand.
Yeah, Forsaken with that information jump gate crash there kind of sets up Monyet, but Monyet can't convert. Saya player's ready for it. You know, great mental preparedness from T1 so far today for these really aggressive PaperX style plays where they're jumping in and out of smokes where you maybe normally wouldn't expect, or trying little cheeky combos like that. We saw it a bit in the previous round. Worked for PaperX this time around. T1 ready for it. By the time Forsaken gets back over to the site, it's already fallen apart, and he has no more utility left. So makes things pretty easy here for T1. 7-3 now. Starting to get a little bit worrisome for PaperX. If you can get 2 more, then I think on their attacker side, that's, again, where this comp is going to shine, if it is going to shine.
Yeah, that should be the spot. Given that you're bringing that triple duelist, having the aggression, the attack, on paper, it makes sense. But right now, in execution,
nice
on the defending side.
Why are you the one making dad jokes today?
Wasn't even intentional. I just couldn't.
You leaned into the paper quite a bit there. So.
My brain was slow, and I couldn't think of an alternative, so I just committed to it, unfortunately. Now, something, okay, a bit of a change up, going for this peak. Knows that they've been really utilizing the sewers to try to maneuver around the map, but this time, it's a full collection of C1 right outside of A main.
Oh, but look at how much information and space PaperX has. Finally, these push-outs starting to gain a little bit more value. This is how they have to work the map. Trailblazer, of course, Forsaken expecting pressure on the back of that. A lot of times the Trailblazer is going to be something that's going to lead the way for a potential hit, but T1 just seeing Forsaken thinks, well, he can gate crash out anyway. Why would we want to potentially risk it? You know, we know that PaperX has been setting up for these bait and switches. Let's take a little bit more time here before we go. It could just be.
What is the farthest a specific team has gone?
They can catch PaperX being.
PRX 2 बार फाइनल हारी है भाई.
All the information.
भाई जिंग is not playing. अरे जिंग अभी इधर ही है, but वो शायद बाद में जाने वाला है आर्मी के लिए इसी साल.
A or
तो
B.
आधा
It's
सीजन
gonna be mid or B.
इसको खिलाएंगे, आधा सीजन उसको खिलाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं वो शायद.
PureX still looks confused. It looks like they think they might have peeled off and are sitting in sewers or something like that.
Oh, well, that tells all. Okay, that's going to be the go button here for the side of T1 is Divine.
अभिराम भाई आप क्या देखते हो फिर, मुझे समझ नहीं आया, आप किस बेसिस पे सेंटिनल्स को सपोर्ट करते हो फिर? आप इंटरनेशनल इवेंट्स भी नहीं देखते हो, आप पैसिफिक का भी नहीं देखते हो, तो कौन से टूर्नामेंट्स देख के आपने सेंटिनल्स को फेवरेट डिसाइड किया आपने? बस टेंस देख के.
7-5 wouldn't be a bad half for them considering how dominant and widely has been for T1.
Yeah, no. I think 7-5. You're actually pretty happy with this scoreline for PaperX. You know, it looked like it could go really sideways really fast, but this round, Divide just great timing to peek around that corner, find the entry, and then they line up for him. He's not going to miss those. So, you know, when PaperX seems to need a spark of energy, when they need somebody to stabilize for them, it's often Divide. He's often the one who can pick the big kills.
Well, Sagan is swinging out, taking down
ये जेट है और एक समथिंग है.
by any of that Yoru utility. See something. I mean, I think he actually wants to move forward, but just can't afford to do it. Another kill this early into the round would just be catastrophic for them. Early clear on that Trailblazer, but still concerned that it might have spotted out Mindfreak's forward position. He'll be pulling back. He sends up a smoke to try and dissuade any further push in towards B.
PaperX reading this pretty well. They're expecting this B hit. The pings came down, the smoke came through, and they're going to use that to try to just get up close and personal.
The Jets so close to each other without really knowing it. Meanwhile, back over at B, thank you very much for the picture-in-picture.
Like that.
The spot there as Carpe gets taken down, but Moniad gets traded. Cosmic Divide now going to be invested. Mindfreak still at back site. Izu starting to inch forward, but I mean, Carpe, or side player rather, he's calling that the rotation happened. He's trying to drag the team over towards A site, and they're going to do just that.
Yeah, this is really good communications here for the side of T1, recognizing that the other side of the map was going to be a little bit more open, hoping that the Cosmic Divide invested would buy you a little bit extra time, but
30 seconds
PaperX relatively aware of this. Divide's already over here.
And now something he's got to push out even further because those nebulas start spawning at his feet. He wraps around, but Divide gets himself up in towards heaven, drops down, spots Rossi for a brief little moment. Xccurate pushing forward and still managing to find the headshot. The jiggle out, just trying to get the timing, trying to get that headshot lined up. Speaking of timing, T1 running out of it.
10 seconds
finding
left.
one, a tap onto the plant, something up over the top. He's got the shorty, and he nearly gets the
समथिंग को तो भाई अनइंस्टॉल करा दो भाई.
down, but Rossi plants his feet, shuts him out, and it's going to be 8-4 at the half with T1 way out in front.
Gotta like what you're seeing here from T1. Their ability to adapt to this comp so quickly and so effectively was truly impressive. And the way that they were able to read the map, maneuver around, find some really good opportunities. Again, match PaperX in terms of their speed
Hello,
and their decisiveness. That's something that very few teams have had success with in the past. So certainly, gotta like what you're seeing. But again, this is going to be where this PaperX comp is really supposed to pick up steam, really supposed to pick up momentum, is going to be on this Tacker side. You've got to expect it. You've got some crazy executes dialed up where you've got the Jet and the Raze dashing in. Like, let's say on B site, you can dash to Pillar on one side, the Raze can go to the other, Yoru can TP somewhere, who God only knows where he's going to send those things. So it's going to be pretty chaotic here for T1, so they're going to need a lot of that awareness, a lot of that quickness that they displayed at times in that previous half. So, I mean, I wouldn't want to face this triple duelist comp against PaperX. It cannot be comfortable.
He's collecting his tickets, collecting his wristbands.
He wants a win.
This guy's been here, been coming to the games for a while. We'll see that dedication as well as a significantly more riled up crowd.
They were fired up outside earlier before the event. They were loud. I mean, you could hear them.
मैंने वो खोल दिया क्या?
They were lined up.
Hours.
I think 3 hours before I left my house.
Yeah. I saw Jake Shin posting pictures. The line was long.
I was like, damn, everybody's already there to the venue. I'm rolling out of bed right now. I'm about to shower, get in my car, get ready to drive over there. Love to see it. Now though, first pistol round went the way of T1. They double up in those figures here.
11K from one stream. Abhiram
the top. Carpe getting some information, but not quite as tell-all as they would like. Gate crash in the meantime set up just alongside entry. Forsaken winning the opening fight.
अभी W करेंगे ना ये लोग, अब पता लगेगा इस कॉम्प का असली पावर. 4 सेकंड जो BT देगा ना इनको अभी.
the back line where this double push through Sewer is getting ready to come through. Scratch that, make it a triple.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure beyond Mindfreak here. If he can get one, that'd be great. Two would be phenomenal.
Timing on the check. Takes a hell of a lot of damage now. Seeing the push coming through, and he can't offer up anything more. He's able to take him down. The 4v4. Forsaken, however, just shooting through, finds one, but side player comes in from behind, manages to get the catch. Something will be able to take down Xccurate as well. It's just now Rossi trying to see if he can get anything done. Time dwindling, look for the snappy headshot. Eventually does manage to stabilize and find Monyet, but still a lot more work to be dealt or to be done. He doesn't have the time to do so. Something will be able to get another kill here in the round as PaperX tie up the pistol round win. They pick up their 5th overall.
Yeah, some really interesting decision-making here from both teams. PaperX gets hit by the guiding light early and just decides to just keep kind of 5-manning it slowly. It isn't really anything pacey here. They aren't using the jet utility. They aren't using blast packs initially to get
80% of the time.
And then Forsaken finds that opener.
80% of the time खुद maintain करता हूँ कभी-कभी सालों में भी.
The guiding light ping doesn't send any reinforcements over from T1. You're not exactly sure in that moment. Is it just one player? Is it just two players? You have no idea. That is all 5 of PaperX that are there, and they're going to try it again.
They are. Oh, Isu going to be spotted nice and early. Time players right out on ramp, going to be taken down, and it's a blink, and you miss an explosion of death. Everyone's dead in the blink of an eye, and PaperX win the round.
There you go. That's PaperX round, right
all
there.
Right, let's.
अभी असली power पता लगेगा इस कॉम्प का.
Please.
Full W.
I mean, they had the right stack read.
I think Mindfreak TP's in here. Oh, they just walk out in front of him. Yeah.
And there's 3.
Okay, they just walked out into it. That's the other thing with this comp you got to remember. Not only do you have the jet dashes, you have the blast packs, you have the gate crash with Forsaken, you have the TP with Mindfreak as well. They're going to be all over the place. It is going to be so hard, potentially, to keep track of them. Monyet just taking a little bit of space early. Not going to be contested. Izu! Oh, he's ready for it.
भाई ये something को uninstall कराओ यार.
But overall, it'll be worse for Ware. A little bit more through the box. Boombot going forward. It's going to get cleared out, so get rid of the gate crash as well.
बाय राउंड निकालना था रे. मतलब बोनस. ले भाई अल्ट. ले भाई 4 सेकंड में तो.
Forsaken just barrels through them. 3 quick kills into the mask, into the dimensional drift. Looking for the rest of them. He's on for an ace, but I don't know if Rossi and Carpe are going to even be able to try to give him the time of day. Push forward, Carpe.
भाग दिया भाई दवाई ने. भाई तू फैंटम ही चला. दवाई तू फैंटम ही चला भाई. वैंडल तेरे बस की नहीं है. सनन स्प्रे करने लगता है हर जगह.
They just kind of walk and line up for it. They're trying to pick together to try to shut down that push. It's the right idea. It's just the wrong angle.
Flopped in. Rossi trying to get in there before he can bloom and just can't quite get that crosshair trained on.
राउंड बचा लिया 4 सेकंड में. 4 सेकंड में तो मटकू है. एक स्प्रे किया और सारे कनेक्ट हो गए बुलेट्स.
PaperX suddenly
मटके में.
3 rounds consecutively, converting a bonus like T1 did before them. Find themselves just 1 round away from tying this up.
बेचारे वो लोग दूसरे को मार रहे थे ना, तो ये 4 सेकंड ने फायदा उठा लिया बीच में. बाकी वो नहीं मार पाता.
Beginning of the round, there is some awareness of this pacey, WK gaming style that PaperX is going to play. Izu has been really good in these moments at handling.
क्या बोला मैं DRX जीतेगी. अरे तो भाई हमें भी पता है भाई अच्छा खेलती DRX.
There from T1, stars align for Forsaken, and we've already seen it once in this map. Now he's done it again. He's given the opportunity to get multi-kills off of just a crouch spray, holding an angle.
Call going to be made as Rossi says, guys,
ये PRX के चक्कर में T1 वालों को भी ऐसा खेलना पड़ रहा है. देख रहे हो पूरा B खाली है भाई. पूरा B खाली है. 5 के बाद जो साइड पे आ गए.
We'll just full corral into the site. And just given T1's rotations through sewer consistently in this map.
निकल गया राउंड तो 8-8.
I suspect that they're going to be very well aware of this. So Forsaken for now, just going to be posted up on that line. Ready to try to intercept anybody. As the creep up comes through. There's the first and Carpe. Wow. The headshot managing to find one. Xccurate puts that Guardian to use, managing to come up with a kill of his own. Still though, 3 players live.
Feeling any better? हाँ थोड़ा सा कफ हो रहा है, बाकी ठीक हो गया है.
Double flash in towards something, trying to stop it. The paint shells as well thrown, but
इको फ्रैग ले ले, इको फ्रैग ले ले. उन्होंने 3 बंदे मार दिए PRX के. हेलो देवू, कल मैच देखा ना हमने. देखा.
Now tying it at 8-8.
Yeah, I mean PaperX is anticipating this, and
PRX hater नहीं हो, something hater हो भाई, something मुझे नहीं पसंद भाई। For second तो बाकी मेरा favorite player है।
One of his calling cards for sure is his ability to utilize those one-tap weapons to great effect.
इतना क्या चिल्ला रहा है भाई, इको राउंड में 2 किल ले लिए तो। पर भाई ये तो इको राउंड था। Hey Veggie, you better know. Little.
Slow starts don't mean a darn thing to their mentality. They do it all the damn time.
I mean, just look at this though. The conditioning, they go over to the A side consistently, and now they just shift it up, go to B. Xccurate, however, looking forward, not taking the bait on that fake out. Now decides to strike, managing to find 2.
Nice one, Xccurate. बड़ा भाई, let's go.
Brother v brother.
क्यों नहीं अच्छा लगता? नहीं, मुझे उसका गेम स्टाइल नहीं पसंद है भाई.
They have an operator invested into this round. T1, do they even try?
विजय भाई, Xccurate बड़ा भाई है, छोटा नहीं. मैंने कब बोला कि छोटा है?
Forcing them back down the stairs.
भाई Valorant लॉन्च नहीं हुआ था ना, तब से जानता हूँ Xccurate को.
Just let this go. Won't find any value from it, but he buys time.
Why something hater भाई? बॉट है भाई.
Push back over towards garage.
ये राउंड तो जीत जाएगी T1. ये राउंड तो T1 जीत जाएगी.
Now it's Saya versus Monyet, the lob in on the paint shells to zone him out. He's swinging around the backhand side. Saya player not ready for this one at all. Monyet will pick up the 3K to close out the round and give
इसका बड़ा भाई 4 सेकंड का.
Great bait and switch there from Monyet. Really nice stuff here.
Did you watch Live versus Loud? Yes.
We're seeing one of those explosive, utilizing those maneuverability plays that you were kind of anticipating with this triple duelist comp. And it's Devi on the lurk that catches the big kill onto Izu to keep his Raze from having any impact on that round. Nice pull on the showstopper. Yeah, you don't get any kills, but you bought a lot of extra time potentially, and especially with the Viper still in play, you want to buy time for Devi to get into a position where you can potentially use the snake bites and things like that to delay the post plants. So even though it doesn't come down to that, the ideas are really solid right now for PaperX, and yeah, you've got to pump the brakes here as T1. You've got to figure out how you can slow this down.
The rally back has just been immense. I mean, what, 5 rounds in a row now in this second half. So that's going to be all of our timeouts used for either team can make it to double digits.
Yeah, it's been all PaperX the entire half.
अरे सोया मतलब सो ही गया था, बट कमेंट्री सुन रहा था, मतलब ऐसा ब्लैंकेट के अंदर लेटा हुआ था, इधर पीसी पे चल रहा था मैच, तो ऐसा बीच मैच में कास्टर चिल्लाने तो नींद खुल गई, फिर थोड़ी देर देखा, तो ऐसा थोड़ा देख रहा था बीच में.
And few teams can make that happen. Now you do have some really good ults here for T1 to maybe go over those contact plays and find success with the Blade Storm and the Showstopper.
Well, the last thrifty attempt was a pretty damn close one here for the side of T1. We'll see if this can have a similar effect. The Saya player will have the knives. Showstopper is there for Izu as well. So now just going to be popping these, but not looking for the jump, not looking for a big, 4 or 5 man stack push from T1. Everybody just fanned out across the map, playing this one out very patiently.
Man, look how deep this star is.
There's a jump in.
Oh my god.
The timing of the flash, absolutely gorgeous. Xccurate still able to find Monyet, but Forsaken takes out Carpe. Something gets the enemy Astra. Saya player now swinging around from behind.
Izu, wait.
Managed to make his way through here.
Saya player kills one and then you ult. Oh no.
Especially as the jumps and the cloudbursts come down, they know exactly who's there.
Chasing ghosts is Saya player. He's expecting somebody to play right around this corner.
In the meantime, Devi getting ready around the corner up towards Mail. Rossi is
एक kill करते ही ult खोल देना भाई. Oh nice यार. इतना सोचा क्यों फिर नेट करने में?
Izu also able to find something. There's the showstopper.
Oh, दोनों मर जाती है बैक साइड. प्रॉपर ult हो जाती. जल्दी आना भाई, कौन है रॉसी?
Rossi, however, finds Forsaken. Pushing in, knew that they're both in backside behind 3. Gets the headshot again. Such a strong effort here from T1. But if Izu, if he's able to adjust that showstopper a little bit more.
Saya Xccurate में OP कौन अच्छी चलाता है?
I mean, just unreal timing.
यार दोनों अच्छा करते हैं भाई.
Crash to get out of the way of this showstopper. He knew it was coming. And he set that up as a bait. I mean, he's just so brilliant on Yoru. He's just absolutely one of the best in the world.
Come on, Mulya!
Hey, बड़े भाई को कुछ तो बोला.
I love this. That we get to listen to the PaperX comms in between rounds.
Especially when you have a brother on the opposite side of the stage.
That's true. You gotta taunt the older brother, no doubt about it.
I mean, we've seen the success of the brothers over in EMEA as well.
True.
And now they're on opposing sides. It's Forsaken spotting him out. Paint shells coming down.
ये तो थोड़ा over ambitious हो गया भाई.
Rossi ready for that one. Something does manage to find the kill, however. Picking him down now, looking to entry down onto the site. As the flashes come flying. Carpe around the box eventually does fall. It's actually Monyet coming up with the kill. And at the end of it all, 2-for-1 as Divide looks to try to get the catch here in mid. Tries to readjust the spray. Izu managing to stay alive, and oh boy, Whiffy is all help from something. Trying to get the catch. Brings us now into a 2v2. Saya player, however, still holds on to that operator. Mind Freak TP's into garage. Doesn't spot anything. Izu makes his presence known here. Up in heaven.
Clearing right underneath sight.
He's trying to clear out this box, but
yeah.
Paint Shell's kind of
they were a
missing out
little
on that
short.
opportunity.
Yep.
Manya just holding Batsai, not looking for it. Walks right into the crosshair. Now it's all on Izu. Swinging back around, Mind Freak in heaven. There with the crossfire. And so far, that second half round win continues to elude T1. 7 consecutively now as PaperX get themselves up to 11.
Well, you expected it to be good, and it certainly has been great on this attacker side for PaperX. No slowing down here. You know, tough position for Izu, trying to guess where Monyet is hiding. It's actually just right by the spike. On the site itself, not behind that box that he maybe was anticipating. Maybe had a read in some previous VODs or something that was the box that Monyet liked to hide behind, but this time around, not gonna be the case. Something going exploring. Do have Saya playing anti-flash around that corner now. Starting to work around the edges of the smoke. Rossi catches a glimpse.
Gets that fight down, gets the vulnerable. That allows for him to come out on top, taking down Divide.
Divide क्यों entry कर रहा है भाई?
Flash not even deep enough to actually catch him, but Forsaken still pushing through the wall. Comes up with a kill. Side player puts that judge to use. Finds something. Xccurate wrapping back
छोटा ही रहे भाई.
Over towards this A site. Catches the enemy Yoru. And gives T1 a man advantage and their best chance at closing out a round since this half began. Swing out, Mind Freak still getting tagged down to just barely any HP. It should be an inevitability right now. They need from Monyet to try to hold the line. The swing in, he's spotted. Rotates objects in behind and cannot find Carpe. T1 will break the winning streak. Themselves back into the driver's seat, at least for a round as they hand this over to Carpe for the defuse. Now it's just 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, and this time around, they're able to anticipate the pressure a lot better. Saya player doing a good job holding the top of the ramp, not giving anything up there. On the site, Rossi, fantastic work, doing a lot of damage. And then Saya able to sneak around that corner with that judge, put it to good use.
5 duelist 4 duelist खेल लेते.
A little unaware.
दवाई वैसे भी आगे घुस रहा बेचारा.
Now, Divide with a pit. Xccurate does have his Cosmic Divide. Something, well, that's a given. He's got a Blade Storm in his shorty. It's a day that ends with Y, so, you know, something's going to have a shorty, no doubt about it.
Okay, well, the site itself is open. Saya player looking for the shot. Manages to find it. Wow. Something just not lining them up here. Site still going to be taken by PaperX, but they're not aware that this is completely empty otherwise, so still are taking their time trying to move up, worried about that potential deep lurk, back screen, or an elbow.
But look where Monyet got. He's way in spawn.
But no one's rotating towards him. So he needs to be the one to go and backstab. Could still push up in towards heaven, but actually maybe Rossi is going to end up walking right into him.
Do they know that he went back here is the real question.
Oh, Mind Freak. Spots 1. That's all he's going to be able to get. Izu pushing up, and Rossi does find him. Seemed like he was very well aware that somebody was taking that position. He has flushed him out. Hit invested. Divide and Forsaken to try to hold the line as the gate crash comes in behind, and Forsaken is ready for it. Takes out Izu, looks for his brother, can't finish him off though. Xccurate holds it, Saya player. The classic comes through to get rid of the enemy Viper. And now it's 1 round separating. 11 to 10, T1 keeping it neck and neck.
Now T1 is really starting to get a good feel for how this is all going to go down. Good read by Rossi. Such great communication and awareness here from T1 to know that there's a player back there. He was expecting it the whole way. So by the way, he's peeking that angle. Just a little bit of a drive-by there. Just slowly, methodically flushing Divide out of the backside of that Viper's pit. And Forsaken, when he TP's out, it doesn't fool anyone. They're ready for him. This takes us, you know, an extra man to get the job done. So this is just so smart from T1.
The triple stacking ramp. They check it towards heaven. Showstopper going forward, not spotting anything here on the site. Again, it's going to be right off to them that it is clear. Forsaken in the meantime, dead, lurking outside. B site over in garage.
Spike planted.
Heals found, but obviously that Showstopper gone. Monyet just going to get posted up. There it screens, judge in hand. PaperX up to map point. T1 though.
Something को थोड़ी शर्म तो आती
steal this
होगी.
away. Get this back under their control. Take PaperX's map pick away from them. Boombot for now. Izu, one charge off that showstopper. Gonna be instrumental if he finds it as something. It's a full flash to the face. Izu now in onto the spike, looking for the fuse. He's held at the half. Mindfreak coming up with two. Gets off that spike. Izu puts down the mine. Showstopper in hand. He built it up and puts him down. And with the defuse, T1 tie it up 11-11.
Oh, just phenomenal stuff now. T1 starting to win those individual battles on the flanks of the map. Starting to open up the space, give them the opportunity to set up for these retakes. Really start winning some tough fights. But if you lose Forsaken, if you lose him on those edges, that's a lot of your flashes gone. The only thing you have left is the paranoia, and that was already invested. So here, all you have is the smokes and the phenomenal gunplay and maneuverability that PaperX can employ, but T1's just better. And the Izu that time, not going to miss his showstopper. Now Forsaken does have this dimensional drift. You have all 5 members setting up for this A hit. Dimensional drift is going to come out right away. Saya player going to be spotted, going to be backed off by utility. Paint shells invested. Make sure that they can get this site, get the plant down.
Sees it once again. There's the fake out. Saya trying to make his exit, safely gets around the corner. Life is intact.
पी जाओ ना बहन तो.
Close angle though.
फेक भी कर सकते हैं लोग यार. बीत देखो ना, कोई है ही नहीं भाई. पूरा के पूरे 10 प्लेयर इतने ही पार्ट में है भाई. Forsaken को स्पाइक देगा तो टीपी डलवा के बाद में उससे प्लांट करा दो भाई. लॉल निकल.
Saya player finding one before getting traded out. Mindfreak comes up with the kill. On the dash, Rossi finds something to get Bucket taken out. Divine trying to hold here. He's in the corner now. Woo! Divine with 3 means absolutely nothing.
What an ult from Xccurate. Xccurate, bada bhai, bada big brain, big brother.
Just such a beautiful cosmic divide for so many reasons here for T1. One, it cuts off all of PaperX, completely denies their vision on how T1 is trying to attempt this retake, and then the follow-up is it gives them enough of a corner on the plant that you cannot spam through it. You have to get like right on top.
La 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 la. Such a
unreal. We're here at map point. T1
let's
looking
go.
To take this one away from PaperX with a scent on the horizon.
लो मूड दिया तुम्हारे ट्रिपल डुएलिस्ट कॉम्प पे.
Found over at B. There's T1. Looking to get aggressive.
अरे नीचे कौन झूल रहा है? अरे ये तो समथिंग भाई है. हमारे जेट मर्चेंट.
PaperX's positions. They clear this out. Something in a rough spot. Might have to dash across, but he's not given the opportunity. Madiet's going to be taken down simultaneously.
Let's go, boys. It's 13-11 in the favor of T1.
Let's set up. Xccurate makes his exit back through Ramen out to safety. Is Mindfreak now going to be TPing forward here on to the site.
आना Forsaken आना.
The shorty held.
आजा.
Checks close. The snake bite coming down.
Lol.
Forsaken now reading that as Mindfreak gets himself up into heaven. Plays off the back of the flash, trying to peek in. So there's a swing out. Rossi caught with utility. Managing to find 2. Suddenly we find ourselves now in a 3v3 as PaperX trying to take this into overtime.
अरे यार वो
नहीं कर दिया. They know that he's an elbow. And he just holds for it. Oh, it is not done yet. Playoffs, how I love you. 12-12. We're going to overtime.
Unreal, full flashed. Just spray it down. The fadeaway from Forsaken. And what a map he's had so far. 25, 18, and 5 on the Yoru.
अरे यार अब भी जीतते देंगे PRX वाले.
And I'm going to be seeing potentially on the defender side here.
ये थोड़ा सा throw कर दिया.
We'll see if he keeps it, but full flashed.
3v5 retake यार.
Trusted in his own instincts. Gets that kill, and what a setup there to get Mindfreak up on top and get that spray down. Completely befuddles T1. Not expecting it at all. Okay, no Odin, but there is an operator for Saya.
Going for the glass cannon. It's been clean
Some Odin. So far. Split पे Odin नहीं चला दिया भाई कोई. Odin सिर्फ चलती है Lotus और Ascent पे बस.
See if they can rework some of that magic we were seeing from them in that first half. It's Forsaken.
बड़े मियाँ तो बड़े मियाँ. छोटे मियाँ सुभान अल्लाह.
There's a flash out. He manages to transfer on a 2. Gate crash out to safety. And Forsaken may have just stolen this round from right in front of T1's eyes.
बोला ना अब नहीं जीतने देंगे ओटी में फिर ओटी में नहीं जीतने देंगे DRX तुमको तभी रीटेक कर लेते तो जीत जाते अभी पूरी रात सोचेंगे वो 3v5 हमने काश जीत लिया होता जल्दी मैप खत्म करो खाना लेके आओ यार भूख लग रही है कल रात को थोड़ा बहुत कुछ खाया था तब से कुछ खाया नहीं है यार
Everything to do, swings aggressively over top of the snake bite. Vulnerable down to 55. Something on the corner and Defy in heaven.
Something तो मरेगा बाद में दवाई को अनयून करना है बच गया
And it is. Carpet will go down and Paper-Rex.
सोचो ये T1 जीत जाए ये राउंड बेचारे ने वैंडल उठा ली होती तो कुछ करता इसने वैंडल क्यों नहीं उठाई मुझे पता नहीं लगा कुछ भी हो खेलता तो बढ़िया फोर्सेकन भाई डर के बाद फोर्सेकन ही है भाई ओवरऑल पूछोगे तो फोर्सेकन फेवरेट प्लेयर है भाई मेरा अभी डुलिस खेल रहा अगले मैप में देखना कोई तो दूसरा एजेंट खेलेगा लास्ट ईयर इसने टोटल 17 एजेंट खेले फोर्सेकन ने 2023 में 17 एजेंट खेले फोर्सेकन ने मजाक है क्या 17 एजेंट वो भी एकदम इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे और वो खेलता भी ऐसा ही है फिर जो एजेंट खेलता है परफेक्ट मेरे जैसा
That was the defender's side round win for Paper-Rex. That's the side they struggled with much more. It felt like in a lot of ways. So certainly it did go to overtime, so it wasn't that big of a difference.
Duality of
At the end of the day, you really need to dial up something special here. Make sure you're ready.
ज़्यादा बोल गए भाई आयुष भाई आपको पता नहीं है आप मेरी स्ट्रीम देखना पता लगेगा आपको मैं कितने एजेंट्स खेलता हूँ
Looks to me like they're setting
और
up
सारे बढ़िया खेलता हूँ
couple stars down already expecting some kind of pressure try to gravity well
कभी घमंड नहीं किया लेकिन
smoke off the ramp potentially but Xccurate gonna invest a lot of stars two for himself
rare clip of Alex not screaming भाई वो चिल्लाता ही है भाई ये सुशांत फैमिली शायद 4 भाई इनके 4 भाई हैं क्या बाकी 2 भी रेडी हो रहे हैं क्या
Reinforced by Carpace, the Nebula comes up here backside, Shorty in hand.
चलो फाइनली बी हिट किया ले मूव दिया तेरे 4 सेकंड पे बाकी टीम किधर है यार जल्दी आओ साया प्लेयर उसको बैकअप चाहिए भाई साइड पे चेंबर तो अरे वैभव भाई जब भी चेंबर आया था ना तब मैंने चेंबर बहुत इंस्टॉल किया है भाई ये तो अभी अच्छा नहीं है चेंबर इसलिए खेलता नहीं हूँ मैं अभी वाले चेंबर में कोई मज़ा नहीं आता भाई पहले मज़ा आता था ना चेंबर में इसलिए मैंने बहुत चेंबर खेला है भाई मतलब सिर्फ इंस्टॉल करता था चेंबर चलो भाई अनदर ओटी बॉयज अनदर ओटी मोनिया की बस की नहीं यहाँ फोर्सेकन जिंदा होता ना तो मैं कहता कि क्लच हो सकता है मोनिया की बस की नहीं है
extending this OT. He's pushing out, spotting one. Izu taking a bit of damage. He's looking for more. Blast pack lots of back.
मोनिया की बस की नहीं T1 will win this ये क्या कर रहा लर कर रहा था नियॉन नहीं खेलता हूँ मैं नियॉन सही है अरे यार मैं नियॉन खेलता हूँ ना वो भागते भागते ही मर जाता हूँ बस वो थ्रो कर देता हूँ मैं नियॉन मेरे लिए है नहीं मेरे लिए नहीं बना नियॉन नियॉन में बहुत पेशेंस चाहिए भाई
smoke setup that he had the last time they pressured him on that side, but he changed angles. He went to the on site instead, and that confused Paper-Rex enough that it took a little bit to displace him. And I was wondering.
Well, now that they're on the defender side, he's going to bring this one out. I mean, Forsaken has worked miracles with this gun at internationals. You think about him on.
अब तो बफ आ गया चेंबर के उसको बफ इसको बफ बोलते हैं क्या झाड़वर का बफ चलो समथिंग फर्स्ट टाइम डूइंग समथिंग ग्रेट फर्स्ट एक्चुअल फर्स्ट ब्लड फ्रॉम नेक्स्ट मैप के लिए रेडी हो रहा है समथिंग शायद
Boombot cleared, but map control very firmly in the hands of Paper-Rex.
There.
Yeah, they just do such a good job here. I mean, what do you do against that? What do you do against something when he's that fast? That very few players in the world can handle that play. That's almost unbeatable.
नेक्स्ट मैप के लिए रेडी हो गया भाई समथिंग. नेक्स्ट मैप में गुस्से भर देगा और कहेगा एक इंडिया में कोई तो वॉच पार्टी कर रहा है, बहुत बकवास कर रहा था, उसको बोलो चुप हो जाए. ओ दल्ले ने ओडिन ले ली भाई. किसी को तो ओडिन देखनी थी ना. आ गया भाई, ओडिन लेके आ गया हमारा किंग प्लेयर. भड़क गया समथिंग. Whom you supporting? दोनों में से कोई भी जीते चलेगा भाई.
Work their way back over now towards B. Something tucked away just below heaven. Star coming in, onto the corner. Izu gone. Something able to find the kill. Does put Rossi down to 75. It's Mind Freak now TPing around the opposite side of the pillar. Xccurate there. Time dwindling. They're going to have to go for this plant. They're going to have to stick for it. Spray, connecting, Forsaken, finding it, and that's going to be the round one. They don't have to do anything else aside from not die. Monyet will get one. They're on the back end. We continue to go blow for blow. PaperX once again at map point.
Yeah, and PaperX loves to play with smokes, to get aggressive inside of them, and the layered smokes in mid allows something to pick up the first. The second is just god tier. Just god tier play. Again, what do you do against that? And he's ready for the follow-up. I like the way T1 plays this though in the mid round. I like that they do the double pump because for PaperX, without the ability to get info easily, they have to kind of gamble on which side they're going to be playing, and you can see they're already shifting their weight towards the A side. Now, Operator again, glass cannon for Saya, up and over is something.
And spotted him, knows that he's going to be up there on the rafter. Quite not deep enough to really get Saya, but doesn't matter. Rotates across it, eats some damage. He's going to be punished after Rossi ends up falling. Izu now.
Another rooty boys.
Something, the spike stuck up in heaven. Both remaining players here from PaperX down on the side itself. Clear the corner.
ये होता है जेट. इसको बोलते हैं जेट.
T1 reset us again.
Yeah, now we're getting to see that Saya player we know and love. The Operator so strong in his hands. And able to put it to such great use there. Able to avoid that initial pressure. Find some nice angles. Get some big kills to open this one up. Saw something go up there. Forsaken was up there as well, trying to come down. It's a really nice piece of work from Saya player. We're back to even Stevens. Odin once again here for PaperX on this defender side. There was a
मेल कर दिया है. कारपे को मेल कर दिया, बोल दिया Forsaken को मारो, बाकी गेम अपना है.
Oh, Izu. Full blind, but they didn't realize that he was behind the box.
अरे ये बेचारा एस्ट्रल फॉर्म में ही मर जाता है यार. बेचारा एस्ट्रल फॉर्म में ही मर जाता है भाई. भाई इसने भुस्सी भर दी. अरे माँ की आग. ओडिन चल.
Massive weapon before Saya player gets him in the head.
Disgusting. Great awareness from Saya player. Goodness.
Now the 2v2. Freaking screens something.
इजू को एक किल मिल जाए. इजू को एक किल मिल जाए. माइंड फ्रेक पे पुश कर दे इजू. अल्ट करके फिर दूसरे को ही मार देना. ये
guns them both down. Doesn't know where the hell Spike is playing, but it doesn't matter. He's got all the time in the world. Collect yourself, take a breath.
Oh,
get ready to go again.
He's so fast. He's so fast here to get this double. And this looks like it might be problematic until the Odin. Just again, once again, another one where T1.
Bro!
That is so nasty, Mind Freak. Goodness. They're just.
भाई ये हमेशा क्लच करता है.
Looks like a round is about to completely slip away from PaperX, and then they just find that perfect moment, that perfect angle, that perfect timing to completely turn things around. And an opportunity here once again for PaperX to shut it down, but this one feels like maybe we're not done. I don't know.
Well, this is why we see the timeout called here from Alex. Has been holding on to this ever since OT began. But given that they've been struggling to get those round wins, as soon as they shift off back onto that attacker side, deciding to intervene now, try to give them a solid game plan to finish this map.
Certainly, you got to feel like if PaperX has their defender side figure out, it's only a matter of time before the sand in the hourglass runs out for T1. But we'll see. They've got that glass cannon once again. Last time that worked a treat for a Saya player. This time he's shifting over to the B side. You've got Xccurate along with Carpe up on A. So a lot of ability to, again, try to shut down some of these fast hits. The stars are placed, try to keep things in place, and they might try to make a play at ramps. We'll see.
They allowed for a side play to get an immense amount of value last time he had the op in hand. This time, though, he's posted up on the opposite side of the map. Monyet going for the entry. Grafwell looking to try and delay. No one down on the site there to receive this aggression. You can see side play. He's still anticipating that lurk that Dubai has been going for is still going to be coming through, or Forsaken is going to be trying to rotate around, having set up a gate crash. But just now, the call comes in for him to rotate.
It's these screen holds again.
But he's watching for it, and as the smoke dissipates, more often than not, Saya's going to be good for at least one. And right now, there's a couple players lined up. Something, however, entering up into heaven finds Rossi, taking down the enemy Viper. A lot of that flush-out utility with Snakebite's now going to be gone. Saya does get his mark. Monyet taken down. Flicks over, finds Forsaken. And keeps them in this round. The drop down, crossfire set up, something gone. Now it's all on the Saya player. And he just doesn't have the time. It's not going to happen. Not like this. Down to 7. Mind Freak will finish him off. And PaperX 16-14 will take the opening map here in playoffs over T1.
Yeah, and in this last round, giving him a little bit of space, trying to play for retake. PaperX just having none of it. The phenomenal crossfire setup towards heaven really just shuts things down, and PaperX manages to get the triple duelist to go. Who else? Who else?
And if you told me coming into today, Forsaken, he's going to drop over 30 in the opening map versus T1, I'd be like, really? Playing Sky? That's kind of crazy. And then you told me Yoru, I'd be like, I see it now.
Yeah.
You know what?
Yeah.
We're aligned. I'm understanding. But good God, I mean, no one could have seen this coming at all. And I've got to say, props to T1 for handling it really well in that first half and also running this really closely, because going up against PaperX in general, it's hard to find your footing, but they stuck in this one. But now we have their map pick up a set, getting ready to come up. First, we'll throw it back over to the desk, though, to break down all of the crazy lunacy we just witnessed.
Pacific, are you not entertained by the very first game of today in the semifinals? That was incredible. It got a little personal on stage. You guys saw that Forsaken started taunting his brother. Then Xccurate, Cosmic divided their win streak and brought it over to an overtime. That was insanity.
It really is just crazy.
My heart's still like, oh my goodness.
At some point,
what
she
is happening?
Stopped analyzing the game. It just went like full-on PaperX fan mode. I was just like cheering for T1. All
right. It got personal on stage. It got personal on the desk.
मैं खाना लेके आ रहा हूँ एक
मिनट. My hand warmers.
You didn't see it on camera.
Who are you rooting for?
T1.
Who are you rooting for?
Yeah. Get out of here. I mean, T1 was fantastic, though.
Yeah.
Saya player on the op was, you know, honestly, if Coach Alex did not call that timeout.
Agent Y, goal 2, let's go. Rohit Sharma, high
push past Saya's op. I don't know. This could have kept going for a really long time.
Caster
There was a
bhai,
risk
wo
reward
caster
to how
nahi hai.
PaperX actually did that. So if, again, you know, our viewers were noticing a lot of PaperX's pushes on that A site specifically
वो बस वहाँ
were
बैठती है
built
analyst
to
desk
push
पे.
up until as much as possible the spawn
Analyst
of
है वो,
T1
analyst है.
because they were kind of banking on the fact that Saya player, if he's not going to be on the A site, his impact with the operator is going to be so far from that A site to defuse it that it's not going to be arriving in time, and so they can just deal with the other players of T1. And T1, on that very last round, as we saw, were starting to panic. They were like, we need to push this. We already have the numbers advantage, and then they started...
Spike.
Yes, they just started dwindling because they couldn't wait for Saya anymore.
Yeah, and then at that point, Saya was the last one left, but that's it. I mean, you can't not talk about how good he is. 19 first kills on the side of T1, and 8 of them came from Saya player himself. Meanwhile, PaperX, you know, they did what they could too, and well, maybe the first kills aren't quite as, you know, something that you want to compare with, but still, they managed to win out in terms of strategies. And again, that's something that's always felt by Coach Alex's timeouts. He called 2 of them earlier on in the first half, very early on. At round 9, both of them were expended, but you can feel the impact of it. So, although the first half ended at like an 8-4, they managed to come back on their attacking side, and that's because of Forsaken's Yoru. The Yoru is back. I love it. It's always great. The triple duelist was kind of like nervous about, but this.
You know, someone from
awesome.
the Korean caster, Dong-Jae, came to me. Came to us, he was like, was this a mistake? Was this a real comp? It's like, yes, well, it's PaperX.
April Fool's joke?
Triple duelist, I mean, they're always cooking, but you're right. seeing Forsaken back on the Euro is very exciting. We wanted it so much last year, so I'm glad to see it back. But Izu too, I mean, look at him, like the rookie.
Next match नहीं, next map है, first match का second match.
I like the head-to-head of our stats is Forsaken and Xccurate. To be fair though,
different roles.
Yeah, exactly. He's on, Xccurate is on that roster, so he's not able to really influence the match as much as I think people want him to, because he left that in the hands of Saya player and Izu that were on that duelist role. He had to really focus on being able to put a lot more emphasis on his stars.
But I will say, like, you had a great point earlier on Asarai about, Forsaken's Yoru and how he he loves to go for that catch and swing that you mentioned, right? He's a human recon dart, teleports away. Maybe Monyet comes in for the pinch, but there were a few rounds where T1 started to catch up. You said that they were waiting out the utility?
Yeah, so basically they had a general idea of, every single round Forsaken's just going to have that gate crash up and running, so you wait just a couple of seconds or until it expires, and then they started to press onto a site, whether Forsaken TPs or not. He's very vulnerable to the follow-up after that. And I like how you mentioned this as well with Monyet. It feels like on that first half, with the 4-8, it felt like, it didn't feel like the Forsaken Jin combination we know, right? And it kind of showed. There was some kind of this detachment, I think, from Monyet and Forsaken, at least at this point, where they just really couldn't find that rhythm between the two of them, at least in that first half.
Yeah, maybe not really quite the same, but Monyet still was able to provide whatever he could, especially with the Raze utility at times. You could see that he knows how to make use of those blast packs. The movement is really good, and he's able to throw so much aggression at T1 that sometimes it's hard to catch up to Paperex's pace. And I think that's why towards the end, especially in overtime, you start to see T1 go for a lot more retake plays and banking on Saya's operator. And although it was really good, it was also kind of a double-edged sword. That was the reason why T1 kind of lost at the end, because you started to see this is what they are relying on. If I can take this operator away from them or remove it from the equation somehow by pushing him so far back and eliminating the rest of the team, then all you got left is an operator. You're not quite able to come back at that point. And of course, I mean, just again, Forsaken things with the Yoru, the timing on some of these flashes, the way that he uses the gate crash, the way that he plays with their minds, because he's all over the place.
Yeah, I will say though, I think I remember Victoria saying as well that it felt like Izu was better than Monyet in playing as the Raze. I felt like Izu was also kind of out of his own comfort zone. There were some moments where he just didn't really rely on the utility anymore, just straight out going for that contact.
Yeah, I like how they showed the team capsules just now, and you can see them using it in the game as well, the T1. I have to say, one thing is for sure, whoever's going to win this out, both Paperexx and T1, I think, have the best team capsules. That's my personal opinion. Those are the two I'm 100% gonna buy.
You're an archer. You love the T1 player card.
It's so cool, that Korean archer. Yeah, I'm all about it. And of course, Paperexx and their
Jello
pink
dinosaur.
banner. Yeah, it kind of looks like crystallized Jello.
That's really.
But Jello is delicious. I'm not about that. All right, well, going into Ascent. Now we got to talk about T1. Coach Autumn, I have to say, is not your classic Korean coach either, and that really reflects in their gameplay style.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's how you've seen T1 approach was just very, as I mentioned, NA DNA, right? You have that very aggressive style. They have Saya player that can back it up. They have Rossi that has that experience already that's able to assist from the backline. Very different from what we've seen from, the Gen.Gs and DRXs of the world.
And that's the best thing about this matchup between the two teams. We know Ascent, every team plays that one composition that DRX perfected and everything. But between these two, they try different compositions. And because of Coach Autumn's coaching, you can see some slight differences. You can see that the way the team operates, they're not always just banking on these set plays. They're actually trying to play with their opponent's minds, and that's why you have Rossi on this Viper. However, Paperexx does the same thing. We've got that Harbor, they played that against EG.
Yeah, I think we all want to see what Paperexx is going to play on Ascent. I know there are a bajillion watch parties going on, and every time Ascent comes up, it doesn't matter what region, everyone's like, well, except for Paperexx, who does something a little bit crazy. And you're right, T1 is the other team who's now doing it. I think this is the first Ascent we're going to see that's going to get very spicy here in Pacific.
Yeah, I'm honestly thinking that Forsaken might bring out the
बेबी
Harbor
देख
coming
ये shit
into
games
this
के
one,
बंडल
'cause-
तो आते रहेंगे
yeah,
आप
'cause again,
WWE देखो
what I
जाओ
do like about that is if we're gonna go against a composition where Rossi and Izu will go for the double control, you want your own safety with your own smokes. Cove, I think, is a very good answer as to how to entry onto the site. So at least I'm predicting it, but of course we have to wait.
If we do have Forsaken as the Harbor, then my question to you, Asarai, is what are the rest of them going to play? You know, are they going to have that Viper to go along with the Harbor, or is it going to be an Omen? And what about the Duelists? Are we going to see a Chamber, or is it going to be, you know, the Reyna coming out from something again?
Probably.
But then you would need, you know, a secondary Duelist to substantiate that Reyna. You would have Monyet on a probably not Jet, maybe a Raze. What does that look like?
Okay, we are going on to the debate, and I love this. I think like you don't really need to have a secondary Duelist when you have a Harbor, because you set up the Cascade, you throw out the Reyna Eye, the Leer to kind of follow up for an out of nowhere smoke, and again the safety of your High Tide plus the Cascade, or not the Cascade, but the Cove, I feel like is already enough to push into certain sites. There's so many angles on Ascent that, again, Harbor, I feel like, can really dig into that. But again, it's all hypothetical up until we see the, the team
but that's
selection.
why, you know, that's why we have this discussion. I mean, thinking about it, it's really fun to imagine how PaperX comes into this game and how, you know, T1 might have prepared for it, because they have seen PaperX play Ascent against EG before, and that was a pretty good match. Again, like you mentioned, that Harbor is always very effective, and guess what? We're not gonna have it today.
Okay.
You know, one thing we've been seeing from both of these teams right now is that they're dropping entire roles. Once again, here from PaperX, no Sentinel.
Okay, so
I
second on
paid.
That they
Let's
might
go
for an agent like the
no Sova from both the teams. Yeah, that's my.
Gecko, because
that is specific for you boys.
Yeah, the cheaper ultimate six
something on Gecko.
Just
nice one.
You can keep harassing, you know, these players out of the site.
So I guess that's what we're going to be banking on.
Oh, this is gonna be a spicy one. We're gonna go into Ascent, into Italy,
DRX ने
and
jet
see
ना
what
लेकर
these two
मूड दिया
teams
मेटा
have
पे.
to offer. Over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Yes, thank you very much. We continue on our merry way with PaperX trying out new stuff.
It's the best. There is nothing else better than walking into a match with PaperX playing, because you never know what you're going to get. And this time around, really curious. So one thing I noticed in watching T1's Ascent VODs was they don't get like super aggressive towards mid. They're not generally going to be looking for picks. And so one thing I'm really keying in on here for PaperX is the Seize Nade combo with the Fade and the Raze, because you can really catch some players of T1 in some of these choke points on the outer edges of the sites or on the doors of the sites. Mindfreak going to be the one lurking on the Viper this time around. No information given over to T1. They didn't see him. They didn't hear the shots.
Interesting that that's the swap up here. The Devi is going to be going over to that Omen and Mindfreak playing Viper.
That is also interesting. That's a really good point.
There just has to be some form of difference in comfort here as Cam will be spotting out Mindfreak. Side player just around the corner. Ooh, yep, seeing each other now. Given the Sai has already been tagged down to 50, he's going to have to just back away a bit. Still going to be within B main, wants to try to catch somebody here.
एक headshot तो बनता है साया.
There's a line up on the one. Finds it, but he and Xccurate both going to be taken down.
Look at this, already feeding those orbs like Aster I was just talking about, but a good shot from
Garvey comes up with 3!
यार फिर वही Mindfreak यार clutch situation में.
Spike is in hand, market door. Oh, you can see Rossi was trying to peek in underneath that before he got fully shut. Now they're going to have to break their way through. But do they do this one at a time, or do they feel the need to try to go for time here?
30 seconds left.
For now, they're waiting because they're noticing we haven't heard a spike get planted, not even a tap on it. Jiggle out. Now they know that Mindfreak's going to be out in mid. Ball comes up. He's going to rotate his way over towards A.
Going to be able to get the plant down at least, it looks like. Especially with the door. Be closed there. Now they're going to try to come all the way through short A, so could send one up through glass, but I believe that's been broken, so certainly noise is going to be made here to alert Mindfreak to where they're going to go.
Paranoia at the ready.
Yeah.
Flies across and Rossi. That range classic headshot coming in. T1, once again, will take an opening pistol round.
Great timing there with the Paranoia, right as they're getting through the door. Makes it where Mindfreak has to get the first one, try to hide behind Dice, and kind of pray, but they don't even give him the opportunity. Rossi there, good for it. So far, on the pistol round, PaperX not able to find what they're looking for. This is just absolutely freaking disgusting from Carpe. Again,
Nice shot,
those
yeah,
one
classic
taps from
se.
Carpe are a thing to be feared. Now, Saya player with an outlaw. It's a stinger purchase along with the
Finally
Spectre.
an outlaw.
Half armors here for the side of PaperX. They're going for the force buy.
This very well could get some off guard, but that half armor, Saya player going to be in a cozy position with the outlaw. They just situated up here on a heaven. Okay, well, now they're well aware of that weapon. As that first shot not going to be connecting. Monyet moving over towards Tree, finding one before Izu is able to trade it back. Tap under the door, spray coming through. Izu going to be knocked down 51. A Saya player just fishing here. Blind, trying to get a straight connection.
Spike planted.
Meantime, Spike will get planted for PaperX. Still a lot to work with here, though.
Yeah.
Phantom in hand for Ross. Found an immense amount of value, but now Izu going to be taken down as they look to push in around the back side. And in window, Saya player not connecting to the shots. Drop down, Xccurate will find Divide. Pushes out, but he's not ready for something to be behind him at back Gen. Kills found Rossi, the last one standing. Finds one, looks for a little bit more, but cannot hold his ground. PaperX, team that we typically did not see go for these force buys. They bring one out, and they are going to be carrying a Spectre and a Phantom forward into round 3.
Yeah, it catches a lot of people off guard, including T1. Not fully prepared for it, and you're starting to think, well, okay, they've got that outlaw, they've got that gun that could potentially just shut it down, but the opportunity is never there. Already saw an attempt to combo some of the Raze and the Fade utility at the beginning of this round in case somebody was on the left-hand side of A main as they came in towards Switch. Putty there, and Monyet able to find a kill, get them the ability to open up a little bit of space. Here you go. There's that seed. Although that seed landed on the roof.
All of this util for an empty side. Obviously just taking every precaution on the way in, but T1 going for the gamble stack, expecting to find some resistance over towards B. Now we're going to have to try to push their way back into the 5v5.
Here.
Just going to have to see if you can bait PaperX into a bad fight, but the angle being held if they were to come from spawn like they are with Mind Freak, with that Phantom, going to be very, very difficult. Maybe you can find that one tap with Carpe.
He's got the Sheriff. Position reinforced, and it looks like the call is going to be made to just try to gather up, get collected around Tree where the door should still be shut, and then sacrifice to the Spike. Haunt goes out. Well, Carpe did swing back to try to see if he can get any kind of parting gift kill there. Build up towards that Nightfall, but instead will fall. So, 4-man sacrifice. The Spike gods are pleased. PaperX are going to move up 2-1.
Bodies for the Spike god. One thing you got to be concerned about, and why, I think T1 is so keen to make sure that it's a death to the Spike, is because you don't want to funnel these orbs over to PaperX. This is something that plagued them in the AVL, was PaperX just getting both orbs on both sides of the map and really snowballing off of agents like Gecko, like Yoru, to get ults continuously online. I mean, we saw the Forsaken, 5-dimensional drifts in one half, Yoru. So those kind of things you have to be aware of that PaperX will certainly try to take advantage of if they're given the opportunity. Tap on the orb just to see if there's any response. Xccurate, though, still yet to set up that trap wire, considering camera playing way in the back corner for now. PaperX doesn't like that they didn't get any contact there. They're sensing that maybe there's something amiss. They check short, nobody home.
Seems like maybe both spotting each other there in mid with that jiggle peek from Rossi. And something creeping on the corner sends out at least a warning shot there towards Carpe, who's now going to be drifting back away towards the site.
He's got that thrash as well to really break this open, and you can see T1 is giving him a lot of space and a lot of respect because of it. Yeah, you've got the toxic screen as well. Rossi starting to shift over, try to get some help. The utility coming in, the hit is on, and a great spray from Saya.
I mean, just massive wide swing from Monyet. He didn't take it down, side player find the kill, but Carpe now falling means the site is a little bit more opened up, but
Good one,
Rossi
Rossi.
is still here, makes his presence known. Still found up shot, takes him down to 5.
What?
With the Sheriff, be able to finish him off. But fishing here from the buy comes up with 2 quick kills. Izu and Saya both go down.
Spike
Man
planted.
gets the Spike plant. Xccurate now all on his lonesome. Cashless, holding onto the Vandal. He'll just have to back away. Thrash just on the hunt again. See if they can spot him out, but don't think anything's been noted. So Xccurate will be able to just drift away into the nether, hold on to his weapon. PaperX, they're going to be moving up 3-1.
Yeah, and it's a good kind of play off of sort of lack of information here for PaperX. Not really any counter utility thrown their way as they make a play for that first orb. So they feel like maybe something's going to be set up for a trap at the front of that A site. They are going to be able to shift on over. On yet, maybe getting a little too wide. Saya does get that kill, but Rossi trying to do what he can on site, but it's so difficult with something with an operator. Even on the Gecko, doesn't have those escapes, no problem at all for him. Wise switch back over to that Sheriff to get that confirmation on the kill. Follow up off the Paranoia as well. Really nice stuff here from Devi once again. Holding right from the switch. And PaperX.
See you on the other side.
See why they went into this map. Really liked what they were seeing. It was the map that did fall away from T1 when they played Zeta earlier. It's close. It's 13-10, but still, Zeta showing that there are some weaknesses. Carpe trying to use that Sheriff wall pen to find some damage onto the feet of PaperX, but we're now nothing doing. Nobody giving up right there. Positioning. Oh, gonna use the wingman to check.
Wingman trying to go for that stun. Spot one is Rossi, just trying to hold things over from Market. Field comes in, Forsaken, able to find Carpe. Fade v Fade, comes out on top. Site now going to be taken once more here from the side of PaperX. When it comes down. By shifting over, realizing they haven't shut the door, and right before it does, Mind Freak will be able to take out Rossi. Into a position where you can try to die to the spike here. Not impossible for the side of T1. Xccurate will fall. Now it is all on Izu to see if he can deal some damage here. First couple shots. Whip thing does get one, but gun has to be reloaded. He won't be given the time of day to do it. PaperX now 4-1.
Okay, winning the round you should. Relatively convincing fashion. The money starting to accumulate very quick, as well as the ults for PaperX. Nightfall right there, one away from a Viper's Pit. Showstopper in hand for Monyet. So a lot of options now for PaperX and T1. They like to get a little bit aggressive at B main. Sometimes Saya player will try to control that space along with the utility of Carpe. So seeing if they can maybe push out, get some damage done. But PaperX, 4-1 split all the way over on the other side of the map. And here comes that Showstopper towards short.
Clear on the hunt, trap Wire. Wire can't get the catch here, so just gonna send it out. Daze comes across, Dizzy out, Xccurate tucked away, back Jet, it's a falling, it's Divine, just sweeps through like a plague upon their houses.
Oh, come on.
Continues to just rip them to shreds. 3 kills here for Devi. A little bit of spray through, Carpe getting a bit of that damage, but widely, there's nothing else that can be done. T1 again, heavy investment, that Odin, not cheap. They have to just back away.
Well, I guess if you're a T1 fan, the one thing you can hang your hat on is...
this is aggressive.
Oh, this is nuts from Devi.
Guy's like, yo, give me that ace, though. He might just find it. He will! What a read! What an ult! Devi just arriving and says, no. None of you escape me.
Well, never mind. I was going to say something. There are a few things that you can take away for T1 fans about this round, but Devi just wanted that ace so bad. And again, it's huge because the economic damage done is enormous. Just absolutely enormous.
I think the one takeaway that T1 fans want right now is their eyesight, because this is not good to witness. As the timeout will be called, 5-1, PaperX way out ahead, and this is a significantly different pace being set right now.
Yeah, this is when PaperX gets scary. It's when they're starting to feel it, when the speed is there, when Devi starts picking up these huge multi-kills, starting to break things open. The trap wire was nice that it caught the ult and stopped that. That's great, but then the sight hit with the rest of PaperX just isn't able to be held. Maybe getting a little bit distracted, potentially, by that trap wire Showstopper. Maybe a momentary, a pause there to give them some hesitation. Might have cost them a little bit. Xccurate just stuck behind that box. Not much.
अभी नहीं भाई उसमें कोई जिंक्स नहीं होता. 3 बंदे मारे तो एस तो सभी बोलते हैं, ठीक है. आपको पता था वो अल्ट कर देगा ऐसे.
It's not comfortable by any stretch of the imagination. A Divide just sneaks right around, takes him out. Something still with an operator, one away from the Viper's Pit. Yet is Mindfreak. Maybe see if they can make a play for an orb to get that into his hands. This time around, only a Marshal, a Stinger, some Sheriffs, and a Ghost. A lot of work to be done for T1. Thrifty here would feel great. Try to turn this map around, but certainly tough task for any team when PaperX gets rolling to shut it down.
I mean, they know, just because the rounds have been very brutal for them, that operator continues to be carried over. Can constantly be afforded right now. So not looking to give any sight lines over to something.
Waiting for the Odin from Forsaken. That's what I'm waiting for.
I hope that you will be waiting for a very long time.
I don't think we will.
For now, wall, orb dropping. Molly's go. Sighting Sec getting ready to come through. They had the K and the C's out onto Carpe. Wrap around the side. Yeah, just trying to cut him while he's in midair. Rossi will be able to find that kill. Finds himself second and back.
Rossi
over the classic. And Rossi comes up with a 3K.
Okay.
Still, though, just the Stinger in hand. But he's definitely made them think twice about this one as they go inching forward. And Rossi, can he get an ace himself? He's looking for it. Something will deny it. But he's at 29 health. That Marshal, wallbang, anything will do it. But
nahi yaar.
the backside of the box. Saya not ready for the swing. Thought he was sticking it. And Rossi doing his damnedest to try to give them the round to win, to try to get the Thrifty. But something says no.
Oh, heartbreak for T1. This is so well played here on the Xccurate by PaperX. They get the tethers to connect onto two different players, and Monyet is like, oh yes, this should be easy for me to clean up, but Rossi's so good with that Stinger. Rossi was saying his mom is staying up to watch the match tonight, so gave her a little bit of a show there for sure.
Damn good effort. Again, you know, very close in the thrifty attempts here from T1. Now with the buy coming back through, Trapwires just intercepting these Prowlers, information not really being garnered from PaperX. And, I mean, this is the most PaperX thing ever. It looks like they want to push into Rossi, the guy who just nearly aced them, while he's got a Viper's Pit up.
That's because you got Thrash. You got the ability to clear it now. You know where the Cypher setup is. You don't feel comfortable trying to push through it, so why not utilize or just run into it with shorties and try to clear it that way, but playing very, very far back are Rossi and Carpe. But again, with this Thrash there,
Bring them down.
we have a great opportunity here to clear this out. Something going to be making his way through. Let's see if that's what they want to do, if they're just going to maybe use Wingman Dizzy or something like that. But look at all this utility. The Nightfall.
Boombot one way. As Monyet getting detained.
Oh no.
Stuck into the corner. Here Lumber, Rossi. Hit still up, Spike on the floor. Monyet starting to push, but Xccurate shuts him down. Spike does get grabbed. The Dizzy coming through. As the Neural Theft infested, they know where they're at. They know where they're rotating to. And for PaperX, I don't know how you dig yourself out of this one. Trapwire still set up here on A to intercept the approach towards the site. Cyber Cage as well popped. They'll get rid of the one wire, but they have to get onto the site now. Just 12 seconds remaining for them to try to get this Paranoia. Going to be sent down. Isu tagged down to 11, but Xccurate holds the door.
Down A.
That'll be the round taken away. Something just having to hang back and hold on to that operator now.
Not exactly sure
what just happened.
What happened with the friendly fire with the Thrash that got poor Monyet detained, because I love the maneuver that Monyet takes there to get onto the backside of the pit. You know, if the players, you can see Carpe right there kind of having to play in and out of the backside of it.
10 seconds.
If Monyet was able to not be detained there, that could have been a very different round, but just a little bit of a miscalculation there by PaperX.
Right there.
And the right idea, using that Fade utility, using that Boombot, using that Gecko utility to clear that Viper's Pit. It just didn't quite go the way they wanted, and credit to T1 being able to dodge all of that, clearing some space on the site, hoping to maybe get a Trapwire in there as well. And or
not looking to slow down.
Oh my!
Okay, Rossi just running and got it, managing to spray down too. Molly just managed to find him, but Xccurate now holds the door. Divide and Mindfreak both eliminated. And it's just him versus something who's completely and utterly trapped here at Wine. No more util. No nothing, just a Vandal. 3 people to try to get through in this side alone. So he will just back away. See if he's going to reroute or just get tucked away somewhere and try to hold on to this weapon. Still doesn't have a good amount of cash. Taps the spike. And, well, Xccurate does come out hunting. Now he's going to turn his sights back over towards him. That Jiggle Beak not revealing enough. The Haunt certainly helping. As he can't find him. Xccurate with 3. T1 as well. 3 to 6, looking for the run back.
Just phenomenal hold here from Rossi and Xccurate. Looked like it was maybe going to be another Paper-X kind of just sight take, but they're able to hold fast. Paper-X able to try to break through the front of the site. The Dizzy even connected onto Rossi. It's at 10 HP. Gets that done.
Let's go, man.
Catches the teleport.
Come on.
Now, a little bit of wind to the sails for T1, and they are going to force a timeout out of Paper-X. Coach Alex gonna have something to say. Already a pretty good half, all things considered, for Paper-X. I mean, you gotta like finding 6 on your attacker side initially.
Sure.
However, it is Paper-X, and they'd prefer to do the majority of the damage on the attacker side in most maps.
You heard Rossi, just 3 more to go. They want that 6 and 6 is what they have their sights set on. Paper-X now gonna try to disrupt it. So we can bring an end to this one. But right now, I mean, just given the things that we're seeing, the things being put on display from both teams, I'm impartial. I don't care who wins. I just want it to go to 3.
Yeah, please.
Because both teams have looked strong when it comes down to Sunset, and seeing that face-off with the likelihood of Xccurate as well going over to Chamber, that sounds like something that we don't want to miss.
Yeah, it's certainly T1 has to be wanting revenge on that map, you know, from when they faced off against them at the AVL. So certainly I would like to see Sunset, no doubt about it. Mindfreak now finally maybe going to have the opportunity to use that Viper's Pit. Saya.
He's going to get noted there. Has to just dash to exit. Start finding yet. He's trying to get out of there, but as soon as Rossi tries to go for the spray, he's far too late, and Forsaken is far too quick on the reply. Something going to get tagged up there through the wall, but I mean, Forsaken's just killing everyone. Saya player turning his sights back over towards B main, will be able to get the pick off there on a Mindfreak as Xccurate lurking forward now, spots the spike. Brother v brother, but he's got to back away as the paranoia comes in from Devi. He's going to be revealed. He's looking for a little bit more as they try to flush him out. He swings in, takes out his brother, pushes into the smoke, but something will be able to get revenge. Saya player now, last man standing. Something at 44. The knives out. He sends him. The updraft, the wingman going for the plan as they just lurk within the smoke. Something that Saya can do to try to interrupt it. Does he just go for a fishing shot? The swing out there, and something somehow wins the duel.
I just threw my hands up a little bit there because something is just outrageous sometimes.
अरे मुझे फीवर हो रहा है कृतम भाई इसलिए
I
मैंने
mean, Saya's expecting
टीम नहीं
potentially someone to come out from the smoke, and he still gets bested. Whoa, God, that's fast. Yeah, dude. That's how I feel.
And those snappy shots kind of play, that accuracy, that is what got him onto this team. And he's done it Pacific, he's done it on the world stage. He's doing it right now here. Aunt's going forward, cleared on both sides. Saya player on a
फीवर कल हुआ था अभी ठीक हो गया
in B main has the backup.
It's pinged.
Carpe,
They spec.
creeping forward, wants to go for the Prowler. Checks right, they know that he's there. And now they're going to try to spam him out. Mindfreak put in an absolutely unwinnable position. In the meantime, that Nightfall going to be sent over towards A, but it's not going to connect onto anyone. Just falls shy of Xccurate's position there on Heaven. He now drops down. Rossi taking a hell of a lot of damage, taking a paranoia, but he's just staying quiet, tucked in the corner. The man can't see a damn thing. His eyes have been taken from him, and now his life as well. Something will finally find the enemy. Viper Monyet gets Xccurate. As the Thrash goes chasing, spotting them here out in mid. The detain onto one. Carpe locked in position for now, but Izu there to cover.
So much space and time being bought here. The Thrash, the Mosh. So difficult on this retake. Door cleared.
The reveal, Saya Yap just digs, finished off through floor. Over the corner, Devi unable to take out Izu. But time dwindling, and there's still a showstopper on the opposite side. I guess a consolation prize, so they can try to drag that ult out. But they know that they have to just back away.
यार ये लोग मोनिया की अल्ट यूज करवा सकते थे यार, पैसा है इनके पास।
Jordy in hand, Izu holding his ground for a moment, but Forsaken will be able to finish him off, and PaperX now get themselves up to 8.
I mean, they're just so well coordinated when they death ball around the map. I mean, there was one kind of oopsie when the Viper's pit was up earlier, but other than that, so well played there by Forsaken to get that haunt, get the reveal right after that door came crashing down. You knew that the retake had to be attempted relatively soon there, trying to get
देखा टॉप ट्रैक कर रहा है समथिंग अब, जेट मत लिया कर भाई तू, रहने दे।
And maybe the Viper's pit will be used someday. A lot of utility.
हाँ, फैल्कन्स नाम की एक टीम है वो ज्वाइन की, सिंपल है,
Holding that angle.
1 महीने के लोन पे गया है बस।
Man cleared, Saya holding the judge, showstopper sent down, still not going to be found, but Saya player now, dashing forward, still somehow comes away with 2. Tries to keep them in this one and actually does give them the man advantage. Spike still held here, safely in the hands of something for now. Smoke dissipates and Izu ready for it, takes out Mindfreak.
Yeah, so PaperX's utility able to be dodged by T1. They're set up in places where it doesn't really connect. Something looking for Izu, but not giving anything away just yet. Ooh, takes a tag.
Challenging position to be in. Xccurate on the swing. Now he's pretty much identified everybody.
Still plenty of time.
Running the assessment here in his head. Is this winnable? Send process.
I think for this player, absolutely, there's the potential.
Xccurate does get dragged off the angle, but yeah, they have the high-low here on Switch. It will be an 8-4 half. Much like we saw on the first map, but this time flipped on its head. T1 needing to be the team that rallies back in the second half.
Yeah, it's a really good setup in that last round for T1. I mean, Saya got really aggressive there. Just went face first into PaperX, still managed to find another one. But the important thing is his positioning kind of fools PaperX. Again, I think they're expecting somebody to maybe be like Carpe spamming that wall or something like that with where the C's landed. Actually, they were just waiting right outside the door, hoping to close the gate on them, and they did. So 8-4. I don't know. I don't know if it's enough. You know,
so Rossi, you're my rose.
Rossi, you're my rose?
I believe that's what that said.
That's adorable. Devi, you're my daisy. I'm not good with flower names, but...
That is, I can confirm that is a flower. Excellent work.
I did it, guys.
You don't have too many flowers where you come from. It's usually just frigid with 10 feet of snow on the ground.
Nah, that's kind of true. It is a barren wasteland as Wisconsin.
Same could be said for New Jersey. Anyway, let's go into the second half. PaperX now shifting over onto the defense. T1 needing this attack to be absolutely monstrous.
Curious to see exactly how they're going to play this. With something in middle, I want to know if that's like the PaperX sort of MO, that he's just going to, even not on a duelist, kind of be in charge of that area of the map. Often, you know,
अच्छा मेरा वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। हेलो क्रिप्टो गॉड। युग भाई कुछ बोल के नहीं रहे, थोड़ा कम बोल रहा हूँ बस, तबीयत खराब है थोड़ी सी इसलिए।
Early on, just with a ghost, of course, it's just a pistol, but something to kind of keep your eyes on, I think, as this map progresses, is the positioning of something, the way that he's going to be playing off duelist on Ascent. On yet, Mindfreak thinking about trying, but they're getting backed off.
Yeah, I mean, their attention right now being so very split. Divine looking to just try to hold the door, but there's just too many players coming out of the smoke. Ends up falling. Rotation now coming through. Is Xccurate going to be able to find one? Forsaken. We'll get Rossi, but suddenly it's just Mindfreak, and now he's gone. Xccurate cleaning them up. T1 maintaining a lead in pistol rounds, now 3-1 in that regard.
Yeah, I mean, they've won both pistols. Last time, of course, you know, PaperX went for the force buy, the Stingers and a Spectre, and this time around, though, not feeling like going to fool T1 just again, but maybe you can use that against your opponent here, because T1 is likely to be a little bit more cautious than maybe normal on this round, right? It's got to be in the back of your mind that last time there was that force buy, So let's work the map a little bit. See if PaperX can use that to their advantage. Maybe they can do things like take a little bit of space, find kind of some off angles that maybe T1 isn't expecting.
कैसे हो रहा है इसमें?
And he wins it with a classic.
मतलब?
Okay. Opening kill.
Right there.
Found there from Monyet, down to 1 HP, mind you. Weapon not recovered. Worry about it being watched by somebody else on T1. They don't push forward, so that is not going to be in their hands as they look to go for this retake. But somehow, some way, PaperX do have a man advantage. Decent amount of util. Everyone's pushing around, but this Cypher Cam here from Xccurate should be able to spot them all.
Monyet, 1 HP. Any damage done, he's out of the round, but you never know. It's PaperX, man.
Cam cleared. Carpe trying to fish for something there with the Guardian. As Wingman goes rushing forward, that's going to be the mark coming through. Okay, needing to expire. Push into the corner, and something just wide swinging around. Saya player finds the kills. Oh, while the round's still unlikely to go their way as I say that. Oh my god, Xccurate 20 HP. Mindfreak, full health. To push in and gets him. How do they do this? Against all odds and expectations. They have no firepower coming into the round.
Thrifty.
It's not. It's just almost unfair.
Thrifty doesn't do that justice. We need to invent a new term.
No one will remember.
There's a rags to riches round.
How does he win the fight? That's what I want to know. He's out in the open with an orb. It's unreal. The upgrade for Mindfreak, and I mean, there's a ton of information given over to T1 too. The cam was checked in B main, so that had to be cleared. They know where they're coming from. They just find ways to get there because they're not afraid.
Damn, I mean, PaperX, they're like, yo, buy our capsule, damn it. Look what you can do with this thing. It might just be
this classic built different.
Here.
You too can go for outrageous aggressive orb grabs that should never work and get a kill.
Something now fishing. Man to lead the way. Daze has come through. They're looking for the push. They're looking to overwhelm. He's trying to find Saya player. A little bit too unpredictable there with the movement as Monyet now going to be a little bit of a rough spot. And he'll be able to dome him with that Sheriff. The swing out, nice, splitting his attention between two targets. Ends up falling, but now the Odin has arrived here in heaven. Caught with util in hand. Xccurate wins the brother battle. As Mindfreak makes his presence aware before the neural theft can go off. Plan coming in. Sheriff in hand. Mindfreak again versus Xccurate. Can he manage to win it out? He's just dancing around. Tries to flush him out in the open. Snake bite coming through, and it's a damn good effort from
Mindfreak 2, Xccurate 0.
Get the win. Mindfreak can get the defuse, can recover the Odin, and PaperX can get up to 10.
It almost works. I love the tempo change here from T1. The fast short hit, get Saya in deep, cause confusion. A great snake bite for Day Main. To clear out some players, make those Sheriff wallbangs that much more effective to get rid of Devi and Monyet. I told you the Odin was coming.
It was indeed.
He did something a little goofy there where he thought he had time standing out in the open to go for the Prowler, but you know what? Whatever. It's for sake
Hello,
of
Arshit. Welcome to the
I don't
stream.
question it. It's his brother. He has to know that maybe his brother's more likely to back off there or something and that he might be able to get away with it.
T1 now. Mountain is getting taller and taller that they need to climb. And you can see PaperX, they still really want to push the tempo here. Paranoia just completely shoves Xccurate away from this B lobby. The rest of PaperX can now anticipate that this hit is going to happen here on the A site. Monyet very far forward, judge in hand. The Paranoia getting ready to crash in, and it does.
Oh
Prowler does not check right. He inches up, sees one at range. The vulnerable helping to take him down. It's going to be Mindfreak and Forsaken collecting the kills. Mindfreak now with 3 in the round. Spike stranded, and Xccurate with everything to do.
PaperX saw that wall on split that Xccurate used. I said, we too have cheeky walls that you don't quite expect that you can hide players in. Both Prowlers completely missing. Monyet there.
Leave the spike.
And he's able to do a lot of extra damage, cause some extra confusion to T1. Yeah, he doesn't get any kills, doesn't matter. It made it so unassailable for T1, and Xccurate has to try to save. The only one with any cash to speak of, really, for T1. They're going to try to get rid of it. Devi's going to be good for it. Yeah, no problem.
11 now here, Paper-X. And what just dominant showing here. After the closest on split, the multiple overtimes coming through, with T1's map pick being Ascent, we were expecting this to, maybe continue being that back and forth, if not, a T1 runaway. But right now, this is very much just out of their hands.
Good defense.
Yeah, it is good defense. You're right. One thing I find really intriguing to watch, the way that people just completely disrespect snake bites these days. Like, they just walk right through them, vulnerable be damned. Just send it in, but I mean...
Both are crying somewhere. For all the Viper disrespect.
I mean, at least there was a Yoru played earlier today for Lothar.
True.
We got that going.
True.
He'll probably be co-streaming the next match, right? At the very least. He might be co-streaming this one too, I'm not sure, but...
Could very well be. But, I mean, everything right now is resting on this timeout from T1. It's the second one invested. And, I mean, 6-round deficit to try to claw back on the attacking side. Yeah. Not a good spot.
It's not easy. It's really challenging against this Paper-X team. Now you've got a Nightfall to back up this Odin. Make matters worse, Forsaken has an extra piece of utility that he can use to spot you and try to get that Odin spammed down. Mindfreak has his ult over on the B side. They're leaving him all alone. They've got 4 players over on A, 2 in short. Dizzy going to be sent up and over. Try and buy Paper-X the ability to, again, cover these orbs, feed them into... Yeah, okay, he's okay. It's fine this time.
Stays alive. Something, though, has not spotted.
Hello, Cosmic Burrito. Welcome to the stream.
He's gotten here towards stairs and mid, completely unnoted, and now I think his presence very much known. Quick headshot, I think it's taken down. Spam damage coming out, though. Looking down to 56. Dash expiring. The rest of the team getting corralled up here in A main.
Here.
And only 1 kill, Monyet gets his showstopper. So if he gets 1 in here, this hit could turn really sideways really fast for T1.
Call coming in as that C's connects in towards Wine. Rotations now starting. Mindfreak going to be the only one who's really lingering back. Side player going to be spotted by the Boombot over in tree. Prowler's chasing forward into the smoke as Divide tries to hold backside. Quick headshot comes in. Easy going to be taken down. Forsaken dropping off the top of heaven with the Odin in hand. Comes up with 4. And I need to see a replay of it. Because good God, I think Forsaken just outlock you with an Odin here.
Yeah. That C's lineup was from forever away from Forsaken. And this is something that makes Paper-X really special, is that players like Forsaken and the others spend a lot of time just screwing around in maps. And when I say that, I mean they go in there and they just see what they can get away with lineups. How far can we launch stuff? Where can we launch stuff from? They're so technical. You think about Paper-X as this fast, explosive team, but they spend a lot of time learning tech, practicing abilities, and how they can interact with the map and with themselves. So stuff like that, it's just incredible. Incredible the way that they work things. Well, now it is going to be Mindfreak using his Viper's Pit. A little bit different, a little bit further back than we saw from T1 when they invested theirs on the B side. But a camera not going to be able to see much as it's right outside of his. Trap wire just in case there's a lurk being set up from the Viper's Pit itself. But as of right now,
thank you, one step forward.
Absorb a little bit of the early aggression and see if they can punish. The weaponry is just not the best for T1.
No, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen Saya play with a Bucky in his hand.
Not that I remember.
It's always a rifle or, a Marshall or something like that. Very different looks here. Also has the knife to back it up. Spray coming down. Mark gets something. Again, just eating a little bit of that snake bite, trying to creep up in towards the smoke. Prowler does spot him, though, and Saya player swinging around the backhand side. Might have a massive opportunity to upgrade his weapon, and he does, but he's not going to go for it. Princess Sight's back. They know that they still need to break this open. They know that there's still going to be players for Paper-X situated here on A. Showstopper, however, coming through. Sends it up towards heaven. It's not going to be able to find the kill. Xccurate strikes. Saya player pushing it. Managing to find Divide. Time dwindling. Forsaken swings his way back over and cannot study the aim. Mizu will take him down. Mindfreak will hightail it. The series is not over yet.
Well, this is a really nice round for T1. Potentially too little,
Medicine
too late
liya, ha liya.
they're able to slip the net. Saya player sneaks through, knowing that we've been seeing something play that tree position, that short A position quite often. And when they catch sight of him over in mid, they're like, ooh, there's a little bit of an opening that we can potentially utilize. Let's see if they remember to plug that hole. They didn't, and that really breaks the round open for T1. Monyet just not able to find that showstopper angle either. I think if he kind of could have that one back, he might turn his attention towards the door where the switch is instead of towards heaven, but you know, just a reaction play there. That jet's coming in, the blades are out, you know that's a threat, and you want to try to shut it down.
Well, around one, and with the economy worked low here for the side of Paper-Rex. We'll see what they're going to be able to piece together. Still have a couple of bolts to try to work with, but yeah, I mean, really good. Just getting Xia player into that deep lurk position, completely unscouted, set up for the Prowler to identify something's position. Allows them to really find that opening kill.
Exactly.
But now they need to do that 6 more times to give us overtime again.
Easy, no problem.
Up on top of the box, Monyet spotting.
Hit.
Oh, puts him low and something gets the headshot and range to just go ahead and finish the job. Paranoia is well expended by Izu.
It's just these little plays that they set up that
There.
are so well coordinated, so well executed. Their aim's so good. Monyet gets the first, and something's right there to back him up with the Sheriff. Try to spam it down. Even though that, oh.
Yeah, I'm seeing him. I think he's more than satisfied just to go ahead and put that shot on the Ross's shoulder. As the Thrash goes on a bit of a scouting mission in towards B main. Nothing spotted, brings it back, recovers it. Have that up as Paper-Rex just pulling back, getting ready for the attack to come in here onto A.
Out of utility to delay.
Where are you?
Paper-Rex. On
over the
Forsaken, yeah.
Rossi revealed, Carpe as well. Just no ambiguity about it. Says, yes, I'm here. Here's a Prowler. Please don't chase me. They're going to back away, and that's going to be them now drifting back towards this B site.
That's got the Thrash out again.
30 seconds left.
So that's going to be lost for the rest of this round. T1 here.
But it also tells them everything that they need to know.
Yep.
It's either A main or it's B. And are they actually starting to think that this is going to be A? It doesn't matter. Able to find two before getting taken down. On Jet with the Marshall, missing the opening shot. Time dwindling. Spike here in the hands of Izu. Spots one. Can't get the shot in. Spike going to be planted. T1
planted.
with a hope, with a dream. 2v4, but now it's just Izu all on his lonesome. Swings out, the spam coming through the smoke, trying to scout him out, finds one, but cannot.
Gen.G DRX अभी हो रहा है.
He will get the finish, the defuse can come in, and that is going to be Paper-Rex shutting down T1 on their map pick of Ascent and moving forward 2-0.
And now Paper-Rex find themselves once again making their way to an international event. On to Madrid they will go to represent Pacific. Still some work to be done to see if they can claim a title, their second in a row in VCT Pacific, but certainly looking unbelievably strong on Ascent there, and you can see the heartbreak here for T1. Izu, just such a valiant effort on Split. They gave it everything they had. They made that triple duelist almost not work. It was so close.
Yeah. A loss like that against a comp that so many other teams would stray away from, would say no.
Oh, भाई Izu तो रो दिया बे.
A loss like that, seemingly having shattered T1, but I mean, you can see what it means to them. It's brutal. But I mean, all things considered, still an incredible beginning to the year here for T1. Making a very significant run back, having an incredible, one of the just most entertaining maps of Valorant that I've gotten to cast.
Yeah.
In that opener there on Split. While the emotions for now, they sting. I hope that in the end they'll be able to hold their heads high and look forward towards stage one, come back even stronger.
I mean, you have to look at this T1 squad and have a lot of hope and a lot of confidence that they are going to bounce back in the next stage. Like, there is a lot of really good things happening on this team, a lot of good things in place, and it is no small task to try to take down Paper-Rex, and many have tried, few have succeeded. It is so difficult, and with Monyet on this squad as well, I mean, we know what he's capable of. We saw it on GE, we're seeing it here again with Paper-Rex. it's a different style, it's a different flair to PaperX this year, Kilios. We're not seeing sort of that off the rail, sort of blast packing in your face, just going crazy, but it still has a similar tone. It still has a similar flavor.
अरे बाप रे यार बहुत रोया बे फर्स्ट मैप खेला भी बहुत अच्छा था यार
Sportsmanship first, motion second. But for PaperX, I mean, again, another grand final, another international event on the horizon, but still another series to be played through with some limited time for preparation because they don't know yet who their opponent's going to be.
That's true. Really interested for that next match. DRX versus Gen.G. Korean powerhouses going to be squaring off in what I think will be a very, very close series. I think that's going to be an intense battle with some of those rookies.
चलो भाई मैं एक बार
That's
ना
an
उधर
exciting
जाके आता हूँ
storyline, but it's just hard to think that it'll be any.
मैं 10 मिनट में आया
some
वहाँ
ways
से
than the old
क्या बोलते
RX
हैं
Classic. It
Reference
just
लेके
feels
आया
like we're just
मेडिकल
destined
स्टोर
to have another go, but I don't know. I mean, Gen.G looks great.
इधर
They
चालू
do. Who
स्ट्रीम
knows
अगर
what's going to happen with that one? That's
लोग ये
for
देख
a
सकते हो
future
वीडियो
matchup that'll be coming
एनालिस्ट
up
वगैरह
later. But for
बोलेंगे
now, we
मैं
have
आया
the
10
entirety of PaperX standing by for the winner's interview.
Make way, T1 versus PRX. The winner of the first
अरे
ticket
भाई
match goes to PRX. Congratulations,
ड्यूटी आ गई फिर
everyone.
से
I mean, it was a fast match today. 3 duelists and then no sentinels. It was crazy to see those comms. So, what were you thinking to come up with those compositions, and what makes you think it's worth the risk? 저희가 이제 PRX가 우승을 하면서 마드리드로 가는 첫 번째 티켓을 거머쥐게 됐습니다. 근데 여기서 또 물어볼게요. 정말 요원 조합이 특이했습니다. 어떻게 3 타격대 그리고 센티넬 없이 이렇게 맵을 진행하게 됐는데 이런 요원 조합을 어떻게 생각하게 됐고 이게 리스크가 좀 큰 조합일 수도 있는데 어떻게 견뎌냈는지 물어보겠습니다.
I think for the I think we changed like 1 week ago, I think, or maybe 2 weeks ago.
1 week ago you decided?
Yeah, I think all of my teammates just feels like Yoru is a good idea on that map because people run Cypher most of the time, right, on that map. So we use the decoy to break the trip and stuff. So yeah, we're just trying in scrims and it's working. So
brave.
yeah, we just roll with it, you know. So yeah.
Okay. 네, 사실 1, 2주 전에 정해진 요원 조합이라고 하는데요. 요루를 써보면 어떨까라는 아이디어를 팀원에서 냈고 연습을 해낸 결과 정말 이번 게임에서 잘 보여준 것 같다고 말했습니다. Thanks to Bye for the interview. And then let's go to something. Congrats again, something. I want to ask you, when you sense your team's win, what and who popped in your mind right away? Can you tell me about the story? 딱 이기기 전에 어떤 생각이 들었고 혹시 누가 떠오른 사람은 있는지 something 선수에게 물어보겠습니다.
Actually, after first map, I have no thoughts about the game because after first map I'm a bit nervous. I don't know why, and yeah, just no thoughts, just play our game and hope we will win. And yeah, we win.
Also, you're so focused on the play, you didn't think of anything. Okay. 사실 첫 번째 맵에서 이겼을 때도 너무 집중했기 때문에 아무것도 떠올리지 않았다고 말을 했네요. 정말 아주 집중력이 이제 PRX의 무기가 아닌가 싶은 또 답변을 들었는데요. The next pass. Yes. For Monyet, were there any barriers you needed to handle before coming into the playoffs? Any hardships you need to handle?
Sorry?
Were there any difficulties you needed to handle before coming into the playoffs? 플레이오프에 들어오기 전에 어떤 어려움이 있었는지 오늘 순서에게 물어보겠습니다.
On the playoff.
Yes.
I
for
think
this match.
it's a bit hard for me because I was struggling for both games, but I don't want to make my teammate like making a hard job, you know. So I just like cheer for them, help them together, comms for them. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Good job. 별다른 큰 어려움은 없었고 오히려 팀 전체를 이끌고 응원을 해는 역할을 했다고 말했습니다. Thank you, Onion. And now to Forsaken. What would be your team's greatest strength that caused your win today? And anything to say to the fans or anyone watching, especially your family?
For all of the fans and for my family, for my girlfriend, everything, thank you so much for watching us. And we're really excited to show what we can do in Matrexx later. I hope you guys still keep supporting us all the time. until we can bring the trophy for this specific, and I hope we can bring the trophy for Madrid as well. Thank you.
Oh, nice. 어떻게 그 팀의 강력한 이김의 요인은 무엇이고 또 감사할 사람이 있냐고 물어봤더니요. 가족들 그리고 여자친구 그리고 함께해준 팬분들께 정말 고마움을 전했고 마드리드에 가서도 트로피를 딸 수 있도록 열심히 노력하겠다고 마음을 전했습니다. Okay, next to Mindfreak, I have a question. Being a winner of the last year's Pacific, were there any growth or change you personally experienced?
Sorry, what again?
Being the winner of last year's Pacific, were there any growth or experience you learned from today's? 또 작년에 퍼시픽 우승을 했으니까 이번 경기에 또 성장한 거나 배운 것이 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
I think mentally we are stronger because like we pull a comeback against DRX from 2-0 to 3-2. So I think we learned a lot actually from them, and it helps like our deep run in champions in LA last year. So yeah.
네, 작년과 비교했을 때 또 DRX와의 결투와 비교했을 때 정말 더 단단해진 것 같고 또 LA 때의 기억을 되살려서 저희가 좀 더 견고한 팀이 된 것 같다고 말했습니다. And the last question goes to Coach Alex. You waited for a while, and I wanted to ask, were there any pros and cons throughout the kickoff? What do you think about your team, and any message you want to send your team?
I mean, for other teams, I think everyone has improved. You can see today that we had a really hard game, and I think we ourselves have stuff to work on. It's good that we have more games that we can see. You know, I think our split comm needs a bit of work, but very happy to play it. Pros and cons of the format?
Yeah, of the whole tournament, how was it? The
I mean,
weakness,
it's not really finished yet, so maybe this review is better after the finals. Thank you.
Thank you. 저희가 아직 끝나지 않았기 때문에 전체적으로 장단점은 말할 수 없지만 모두 최선을 다했습니다. 하지만 스플릿 요원조합 같은 경우는 조금 더 손볼 때가 있다고 말했고요. 정말 좋은 게임이었다고 답해 주었습니다. And Alex, I have one little fun question for you. I mean, I heard that you eat a lot during the tournament. So, what are you eating so much?
I'm trying not to do that anymore, but yeah, I tend to just like grab a lot of snacks.
Yeah.
And I think my favorite one in Korea is this biscuit with apple jam inside.
Oh!
Yeah, I can't find it here, so I haven't been eating, but I think if it appears in front of me, I'll finish everything.
Does that help you boost the team?
I get less angry.
Okay, nice. 네, 또 알렉스 코치한테 또 게임 중에 되게 군것질을 많이 한다고 들었는데 어떤 걸 그렇게 먹냐요? 했더니 한국에서 그 안에 잼이 들어간 그 조그만 과자가 그렇게 맛있다고 또 그거 덕분에 또 팀원들한테 덜 화내게 된다는 답변을 들었습니다. Okay, congratulations PRX. We are going to see you again for tomorrow. And thank you again. 네, 지금까지 PRX 선수들과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 이제 마드리드의 티켓을 가져갔지만 아직 끝나지 않았습니다. 마스터스 가기 전에도 파이널스까지 남았기 때문에 끝까지 최선을 다해주시기 바랍니다. Although they got the ticket for the Madrid, they still need to go to the finals before it, so we'll see what they'll do. And best of luck for all the players. Back to the desk. PaperX is like a box of chocolates when it comes to their agent comps. You never know what you're gonna get. And I can confirm, I think we can confirm this last year during Pacific. Coach Alex and the PaperX team really eat all those little apple jam snacks. They provide it for all the talents, and on certain days they just be completely gone. And now I know exactly why. It's Alex and the team eating all of it. Now, Dubai is the sole representation for Malaysia, making them proud, doing fantastic things for the country. So great job. But he did mention just now that they only started their split comp 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
they're crazy triple duelists.
True, but I think like compared to any other team, it's PaperX. I feel like they play at such high of a level and so varied that picking up a comp like this is much easier for them to adjust to than any other team out there, at least.
Yeah, they're very familiar with flexing around. That's what PaperX does. I mean, that's the best thing about this team, too, and we see it very much so on this ascent. I mean, what more is there to say? Although there were a lot of first kills coming in from T1, PaperX is a team that is constantly evolving. They're always reviewing their bots. They're always trying new things. And this Gecko fade was like something that we haven't really seen before. We might have seen the fade before, but not in combination with the Gecko. And the way that they cycle through their utility, Asura, you had a point. It looks amazing.
Yeah, I dubbed it as the Zoo Comp because they can check so many corners, which I think you feel like T1 kind of pockets themselves pretty well, but because of how many things they can use to check corners, to punish corners with a mosh pit from the Gecko, and obviously once something got continual kills and everything, securing those orbs as well, his Thrash was pretty much online for a good chunk of that, so you saw how T1 had to really adapt to things, which they really couldn't, and that's kind of interesting because I think this is the first time that we're also seeing anyone else except for Carpe bring out the Fade too, because I believe this is again, the only other team that has utilized the Initiator.
Yeah, that's what Carpe likes to go for. The Nightfall, very effective. But, you know, against PaperX, it just didn't quite work out the same way. I recall very distinctly round 10. It was after Autumn called a timeout, and Rossi tried to make his play, like you mentioned, Asura, trying to hide himself inside a corner. He had a Poison Cloud outside of A main, and he was tucked very neatly. Even had a Tripwire from Xccurate to support him. But as soon as PaperX makes contact on the site, first of all, Prowler hits him. Second of all, there's a Dizzy up in the air. It's the very same thing that PaperX does when they play that Sky plus Reyna. You know, there's a Leer, and after the Leer expires, the Sky Flash comes out. So you're always blinded. It's very tough to play against a team that's so tactical and aggressive at the same time.
Sorry, I just wanted to add an extra here for Forsaken. You know how Forsaken's really good with the Odin? Add that.
Is he? Is he now?
He did it last game. All right,
he's fantastic at the Odin.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
phenomenal.
You add that with the Fate utility, most especially the Nightfall. You saw how he just got so many kills because T1 just couldn't figure out where is this Odin shot coming from.
Quad kill, yeah.
I mean, I think we can say that PaperX, we saw this on Reddit, PaperX isn't cooking, it's a whole catering service, and Alex is the master chef. Saw that comment was brilliant. Now we're looking at the tournament tree. PaperX moves on to the grand finals against DRX or Gen.G. I think this playoff is going to be rather special for Coach Alex. In his interview, he mentioned some of his heroes, which includes Coach Termi and Coach Solo, who are the coaches of the teams coming up in the next match.
I mean, like, can you imagine playing against, you know, some of your heroes like this? I mean, you're a coach, but yeah, it's still a duel between the coaches. It's very fun, very interesting, and for me, it's just the most hype thing is we always have that, you know, teaser video where PaperX is up on top of the truck. They're staring down at DRX. This is possibly going to happen again.
Yeah, they still can't take it easy, though, for PaperX here because they want to get that first seed coming into Madrid because of all the bonus stuff you can get there, the +3 points, the top seed as well. So, again, very important for PaperX.
All right, well, we are going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to see the last match of today. Don't go away.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Yo, a good shot to get life to the sheep. Fleece nice, nice underneath. Got a price on the lease. The IG for DRX.
Going up and in, the flash is there, and he's got two. Buzz is still going.
Believe that I'm blessed. Got a speed to the left.
적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 에이스. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 클럽. 적군이 한 명 남았습니다. 클럽.
Commas and zeros, you know I need those. I need the root of all evil, fruit is forbidden. Treating knowledge made the filthiest dollars we spending on Eve. Out of my please, out of my please. Confidence 8 feet tall, all of my business can't see yours. Got on my side, I can't see flaws. Got a chauffeur, don't slam my doors. Speed it up, speed it up, speed it up. Yeah, I done seen enough, seen enough, seen enough. Yeah, I done seen enough.
यार नहीं आते भाई नहीं आते
이제 매치 포인트.
Hello Yash Panchal, welcome to the stream.
좋아, 가자.
젠지 스포츠가 오늘의 기나기었던 경기에서 승리를 가져갑니다.
경기 아직 안 끝났습니다, 젠지.
region. But we were talking about this earlier. Coach Alex has been really excited in particular to be amongst this Korean derby here because a lot of his heroes are the coaches of the upcoming teams DRX and Gen.G. Now, the Giants of Korean Valorant, DRX, faced off against PaperX in the grand finals last year, and it was a bit of an upset. PaperX was definitely on the up and up, and DRX was like a little bit shaky, still winning, but you know, we saw a lot more cracks start to happen. But even then, in the finals last year, we were surprised a bit by the PaperX win.
Very much so. I mean, again, the whole thing started off with DRX, really great, really strong start, 2-0, and then the reverse sweep from PaperX, right? And that's the whole thing, the whole story. Again, interesting.
This year,
yeah,
it's different.
No, maybe. I mean, again, DRX just having their group stage, going in with 2-0s all throughout. PaperX now coming in, they've already made it through.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, yes. I mean, they're just really good at Valorant. So after we actually counted the days last week, it was like 608 days last week, so it's 600 plus days. DRX has not changed their roster until...
The flashback.
Till now. This is the first time. They added Foxy and 9 in last year. They finally settled on their 5-man roster. And now with flashback, again, we've seen I would say a completely different change, but at least a rejuvenation of DRX.
Yeah, again, I did mention this. I think a couple of days ago we were at the desk where I think it was important for DRX to make sure that they just have the 5-man roster for now so that they can focus on these core 5 components that doesn't have to be put in and put out, or substitute out, just to make sure that they have a more solid understanding of how to play with each other. And it really does goes to show with the impact that we've seen with both the newcomers Flashback, and I say newcomer with Foxy 9 because again, he just joined last year.
Yeah, you can already see, I mean,
Texture.
Foxy 9, we saw him last year, very effective still. And it just gives DRX that more, a little bit more flexibility. I feel like the DRX philosophy is still very much centered in the team, so they always play with this structure. But with the new guys, you know, sometimes they can go off on the hunt a little bit more. Whereas for Gen.G, they've got newcomers too. You got the newcomer in the form of Karon, who has been nailing some incredibly accurate shots. Now, how that helps the team might be a whole different story given his role. But the other thing is still just this contrast between some of the guys, because Texture coming in now, he has been a really consistent duelist, maybe except for yesterday, but everyone kind of steps up.
Yeah, but you know what? Let's talk about yesterday, in fact. Texture was a little down yesterday, and they even talked about it in the interview, and what ended up happening, he communicated this to his team. Again, this is little different than what we know of the Korean Valorant culture, where it's very top-bottom. Here, it's very, you know, very open communication, so Texture was sharing that he was feeling down. The rest of his team, he told them, like, please help step up, and I promise I will win this particular Icebox match, and then they did.
Yeah.
That's why they're here today.
I mean, again, I say this with like the nicest of words. Dude said he was down, but he was still hitting some insane shots. What would happen if Gen.G was in top form, right?
Yeah. He is that crazy duelist for the team, you know, sometimes on the Jett, sometimes on the Raze, of course offing. A little bit different from Saya player, more explosive, but still the way that they made it through here, very stark contrast, right? DRX 2-0s all throughout, Gen.G having to play so many matches because they were in a group with PaperX.
Yeah, that was so unfortunate for them, and they put up a really good fight against PaperX, better than T1 just now, to be honest. It was a 2-1 against PaperX, and then they had to fight through that lower bracket, revealing 14 games. And that is so much information to give to DRX, just handing it over on a plate.
That's the scariest thing. However, you know, Coach Solo and Lakia have, you know, some experience with DRX, so maybe they can use some of that history, some of that experience to cook up something new just for this matchup, just for playoffs, because if you don't, well, that goes along with your chances of getting to Masters Madrid. So, I mean, that's the whole question right now. Does Gen.G still have some juice left in the tank?
Hello, Dad, buddy. Welcome to the stream.
That is definitely the question for Gen.G. I mean, they look so good right now, but at the same time, I wonder if they can take down DRX. DRX still has their core team there, and even if they don't change very much from last year,
hybrid, welcome to the stream.
Good team. Gen.G's evolution, I think we're really going to see their Final Four maybe later in the season. Now, we have to talk about these two key players. One of them is Flashback. We're looking at this radar chart here, and this guy, I mean, I've heard some whispers of him being the second coming of Mako in Sentinel form.
Sorry, I just made a face too.
Yeah, that is a that's a very good description, I think, of how Flashback is. Dude is not really, how do you say this, explosive in the way that his plays are flashy, but he's always there at the right place at the right time. He's only played for DRX a total of, and this is like with his KJ Cypher, a total of like 29 maps, and he has gotten so many highlights. So this player, excuse me, I keep saying dude, is definite, I think, like crowd favorite as well as rising star in the making. Just considering how short his resume has been as a player.
So far, I mean, yeah, we haven't really seen too much from DRX, but like what Asturai is saying, this Pentagon is basically almost full.
Yeah.
So that's a pretty intimidating thing to go up against, because DRX, again, still with that very classic kind of structure. Flashback coming in just adds a whole lot more firepower to this, and you know, he's a lot more motivated coming in as a new guy. He's able to, you know, strike out on this Sentinel role, and I think that's one of the bigger things too, because this is not a very simple or easy role to perform. You have to have insane pinpoint accuracy in order to stop, you know, enemy duelists from just rushing against you. And he has shown that he is capable of doing such things, and especially working along with the rest of the team. You know, when the way DRX comes in on an attacking composition, they often get themselves into really deep positions, wait for the execute, and then come in. Flashback is always there to watch their backs.
Now, a lot of people love to hype up Buzz, but sorry. Texture, yes,
yeah,
texture. You knew exactly what I'm talking about. Texture, but Meteor has been phenomenal as well. Over
Hello, Thursday.
I keep thinking it was yesterday. Time has passed so quickly.
Yeah.
It was on Thursday. Meteor really stepped up, and he almost gets perfect marks as well.
Absolutely. Again, it was very alarming, or not alarming, but like unexpected that he had to give up his role as that primary duelist, right, when Gen.G did that restructure, and he had to adjust it to the role of the lurker, the KJ/Cypher, but he has been doing so well with this. He was able to deal so much damage on Lotus against Forsaken and the rest of PaperRex.
Gen.G DRX
He's still able to create that tempo, much so like Flashback. So this kind of comparison between the two is going to be very, very important. Imagine this, that you have such a long-standing player like Meteor that's only starting to adjust on the Sentinel role, and he's going against a Sentinel specialist that's still new to the Valorant, you know, the VCT scene in general.
Yeah, right. I mean, this guy, you know, we're talking about him. We saw how he played against Xccurate, kind of really helped bailed his team out of that match against Team Xccurate, who were really incredibly sharp yesterday. And at the same time, just the way that kind of they operate together. You're talking about the experience that Meteor has in contrast to, you know, the rookie coming in the form of
the raw
Flashback.
power. Yeah.
So
Last to PRX जीत गई.
makes you wonder how that's going to play out between the two teams. And I feel that it also comes in a form of the coaches a little bit as well, because Solo and Termi, you know, they're old friends, they're veterans of this whole scene, and they've been on teams together before. How much can Gen.G really prepare for this matchup today? Because again, DRX has so much tape to study on. Termi might just have laid out traps for Solo in this entire game. I feel like the map pick is going to be really important, but the structure, the positioning of the whole team is going to be really important. Can Gen.G, you know, come up with some of these counter strats, some of these like counter defenses against DRX's executes? That has to be the whole condition here.
Yeah, or are they just going to go for the same, you know, formula that Gen.G has been known for? Meteor lurks, texture go kill, and then see what happens after that.
Well, at the moment in the head-to-heads,
नोटिफिकेशन नहीं आ रही क्या? तभी आजकल वॉचिंग और रेस्पॉन्स इतना कम हो गया है।
I mean, out of the three Korean teams. Gen.G
अभी मेरे को आज फीवर हो रहा है तो इसलिए मैं देखता हूँ 1-2 दिन में वापस अपन ये वॉच पार्टी हो जाए ना उसके बाद वापस अपन ट्राई करेंगे वॉच पार्टी में उतनी वॉचिंग नहीं आ रही यार
Pacific, but now with this brand new Gen.G, I think you're right, Quack. I'm really curious how the coach is going to respond to Termi, and I think it can go, you know, both ways because they know each other so well. I really can't wait for the coach interview and see. I don't know what the tension will be like. We saw Warbirds and Carlisle.
I don't think they're gonna hug.
They're not gonna hug.
Koreans don't hug.
Yeah, they do. Maybe they don't hug you.
Okay.
कल भी हाँ इसीलिए कल स्ट्रीम नहीं की थी फीवर हो रहा था
But I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, we are going to talk to the coaches and see, like maybe Kyungmin can help ask if Koreans in fact do hug. Over to the coaches.
플레이오프의 두 번째 경기가 시작됐습니다. 단 한 팀만이 마드리드의 티켓을 가져갈 수 있게 됩니다. Playoff's second match has been started. Only one team can take a ticket to Pacific. Two Madrids. I have two best coaches beside me. 안녕하세요. Okay, starting with Coach Termi. I want to ask you, did you expect Gen.G to come up in the play-ins and to see right here in this stage? 아니 이제 젠지가 정말 어제 힘겨운 결투를 하고 올라왔는데 이렇게 젠지를 딱 여기에서 마주칠지 예상을 하셨을까요?
왠지 좀 만날 것 같은 느낌이 있었고요. 사실 젠지만은 좀 피하고 싶었는데 저희 둘 중에 하나밖에 이제 진출을 못하기 때문에 그런 부분 조금 대진표상 조금 아쉬운 것 같습니다. 네.
I can say I expected to meet Gen.G, so it's a bit of a sad thing because only one of the Korean teams can go to Madrid, but it's happy to still meet the coach right here. 그러면 다시 이제 또 솔로 감독님께 질문을 해볼게요. And now to Solo. What do you think meeting DRX as your opponent? 이제 DRX를 상대적으로 만난 것에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 저도 만나기가 조금 그랬는데 어쨌든 선의의 경쟁이라고 생각을 하고 그리고 워낙 잘하는 팀이다 보니까
Hello Anju Gupta, welcome to the stream.
에서도 좋은 성적을 냈던 팀이기 때문에 저희가 집중하고 열심히 해야 될 것
Stream like
같습니다.
कर दो सब लोग.
Yes, I know DRX is one of the strongest teams throughout the world, but it was not perfectly expected, but I think it will be a good match today. 그럼 다시
कल ही हुई अंगार भाई
돌아가
कल से
볼게요. 이제 솔로 감독님을 만난 지 좀 됐어요. 오랜만에 만나게 됐는데 솔로 감독님에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시는 건지 궁금합니다. I mean, it's been a while to meet Solo again in the stage. So, how can you rate him as a coach?
네, 거의 한 2년 정도 만에 이제 경기에서 만나는 것 같은데요. 솔로 감독이 이제 젠지에 들어가면서 이번 대회를 이제 쭉 지켜봤을 때 정말 강팀이라고 생각을 하고 제가 아는 그 솔로 감독의 능력을 뭐 여실히 좀 보여준 것 같고 팀의 완성도가 굉장히 높다고 생각을 해서 저희 둘 중에 한 팀이 전 우승도 할 수 있다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 네.
네. I mean, it's good to see Solo again. It's been 2 years since I met him, and Gen.G having Solo, they have become a more strong, solid team. So I have thought that between us two, we will have the tickets to the Madrids. 그럼 다시 또 솔로 감독님한테 와볼게요. 털미 감독님이 되게 좋은 답변을 해주셨어요. 근데 이제 솔로 감독님이 DRX를 이제 선수로서 그리고 코치로서도 이렇게 만난 적이 있는데 오늘은 좀 어떤가요? 오늘 좀 털미 감독님에 대해서 얘기하자면 어떤가요?
잘하는 팀이다 보니까 네, 저희가 잘하는 팀일수록 그냥 저희가 강한 모습을 더 보여준다고 생각을 하고 네, 두렵지는 않습니다. 네, 저희가 네, 이길 수도 있기 때문에 네.
I asked Solo, how do you feel about meeting Termi again because they dealt with DRX several times.
कोरियन है चाइनीज चाइना का अलग VCT होता है पूरा.
DRX because he has confidence and possibility to beat them. 네, 이제 다시 또 털미 감독님한테 왔습니다. 감독님, 제가 무슨 질문을 할지 예상이 좀 가시나요?
हाय तान्या शर्मा.
네, 어느 정도 좀 됩니다.
또 솔로 감독님을
Hello Pranav, is she wearing a Dior skirt?
2021년 이제 뉴턴에서
How much are they paying?
그때 솔로 감독님 때문에 이제 마스터즈 레이커빅에서 진출을 못했던 경험이 있는데 이게 혹시 준비 과정에서 좀 안 좋은 기억으로 살짝 스쳐갔는지.
Full rich भाई.
I mean, 2022 solos new turn stopped you from getting to Masters Laker pick. So did the memory ever hit you during the preps coming into this match?
그때는 굉장히 저희 팀한테는 사실 조금 아픈 기억인 건 확실하고요.
सही बोल रहा है.
근데 반대로 그 대회를 계기로 저희가 또 한 단계 발전할 수 있는 팀이 됐기 때문에 저희한테는 또 좋은 기억으로도 남아 있거든요. 그 시기가. 그래서 오늘 뭐 영향이 갔다기보다 조금 뭐 옛날 생각이 나긴 했지만 뭐 크게 걱정하지는 않습니다. 네.
Yes, it's a bit of a sad memory, but because of that experience, it really motivated me to the next match. So I can say that it's not that bad memory to think of. 솔로 감독님 잘 들으셨나요? 네, 이제 또 DRX의 전신인 비전 스트라이크에서 예전에 이제 선수로서 만난 적이 있었는데 감독으로서 만난 적은 또 처음이에요. 그래서 얼마나 이번 결투에서 자신 있으실지 여쭤보겠습니다. I mean, you have beaten the ex-DRX Vision Strikers in the past as a player, but not as a coach. So how confident are you today? The players are shouting for you, I think.
일단 저희 뱀픽이 저희가 예상했던 것대로 나왔기 때문에 네.
Subtitles.
그
सब बता दूं क्या तुम्हें?
하루 쉬었거든요.
네.
하루 쉬는 동안 그렇게
अरे ये पूछ रही है इसको ये पहले कोच अभी कोच है पहले प्लेयर था ये
멋진 경기력으로
तो
경기력 보여드리겠습니다.
पूछ रही है कि आपने DRX को तो पहले हरा रखा है जब भी DRX एज अ विजन स्ट्राइकर्स खेलती थी ना पहले दूसरा नाम था इस टीम का तो ऐसा कुछ पूछा उसने एक आध एक दो वर्ड मिस हो जाता है मेरा बाकी समझ में आ जाता है.
감독님 오늘 최선을 다해서 좋은 결과 있으시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you to coaches. There is one
Thank you बोल रही थी और
ticket
कुछ
for
नहीं.
today's match. Which team will take it? Stay tuned. I'll toss it back to the desk.
That really is the question. Who is going to take this ticket? And it's not just because of Madrid, but winning means you get the points that heads towards champions, which is in Korea. And to be the Korean team representing Korea is going to be pretty insane. Now we can see this head-to-head stat comparison. Obviously, DRX is ahead.
भाई वो मैं K-ड्रामा वगैरह देखता हूँ ना इसलिए मुझे पता है. Anime, K-ड्रामा सब देखता हूँ मैं.
What's surprising is kind of some of these eco round wins or thrifties perhaps that Gen.G has picked up in the past before, especially against teams like PaperX or Team Secret, for example. They have shown that they are capable of swinging some of these rounds, especially with players like Meteor, who's known for his martial prowess. So DRX does have to watch out for that. I think the map picks will kind of tell us a little bit more as to what their strategy is.
Yeah, definitely. Again, I think we want to see those maps where Texture can really stretch his legs. Maybe the breeze, I'm assuming, even the icebox, if it's a possibility. As you can see here in the stats, 100% for Gen.G truly has been their best map. Even though it did go the distance, with that one match against Team Secret, they still showed how strong they can really be in a battle of attrition.
Yeah, the compositions that they have sometimes.
You can see on this radar chart now, this is the team win contribution rate. So of course, again, this is a combination of stats from KDA, ACS, and across the board.
And what you're seeing is also the fact that DRX still very much so operating as a full team. A lot more kills coming in from the likes of Foxy9, Buzz, maybe Mako sometimes as that playmaker, but the Duelist obviously doing a little bit more. Stacks and Flashback.
K-ड्रामा तो मैं भी देखती हूँ, but I can't understand without subtitles all.
In this Pentagon, they're actually doing quite a bit as well, because Stacks with the calling, sometimes he clutches out certain rounds, and Flashback just being able to anchor again as this rookie Sentinel.
Yeah, I think my takeaway from this one is just they're a very well-rounded team, right? So there's not really any visible weaknesses that DRX
भैया 1 करोड़ में अच्छी Valorant टीम बन जाएगी क्या? अगर मुझे ले लोगे उस टीम में तो बन जाएगी.
For Gen.G moving into this series.
What I do want to say though is the whole thing about DRX is that they've been together for so long. One thing that they got to work on is just being a little bit more unpredictable, changing on the fly. If Gen.G can exactly predict how they're going to play, then Gen.G is prepared for this match. DRX might be in trouble. However, on the other side right now, Gen.G, we can see that everyone is capable of firing off on all those cylinders. Texture, we already talked about him. Meteor, we know about him. Lakia and Munchkin, sometimes a little bit quiet, but in that game yesterday against Team Secret, we saw aces. We saw insane Bucky swings around B Garage on Icebox, which nobody does in a normal game. I don't know if such strategies can work against DRX, but it is more unpredictable than what DRX does.
Yeah, true. They have that capability to, you know, to perform in that aspect. Another thing that I actually wanted to point out here real quick is we're looking at Charon, who has like 21.3% on that win contribution rate. I think like he might actually be one of the weaker links here right now for Gen.G. And again, this isn't taken away from how strong he has been performing, but maybe just a cause of concern for Gen.G and, you know, our viewers out there. If you saw that match that they've had with Team Secret compared to any other match that they've had, right? He was the one that was making some questionable calls. He was getting called out a lot of times, and he was losing most of his kind of kill death trades from the other players of Team Secrets for the most part. So this guy could be the key to either losing or winning for Gen.G.
I think that's a really fair point. He was fantastic and looked very in sync with the rest of his team early on in this kickoff. But you're right, as time went on, maybe not so much, especially in that last matchup. Maybe it could have been fatigue, or you know, when you play 14 games throughout 2 weeks, that's crazy. Now you can see our predictions here. It's pretty flush across the board for DRX. I think it's similar over the Korean side. And look, I think Gen.G is very formidable, and they are getting their pieces together, but I think they need a little bit more time until they are in their final form.
Definitely needs a bit more time. I agree. 100%.
Well, I think the teams are ready, if I heard that correctly. So we're gonna ready for our Korean Derby, DRX versus Gen.G.
안녕하세요. DRX에서 활동 중인 버즈 유병철이라고 합니다. 너무 기쁘고요. 이번 그룹 스테이지 하면서 뭔가 스크림 때만큼의 기량이랑 뭔가 그런 플레이들이 안 나온다는 느낌을 받았었고 그만큼 나오려면 어떻게 해야 될지 저희가 잘 생각을 해야 될 것 같아요.
कितना टाइम है भाई मैच स्टार्ट होने में? अभी Gen.G DRX का मैच है.
The Kings of Korea looking to thwart yet another challenger to their throne. Make some noise for DRX! Showing tremendous grit and tenacity so far. Now looking to topple their Korean counterparts. This is Gen.G!
I love those walkouts. I love it.
Gen.G wins for me. I'm sorry.
Really, no. I love DRX's weird briefcase opening.
Buzz couldn't open his. What?
Until they had teamwork, and that is how you win.
Oh, it was foreshadowing.
Yes.
I love that.
If they marched out in sync, that could have been cool.
Okay.
You know
quack.
what? You should be the next
Choreographer.
Okay, choreographer.
Okay.
I was about to say cartographer, but I don't think that's for
But
motion.
anyway,
Yeah,
I mean, to the map
Ooh,
picks,
okay.
I feel like this is interesting that DRX did not straight up ban out Sunset because they tend to ban the newest maps often, which also means Sunset is open. Lotus is also open for picks, but Bind coming in, if Gen.G's not prepared for it, this could be a 2-0. This could be.
Yeah, quick history at least for the last matches that DRX have played on Bind. It's been, I'd say, back and forth. They had some success during the AVL, but they lost the Sentinels. It's been the same comp. Are they going to mix it up? I don't think so. So this is still kind of up in the air for me, but I think they're just trying to play safe and maybe get this out of the board very early and then hope that Gen.G picks up a map that DRX is also more comfortable in for that second map.
That's why this second map has to be a very important pick.
Yeah.
And it's going to be Lotus. DRX's Lotus, maybe sometimes a bit shaky, but they have tightened things up since then. Gen.G though, they did look a lot better, especially playing up against, you know, like PaperX and RQ, for example.
Yeah.
Then again, if they can't win this one, what's that last map going to be, right? I don't know if you want to challenge DRX on like Split. Surely you go into like Sunset. You left it open.
You're still Ascent.
Yeah, but DRX's Ascent is like, you know.
Oh.
No.
That's why, because it's Gen.G's last map ban. I will say though, first map looking at Bind, I don't know if this is a direct plan or just an additive, but I feel like they want to again put a map out that doesn't utilize Meteor as well. So him being stuck on a site can be a benefit for DRX, which is what you kind of normally do as a Sentinel when you're playing Bind. So just throwing it out there.
That's clearly DRX's game plan. But then, you know, coming to a map like Lotus, coming to Ascent, if Gen.G goes in with the same strategy, same protocols that they've shown in the previous days, this means that DRX might have a great game. Buzz pulling out the Yoru.
Ooh, I like this.
I was thinking they were going to change comps, but they did, man. People are really loving the Gecko.
Yoru is back, baby.
On Viper too.
He has played the Viper though.
Yeah, he has, but that's, you know, he's normally on that duelist, so this is a little bit interesting. Meanwhile, for Gen.G, Texture, Meteor, classic, exactly what we expected. Can they make it work though? I mean, we're still on that sky.
I'm just a big fan of seeing Buzz on the Yoru as well. He's shown how good he was on the Breeze, and I feel like he does the same type of control in any map that he plays.
Yeah, I mean, you made a good point. There's no Sky on DRX, but for Gen.G, they continue the Sky meta on Bind. So I'm curious to see if that's really going to pay off. It looks like we're going to a game. We're going to go to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. We've got a riled up crowd here in front of us. 2 Korean squads getting ready to make battle to see who is going to be joining Paperx, not only in Madrid, but also in the grand final tomorrow. Fight for those ever valuable championship points.
That's right. If you can win tomorrow, you get 3 championship points to your name. So certainly a lot to play for here for both of these squads. And like you and I were talking about right before this with DRX, this is the first time ever the squad has played Gecko. Ever.
Yes, we have never really seen them pick this up at all. Stacks his first time bringing this agent out onto the stage, as well as the somewhat recent debuting of Buzz on Yoru, which has had its ups and downs, certainly. See how he fares now, though, going into Bind. DRX certainly going to be feeling confident about this setup. His flashback lingering forward here on short, not really seeing much of anything, though.
No attention being paid at all to Long B by the side of Gen.G, so there's a lot of free space for DRX to potentially work with. Yes, they're going to have to maneuver their way through a couple smokes, but Dizzy going to be able to grab a little bit more info, let them know that at least at the entry it's clear. There's the cam above the door. Trapwire outside of Hookah, setting the crisscross pattern. Back of the side is Munchkin.
Flashback as well, though, in a position where if these teleporters end up coming into play, he might be able to be ready on the jump here. Spam coming down, Foxy 9. Let's wait for that decay to come back in, as Dizzy is retrievable at backside. For now, it looks like DRX is going to be getting a relatively free plan. Teleporter not going to be the pathing here from Gen.G. Everybody rotating back through that defender spawn, and DRX maybe scratching the head a little bit, saying, where the hell is everyone?
Be a tough retake. Flash to try to open things up, but Purchase just yet with the Molly blocking things off for Gen.G's entry.
Okay, from the orb into the Molly. For a tough retake here, but now it's just going to be a full, basically 5-man push coming into his. Mako finds 2. Picture able to find 2 quick kills in response, though, but disadvantage here for the side of Gen.G. Paint Shells landing in a good spot, looking for the kill, but Foxy 9 holding the close corner will be able to finish off Gen.G. DRX picking up the first pistol of the series.
And this is something that can be tricky for opponents of DRX. Like, obviously, one of the calling cards of DRX that you think about is that they're so good at executes. They're so good at making sure that all their utility is perfectly timed and in the right places, that you maybe are comfortable giving them a little bit of space. With this 4-1 setup, you're giving them the space on B, and you're playing up close and personal on A to try to cut off the execute at the point of attack. But this round, you give up that space, and then the problem with DRX is that they are so good in post plants. They're so good at setting up crossfires. They're so good with the discipline, making sure everyone's holding the correct angles, that trying to get through there is so difficult. Of course, with the timing of the Poison Cloud and the Molly as well to make sure that you can't get through there comfortably at the pace and tempo you want. This is a lot of utility coming Munchkin's way.
That it is. It's going to be backpedaling there as the wingman goes for the lock-in.
Nice shot,
Wadley
Will,
is
bro.
going to be able to get out of there.
I play Valorant, बहुत अच्छा idea है भाई.
Gets away over
हो
towards
सकता है
the
ऐसा.
default plant. Dizzy can be snatched up, and so far, Gen.G still being stalwart, still holding over towards A site. And as the util starts to fly in, he's got to get working. Buzz actually moving forward there onto that Molly there for a brief little moment. Gets himself out of there.
And
For
the
now,
trap wire is set up to notice these lurks that are coming on the backside from Gen.G.
Gonna be a bit of deja vu here, it would seem. And I think the poison orb actually might have fallen off the top. Might be on the ground in front of actually that backside access. Find out in a moment as the push starts coming in. Suddenly, Texture trying to work his way forward. Buzz ready to swing. His first contact as they start inching forward. Another Dizzy is available. Stacks, however, not going to be looking for that one. Instead, it's just going to be into the meat grinder as Mako will find Texture simultaneously. Taking him down. Quick 2-0 and a flawless round here for DRX.
Well, Orb still in a good enough spot for sure. And again, these crossfires on the post plant, very tough. And you know, DRX, of course, any opportunities they're going to get to exploit incredible
DRX जीतेगी भाई, किसी को भी support
that you
करो.
have post plant as attackers on the B site. It's so difficult to retake the B site on Bind. One of the hardest in Valorant. So certainly, if you can exploit that, that is going to be something that DRX can really prod into. Now, for a bit of an explore on the other side of the map this time. Trapwire just over Cyber Cage, and yeah, Stacks is going to clear it, grab the orb. You're going to see a lot of orbs being funneled into Stacks if possible, of course, to get that Thrash up and available. Still a lot of firepower to back up this DRX hit after a flawless in the previous round. Flashback with that Vandal. Going to do some damage. Oh boy, they're getting aggressive.
The double face. He's backpedaling here, getting such a good read. Finds the punish. Heard that little hit there through the Cyber Cage. Knows that there was somebody else playing forward. Got the Dizzy connecting. On the 2. Texture trying to swing out. Can't stop the player nor that wingman. Does eventually find Flashback. However, now Mako and Buzz all going to be falling to the wayside. Texture picks up 2 kills.
Eco frag ले रहा है Texture.
Lamps, 2 players on the opposite side there. Stacks only holds on to a Spectre, but rotates back through short. Grabs himself a Bulldog. 1 snake bite. The post plant set up. Lakia approaching in from behind. And it looks like they are none the wiser to this one. And as he strikes, they will both fall. Just a singular kill going to be found as the defuse will come in and Gen.G will get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's a great recovery here for Gen.G. Given just enough time to reset, allow the plant to go down. That's okay. And then find opportunities, good timings to make your swings. There's a really good combo here between the fake out and the Dizzy that catches Munchkin. He's just completely screwed over there, but Texture and company there to bail him out, and then he's able to find a kill of his own. Really good stuff there from Texture, who's now got a showstopper as well. Stacks did find his Thrash in the death of that round, so looking interesting as Gen.G did not take a ton of damage, able to bank up a decent amount of money on the backside of this.
Yeah, I mean, just the 1 player lost, sure. Plenty of people having to rebuy armor, but aside from that,
take
sure,
those.
off the rim, spotting them, pounds them down, Fox 9, just completely blown apart.
Ulti तो मार लिया उसने.
Forward, its way up here towards Garden. Nothing spotted though. Calls it back to get the recovery on it. Lakia starting to rotate now over towards this B site to reinforce.
You're 1 away from the dimensional drift for Buzz. If you can get that, really would be a nice feather in the cap to try to make these executes go. Looks like it's a similar kind of setup here.
Rush bid set. Take out as well. Thrash chasing in towards the site. Gets slowed up by that trap wire and can't dive far enough into the back line. Actually gets the kill there on the lock. And hot flash coming through. However, Buzz looking to find 2. Different weapon sets up the gate crash on the exit spot. Texture as well. Tries to go in for the challenge, but Texture able to win out the fight. Plant is in.
TP out कर ले यार ulti बस के पास.
In the lead is coming down. Worry about somebody potentially being in the corner there. Paint shells not finding much value there. Flashback jumping up, able to stop Texture from pushing in towards Hookah. Count now, having already arrived in the site, says, well, I guess I'm going to try to play this one out and hope that I can find some heads.
Texture भाई eco round में मारोगे क्या?
Tap onto the spike, not ready for stacks to be pushed up right alongside him, it would seem. And okay. A little shaky there for a moment, but still able to find the round win. DRX maintaining the lead.
And Stacks uses Karon's own smoke against him there to sneak into the side of him with a good timing that Karon never sees. So really nice here from the side of Buzz, who gets that gate crash to go deep this time. Moved past the tube, so he's able to teleport to the back of the site. When things are a little chaotic at the front, he's in the back. And this is something that makes DRX so fearsome with their Yoru on this map. You saw it against Fnatic at Champs last year when they absolutely dismantled them. That Yoru's so tricky to keep track of, and they're so good with the timings on the gate crash in particular, catch you completely off guard. Yep. You have been able to handle it.
And that's where that series ended. There was nothing after the
Yes,
buy.
that's all I remember. I thought it was a best of one, right?
Yeah.
भाई तो 7 मार दिए तो क्या हो गया? उसमें से भी 2 किल तो पिस्टल राउंड में लिए थे, वो हार गए. फिर 3 इको किल लिए. वो तो चलो 1 राउंड बोनस था तो जीत गए वो लोग. अभी 1 किल अल्ट से लिया, राउंड हार गए. Impact नहीं है भाई कोई.
What damage you can in fact deal with a classic in the previous map there. VC1 PRX. Buzz now gonna up the pace. Launches forward, spots out Munchkin. So there's gonna be one within the tube as well. Can report that it's gonna be this guy. Where does he decide to pop out though? Flash being sent. Dizzy connecting. Draws out his weapon. It's good for one. Munchkin. Will find one there with the Sheriff Karon as well. Getting involved is Meteor. Suddenly now brings this into a monstrous advantage for Gen.G. Handle in hand. Flashback pulling back, one away from his own neural theft. Smoke going to be dissipating soon. Knows that both players are here on the site. The tap coming in. Flashback finding the kill. Roombot chasing, has to clear it. 8 bullets remaining as the flashbacks go his way. Texture is able to get the kill.
भाई टीम मारती है भाई. कल 2 किल पे था तब टीम ने नहीं मारा था. कल 2 किल पे था ये लोटस में. टीम नहीं जीता है वो मैच. मत बोलो ये बात.
Buzz gets so deep, gets so much information, and you start to think that this round should just be DRX's in the bag, but somehow, some way, Meteor just going absolutely bonkers with these sheriffs. Him and Munchkin and Karon all getting involved. This is something that. What are you doing, guys?
Well.
Yes.
That's.
It's a good question.
That's Korean for I'm having fun. How about you guys?
Yes, this is a good match. You guys, I respect our opponents.
Let's all of us just have fun.
Oh, I am enjoying.
Ooh, well,
I'm enjoying that.
Certainly is having fun, but not when Buzz swings back in like that. So it's just gonna be a 1-for-1 as Ruby gets opened up. And Meteor, did he catch a glimpse? Well, he certainly has now. Flashback looking to push him back out of the shower, and narrow miss there. On sightlines on Buzz. As he's just, I mean, Texture, you can see, he's just watching right now to see if he can just maybe barrel stuff that gate crash. So he destroys it in the end.
Love to get a neural theft going here if you're DRX, but it's Meteor stepping in, and he finds one, Karon gets the other.
Flashback taking it down, Buzz trying to send out the flashes, and Locky does manage to scrape right into that one as Buzz continues to open things up. Spike now on the ground. At least Karon is going to be here. That Texture should be rotating back over, so now the plant going to be coming through. He's got the gate crash to take it back down short. Uses it. Orbital strike available here from Karon.
1 किल पे अल्ट बस भाई निकाल दो यार. बस भाई अल्टी कर दो.
I believe the third that we've seen today in total, and he also has a dimensional drift. He's just gonna pop it. Into the drift he goes, but Texture, he's got more than enough time to try to peel off of this one. Sends out the flash. He's got the off hand. Will be able to get it. An ace in round 6. DRX move up 4-2.
Oh, now Buzz is letting him know it on stage. He just stood up, flexed his arms.
इसको बोलते हैं duelist.
Unbelievable Buzz.
I'm sure we'll see it in the replay, but man, what a start to this map already for Buzz. 11-4.
Ridiculous. Jeez, Buzz. And the way he's utilizing his utility here, I mean, he has everything in the kitchen sink to throw at him, and he uses it to perfection. The gate crash is set up, gets the dimensional drift.
रोहित भाई टेक्सचर को बोलना काला है.
Brilliant from Buzz.
And this is one of the things that I was having qualms about coming into this series, as far as thinking who is going to have the upper hand. Because Texture and Meteor, they've both been so incredible throughout this tournament run. But this core of DRX and Buzz
वाह फ्लैश नहीं हुआ होता तो मार देता वाह 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 ऐसे तो अभी जो टेक्सचर ने वो साइफर को मारा था 1v1 में सैचल नहीं होता तो साइफर उसको मार देता फिर वाह 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 ये देखो दोगलापन देखो रोहित भाई का
if DRX falls. He is constantly rising to the level of his opponents, and he is just tremendous in so many regards. And now this year, showcasing. Oh, he got the ding.
My God!
But he's showcasing a lot of variability in his agent pool.
Very lucky to be alive there as Meteor down to 17 HP. Lakia really in a fantastic position to try to offer up heals. None of these drop down into the site proper. Perhaps make it happen, but now Lakia himself is going to be taken out of the picture here. Snake bite forward in towards Lamps. Force him forward, and Karan will be able to take advantage of that scenario. Now the reveal comes in. Texture with the Sheriff. Finding flashback. Mako getting pushed in ahead of this volley. Stacks barely gets out of the flashback. No, he doesn't. It's a Barnum. Karan comes up with 2. Gets the 4K to finish it. And oh man, some major mistakes here as well as some great shots coming.
हाँ watch party के बाद end कर दूँगा भाई.
Gen.G is just now Munchkin's getting involved. They are really jawing on stage.
Yeah, they are talking some smack up there.
Thrifty.
Start turning this into some like wrestling commentary.
Yeah, right.
About trash talk and showmanship we got going on here.
That ain't right.
Unreal.
I mean, their sheriff.
कैसी लगी क्या जज चला चला के तो राउंड निकाला है.
Today already, two of their round.
अभी ये इसको मार देता ना उसके पास अल्ट आ गई थी माको के पास. कैसी लगी बता देता सारा अभी.
Helps that the orbital strike happened there. That was a little bit of a whoopsie-daisies from DRX, but it all started with Texture starting to pop heads. Now Mako's got an orbital strike of his own. I mean, you have so many ults for DRX. You have a couple to counter, though, with Gen.G. I mean, you have the Seekers. So you have decent utility to potentially clear that Viper's Pit if it comes down. Gate Crash, Thrash to clear sight. Gate Crash goes into U-Haul, Buzz in alongside. A spot there gives Meteor a kill into Foxy.
Foxy taken down. Stacks on. Okay. Not in any form to try to recover that Thrash. Never mind. He's just going to get taken down. Orbital available to them.
यार इन्होंने बहुत जल्दी यूज कर दी. Gecko kill.
So risky is flashback. Drifting away into the corner there. Just moments before that smoke would dissipate. Texture the opening shot. Munchkin, however, will still be able to find him.
Oh, बहुत अच्छी ऑप कर दे वापस मत करना.
They got Mako. That's the spike carrier. Killed off is just a bucky in hand for Buzz, and in that range, not going to be able to do much.
कोई नहीं अटैक में 6 राउंड भी बहुत है. DRX 2 राउंड और बस.
Gen.G, Meteor getting a lot of value out of that camera. Getting so much info there for Gen.G and setting himself up nicely for a couple kills. Texture so solid, so sturdy with the operator throughout his long tenure as a professional Valorant player. So for Texture and Lakia here, back in those DK days, I mean, getting just brutalized by DRX. You know, time and time
कोई बात नहीं, एक और राउंड था, कोई बात नहीं.
Revenge has got to be on their mind. You know, of course, Solo and Lakia were able to best DRX back in 2021 to get themselves to Reykjavik. Now, a lot of history between these players. Ooh, flashback.
Flashback. A nice reply there. Let's get a bit of damage there from the paint shells. Minor scrapes overall, though, as
oh my,
will find Lakia as well. What a kill as Meteor now. Last one left here on the site. Here within 2, but Buzz just rushing forward, almost gets clipped by.
अरे क्या हुआ? सारे नहीं पड़ गए क्या Gen.G के? अरे बाय राउंड था ना, अब इको में तो किल निकाल लेता टेक्सचर. अब क्या करेगा पता नहीं.
Love to swap that out. It's a showstopper, but
कोई बात नहीं, टेक्सचर पे ऑफ सेव कर लो, ऑफ सेव कर लो.
Seems like this is just going to likely result in a save in the end here from Gen.G.
Especially with that orbital strike in play, it's just so difficult to get this retake going. Yeah, this is absolutely the right call. You just have...
Buzz will push this. Okay, never mind. Just a quick check on the corner.
I was going to say, money's a little bit weak for you there, Buzz. Maybe take a step back.
But if he gets a kill, that's one step closer to another dimensional drift.
True. You're not wrong.
2.5 so far. We'll try to keep track of those.
Veggiebuoy tilt हो रहे हैं. नहीं भाई, tilt कहाँ बोलते हैं इसको?
In the end, Spike will go off. And DRX narrowly keeping themselves in a lead here. 5-4. So many ults right now in play. There's another neural theft available here for Meteor as well.
Just thinking about that. A lot to work with for both sides. But if you get DRX in these post play, I mean, it helps when Flashback is just really crispy with his aim to break things open there on that site. And Buzz is a nuisance on this Yoru. Gonna be all over. You never know where those gate crashes are going to end up. Stacking a few members here at the op, along with Lakia.
ये राउंड तीन किल ओपी से रोहित भाई Gen.G का कैप्सूल दिला दूंगा आपको ओपी से 3 किल कर दिया तो
Flashback actually taking a little bit of spam damage back over here towards Showers. Pushes up, clears out the cam. Does get a snake bite out of Munchkin as well. Decent poking and prodding the opposite side of the map there.
Now DRX taking a bit of time, really trying to feel the map out. Gen.G, they're content to also pause a little bit. I mean, we did see them try to go for the pick, try to set it up. Thwarted by DRX. Still Lakia hanging out here. Poison Cloud up for DRX. A bit of spam. Smoke's coming down now as well from Mako. Just really trying to find any room to maneuver here, but you do have a Viper's Pit, you do have that orbital strike. It's just, can you get the wingman to get the plant down? Look at this setup. Trying to set up a crossfire. Texture going to launch the nades as well.
Shoulder trying to slow them up. Flush out of the tube here. The orbital strike does come down, but Buzz is going to be the first one to fall. Rocket with the kill now. Karan going to be taken out. The Rocket gets lobbed in at Foxy 9.
हाँ भाई 3 किल ओपी से 3 किल ओपी से हो गया
The Viper who needs to rotate over.
इको थोड़ी सामने वाले का 3 किल कर लेगा टेक्सचर
8.5 seconds to spare as it goes down. There's still 2 more rounds to be played out. Surely he doesn't invest the pit here to try to get himself over this defuse. Cam is set up and all. Doesn't get the dart in though. As
अरे चाटा पड़ गया भाई मंचकिन को तो
I'm gonna flush you into the open and Flashback says I'm gonna flush you down the drain.
बच गए बच्चे लोग I am supporting DRX अभिराम not neutral this time I am supporting the better team ओहो Foxy nice double kill यार माको भाई और चाटा भाई थप्पड़ भाई टाइम आउट ले लिया टाइम आउट इज फॉर बिगिनर्स ले लिया टाइम आउट
Start running away with things. Now you're having a tough time maintaining contain at the front of the sites, not even getting the trades you would like either. Setting up there for a crossfire and tons of flashes on the way in. Even with all those nades being invested, yeah, you take out Buzz, but everybody on DRX right on his heels. Start clearing players out. It's going to need a little bit more in terms of the layers there. It's the initial attempt to stop that didn't really work.
What you doing with your hands there? It's like Coach Cam. It's like he was trying to do like a shadow puppet or something. I wasn't quite sure what was happening.
They had those gloves on. Maybe they're doing a little miming, you know?
Either way.
That's the first thing I thought of when they had those white gloves on. I'm like, are they going to do some miming here? Like,
I wish that they just put a golden light in one of the briefcases when they opened it up. A little Pulp Fiction reference.
Oh, right. That would be good.
All right, well, timeout out of the way. 2 more rounds to be played in the half. See if Gen.G can bring this back to parity.
Texture hitting hard today or not? No. Texture doesn't perform against strong teams. Texture is just
No, he's not. Munchkin.
Getting eco frags.
Actually, not even taking any damage for his efforts.
Buzz is hitting, bro.
I mean, Foxy was pretty well aware that that could be a possibility, just could not find the aim. Munchkin swung just a little bit wider than expected maybe, and Spray eluded him. Flashback does have a neural theft, so does Meteor. It's a good look. You can find a kill for either side in a place where you can get to it. Trailblazer sent through the teleporter, but DRX nowhere near. Now just considering how they want to roll with this execute. Boombot going to be backed off of. information given over in that regard, but nobody really moving for the side of Gen.G. Still in this 3-2 split. Oh, the Hawk, though. Gonna get a little info.
Just noting that there's somebody lingering there. Paint Shell's ready to go here from Texture. Sends it out. Wingman rushing forward to Texture. Yeah. Able to find it. Buzz taken down.
Oh, Texture ने मारा एक kill. Trap में फंसा था उसको मारा. Nice, nice,
going to be
nice.
interrupted. 20 seconds remaining. Try to pull this one off. Trap wire triggered. Meteor pushing up out of the smoke. Managing to find Stacks. Bill goes in. I mean, the molly's there, but Lockheed.
कोई बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं. 7-5 try करते, कोई बात नहीं.
from the outset.
Meteor getting a little bit lucky there. His gun was sticking out of that smoke. Stacks had an opportunity to potentially punish him, but didn't notice it, didn't recognize it in time. Didn't see that something was amiss.
हंस के रहे हो रोहित भाई.
Gun blocked just enough, but it could be kind of a what if for DRX.
इस बार तो अल्ट है बस के पास फेल देगा. चलो चलो चलो. 6 is greater than 5. 7-5 होने वाला है भाई.
Viper's Pit as
Viper
well.
Pit भी है ना इसलिए.
So if there's a Viper's Pit thrown down by Munchkin, you have one of the best ults available to deal with it.
Looks like he's going to get a free shot at it if he can find it in a post-plant arena or retake scenario, because Mask is on. The fake out. Spots him. For a little bit more. Looks like he's going to be happy to try to just go for spot there onto the Viper in the back, but jumps over towards short. Curious to see. It's Foxy9 getting tagged lower and lower.
ले भाई Viper Pit तो गया.
Texture coming up with the kill. Stacks as well, whittled away at here at 70 HP.
Smoke's down.
Not doing any damage here as the double push up from Lambs comes in. They're looking for the crunch, but a little bit of a delayed reaction. They'll find the shot, they'll find the aim there. Get the backside, but it's going to be Mako coming away with 3. Re-reveal going off. As they spot out Meteor and Lakia.
Spike planted.
Plant in low HP bars here for Mako and Stacks. Flashback at full HP. Trying to spot with the cam, see if he can find anything. They check the box. Yeah, they are. He's trying to find a straight connection here onto him. Mosh pit coming down.
Mako भाई थम जाओ मॉली अपने पास.
Now sends out the molly, pulls back, full flash here into his face, but Meteor just running across the flames, ends up getting taken lower and lower. Flashback.
Jinx.
Able to find the last 2 kills. 7-5 at the half. DRX out in front.
How in the world does Mako get away with some of those kills from U-Haul? I mean, just absolutely ridiculous. Finding 3 back there. What looked like it was going to be a really challenging round. You can see that DRX was struggling to find comfort to get this plant down. Like you said, Stacks taking a bunch of damage. Things were looking
रोहित
really
भाई
tricky. I mean, I
टेक्सचर
like
को अब
the
जो
way
पड़ेगी
that
ना वो देखो अब वो सैचल
Buzz
करेगा
is able to
हवा में
create
मार
some
देंगे
space
उसको.
using his ultimate and those flashes and then bails out. You know, it diverts a lot of Gen.G's attention.
अगर Gen.G जीता मेरी तरफ से आपको केवेंटर्स. प्रथम भाई केवेंटर्स पी के यहाँ सर्दी हो गई है, बुखार आ रहा है और आपको और पिलाना है. अब कोई कुछ नहीं पीऊंगा. ये हल्दी वाला दूध पिया है थोड़ी देर पहले. ऐसा करो 300 रुपए का शेक किसी और जरूरतमंद को पिला देना. कुछ और चीजें खरीद के खाना खिला देना किसी को. अगर Gen.G जीत गई ना किसी जरूरतमंद को खाना खिला देना भाई मेरी तरफ आपकी तरफ से.
Very hot start for him. A little bit of a fizzle out, but the rest of the team there to kind of pick up what slack was had.
That ace was otherworldly from Buzz. Just phenomenal stuff.
अरे आप रोहित से क्यों बात कर रहे हैं 10 साल. अरे अभिनव भाई ने तो रियल कर दिया. ओके ब्रो डन प्रॉमिस. चलो ठीक है. चलो भाई Gen.G जीती तो प्रथम भाई किसी को खाना खिलाएंगे. DRX जीती तो DRX तो जीतने ही वाली है वैसे भी.
He's going to have to be Johnny on the spot because Texture's got 2 blast packs and a frenzy. So I think we know what he's going to look to do here as the barriers get ready to drop.
प्रथम भाई फिर 2 लोगों को खिला देना. एक मेरी तरफ से एक आपकी तरफ से. ठीक है 2 लोगों को खाना अगर Gen.G जीत गई तो.
Poison Cloud. Oh, they're going to pause.
So not the full blown rush here. Foxy still lurking within
वॉच
this.
पार्टी से लाइव वॉचिंग कम आ रही है. गुड इवनिंग. हाँ आया नमी भाई. मेरी तबीयत भी खराब है आज. कल से ये हो जाएगा ना VCT हो जाएगा VCT उसके बाद से वापस.
Viper now gone. Stacks that forward push out towards Fountain does come away with a kill on a Meteor. Now Gen.G just gonna cut noise and start drifting away from the site.
They're worried that maybe Stacks had pushed into their spawn area or towards that area.
चलो OG सपोर्टर वाली मेंबरशिप ले लेंगे रोहित भाई अगर Gen.G जीत गई तो.
waiting right around that corner. Catch a glimpse and maybe follow up off the trap wire as well.
Things are down short, so it seems like overall DRX fairly cognizant of this, but can't afford to try to send any rotations quite yet. But now that the trap wire ends up going down, my eyes are down.
टेक केयर. हाँ भाई बस ये अभी अभी वॉच पार्टी करके बंद कर देंगे स्ट्रीम. कल भी पूरा दिन सोया था, रेस्ट कर रहा था. अभी भी सोऊंगा इसके बाद. प्रथम भाई कैवेंटर्स आता है 250 रुपये का, ठीक है. 250 रुपये में मेरे हिसाब से 3 लोगों का खाना तो हो जाएगा. तो 250 आप डाल देना, 250 मैं डालूंगा. 500 लोगों में 5-6 लोगों का खाना हो जाएगा. तो 6 लोग का खाना स्पॉन्सर कर देते, ठीक है. डन. चलो Gen.G जीत गए तो 6 लोग को खाना स्पॉन्सर. अरे टेक्सचर भाई नहीं हो पाया क्या? अरे 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 पिस्टल में तो एम फाइट होती है ना. अरे अरे टेक्सचर भाई कोई बात नहीं, अगला कभी इको राउंड होगा तो मार देना. 250 में 3 लोग का खाना. अरे भाई भाई उनको कोई फाइन डाइन कराने थोड़ी ले जाना है भाई. कौन सी दुनिया में? अभी ना भाई आप जैसे करोड़पतियों की बात नहीं हो रही इधर. रहने दो, आपसे नहीं बात कर रहा हूँ मैं और प्रथम भाई बात कर रहे हैं. वो 6 में से मुझे हो जाता है. हमारा स्मॉल टाउन है ना. अरे ये साउथ दिल्ली वालों को क्या पता भाई. कभी दुनिया से कभी बाहर निकलो, असली इंडिया देखो, दुनिया देखो, तेरी थोड़ी पता लगेगा. अपने 50 करोड़ के विला से बाहर निकलो अभिनव भाई.
Checking, but slow push up. Mako somewhat aware there's danger.
Oh, well, you certainly spotted it now. Next, you're trying to flip it back onto him there. Couple sheriff shots through the wall.
भाई पनीर डोसा भी 80 का आता है. वही ना भाई, ये अभिनव जैसे करोड़पति लोग कभी 100 रुपीज में राजा चावल मिलते हैं. इसीलिए आपको नहीं, मेरे प्रथम भाई की डील. आप मत रहे, आप इस डील से बाहर रहे अभिनव भाई.
Easy kills here in U-Haul.
करोड़ में कितना जीरो होता है? 4. मेरा चैट दिख रहा है ना, वो 6 में से एक मुझे भी कर देना. बोला तो मैंने आपकी चैट पर. ओ टेक्सचर भाई ने तो शेरिफ से बंदा मार दिया है.
Across the opposite side of the map, but Gen.G are actually funneling over here as well. Two players try to slow them up. Flash goes
ओह इको राउंड ले गए भाई ये तो. Gen.G भाई इको राउंड कैसे निकाल लेते हैं भाई?
Stack swinging out, finding one. Low HP there on Meteor, but that Judge still in play. Lakia able to take him down, and now it's all on flashback.
Spike planted.
Have 50-50. He had gotten that swing. But no, Texture does not give him the chance whatsoever.
2 इको निकाल दिया भाई इन्होंने. भाई सही में इको किंग्स है भाई ये लोग.
Winning the eco.
It's just such a great timing on that flash. Catches Foxy completely in the face. Cannot react to it. Had his poison cloud there that he could have tucked into potentially to hide himself, but he was in the middle of swinging wide, and it cost him. And maybe cost DRX the round.
Well, whatever was said, it certainly tickled Texture there. Some orb looking to be taken. Buzz.
ये राउंड अपन भी निकालेंगे. बस भाई एक को शॉट ही मार देना. स्टैक्स भाई अल्ट करके 2 को डिटेन कर देंगे, उनको मार देंगे, बाकी 2 को तो फिर मार ही लेंगे.
Thrash for stacks, so if things maybe go a little bit sideways for Gen.G, if there's a gun or 2 gain, who knows? Might be able to find a way to use it, but right now kind of a cypher duel over at Showers, trying to out-info each other here, but you can see Meteor well aware of his opponent's tricks, gonna clear it. Nothing the flashback can really do with just a classic in hand.
So far just cam for cam.
टेक्सचर भाई 16-8 2 का केडी. क्या बात है टेक्सचर. इतने सारे इको फ्रैग एक साथ ले लिए. एक और इको फ्रैग टेक्सचर के लिए. ओहो 2 इको फ्रैग टेक्सचर के लिए. लेट्स गो. अल्ट आ गया. अब अगले राउंड अल्ट से 1 किल कर देगा.
For another ace to come through, depending on how much he wants to push for this one. Smoke dissipating, not going to spot.
इको एस. हेलो करण भाई.
Sure how much it saw, if anything at all.
He's hungry for it, that's for sure.
I know that he's one away from having a showstopper. So denying him that ult going into the next round is pretty paramount here for DRX.
भरो टेक्सचर भाई, अभी इको है, भर सकते हो.
Looking for it up close on the left. Spots one. Now ult online. Looking for the ace. Stacks will
Ace, ace लेगा. Ace hungry.
Back into the site and go down to the spike, but no, Munchkin down from short will be able to take him out. Gen.G. Very nice rally back thus far here in the second half.
मजाक कर रहे भाई, सीरियस क्यों भाई? ना भाई, इनको सरकाज़म नहीं समझ आता है भाई. अभी मेरा और रोहित भाई का 1v1 चल रहा है टेक्सचर को लेके.
He's just pre-firing the corner with his bulldog. Even though Buzz is there, not much Buzz can do. He gets taken down pretty quick. Get up and over, find that first one. Oh, he came around the backside.
Yeah, just looped all the way through.
Yeah, looped all the way around off the top.
Oh, इको एस नहीं मिला. Oh.
Not happy that he didn't get the ace.
He wanted that ace.
Please elaborate this one even. अरे भाई, मैं तो दोगला आदमी हूँ, चैट में जो दिखता है उसके अगेंस्ट हो जाता हूँ बस.
Yeah.
I'm having the best day.
Gift makers are gonna have a whale of a time.
It's gonna be so fun. Well, now, like you said, texture is rolling with the showstopper.
मैच एमवीपी भाई, जब तक टीम ना जीते मैच एमवीपी का क्या फायदा?
Should say only one bulldog, 4 assault rifles for Gen.G. So a lot of damage to be done. Foxy taking a scrape as he tries to go for the jiggle peek, jump peek, and pays the price. Now
भाई प्लेन्स में तो मैं Gen.G को ही सपोर्ट कर रहा था भाई.
back towards the car, probably afraid to play that hookah right now as he's been bullied in there.
फंस गया दल्ला.
Denying the entry, Texture fully lined it up.
रोजा.
What the hell is he doing? He gets taken out, Foxy 9.
रोजा भाई, रोजा.
Flashback and backside, able to find one, but Locky comes up with 2, and Mako will be there for the finisher. So still bloody, not clean at all here for the side of DRX, but they do manage to stop Gen.G from chaining together 3 rounds in a row here in this second half.
फंस गया ट्रैप में.
Once again, worth its weight in gold. We saw it.
बॉट भाई, इतना नहीं पता है वहाँ पे ट्रैप होता है.
This time around, Texture falls victim to it.
दो फंस गए भाई.
The double reveal, so good, and then they line up nicely for Mako. Good timing, good assist from everybody.
रोहित भाई क्या हुआ? बाय राउंड में NHK.
He's setting it up a little bit further forward.
इतना खुश कब हुआ आखिर में? कल रात को जब फनाटिक जीती थी.
Still enough money for rifles for Gen.G.
अरे टेक्सचर भाई कोई ना एंटी.
Other side, DRX is a few players pretty low on the cred situation, trying to play off the one way there.
That's such a narrow little bit of space. Trying to work off of here as the wall comes in, and he saw the gun barrel.
Just new, yeah.
Foxy getting the
Kids
kill.
trying to walk in.
Meteor down and distracts in the meantime. Back over here on the B side. However, Locky and Texture one apiece. Now Karen as well getting involved, takes out Stacks, and that breaks open the site. Flashback, rotating around. Neural Theft comes in, he chases immediately on the back end, taking down Meteor. Foxy 9 in the meantime, trying to hold things down. 2 HP remaining on him, and Texture clears the one angle, has the reveal. Spike stuck at backside.
He's so low.
He's got a pit, but that would be so damn bold, but he's got the headshot as well.
भाई 2 HP वाले को नहीं मार पाया भाई. क्या ऐसा गंदा प्लेयर है यार.
Gets it done.
Unbelievable from Foxy there. That is so difficult.
इको फ्रैग ले ले भाई. टेक्सचर तू रहने दे, तेरे से क्लच नहीं होगा भाई.
But he's just so ready for that angle is Foxy, just anticipating it the whole way. Flashback, saying, nah, cannot teleport there. Oh boy. Now things starting to get a little bit dire for Gen.G.
टेक्सचर से 2 HP वाला बंदा नहीं मरा भाई. मेन किल ले लिया हुक्का वाला, और साइड वाले 2 HP को नहीं मार पाया भाई. हुक्का वाला किल लेने के बाद तो क्लच हो ही गया था. डन था, कंफर्म था वो क्लच. मेन किल पहले ले लिया और जो 2 HP वाला था उसको नहीं मार पाया भाई. मैं तो बंद कर दूं भाई. गेम अनइंस्टॉल.
So wide here. Just have that backup from Buzz. Because the smoke goes down though.
Double flash those.
They very well may.
Oh, that works too. Because you can gate crash.
Fake out, and he's just gate crash right back up into heaven. Clear on the dizzy, recovered however. Texture makes his way forward. Molly at the ready here in the hands of Blanco. Spray just spamming across. Just the take lock is so very low. 36 HP remaining here on Gen.G Sky.
Buzz has arrived to reinforce. Now you can dimensional drift. This is so scary now. You have a lot of utility you can combo off this.
Let's see his 1, 2, 3. He hasn't been able to check his hookah. Dimensional drift getting ready to expire. Looks like he's just going to exit it right around here and then jumps right back out over towards that A site.
I've got your trail.
Rush forward now, getting ready to come through. Seekers let loose. Mako full flash here in backside. Dizzy connecting on the multiple players. So far, somehow nobody dying. But as I say, that Stacks managing to find two. Heron will be able to take him down. Munchkin getting the enemy Gekko. Mako will fall as well.
Good trades, yeah.
Foxy Knight now arriving as the pit expands. Back's turn. He gets tucked into the corner. They are almost lined up for him. But he can't get the kills in. Gen.G. They managed to hold on. 2 rounds still separating them from tying us up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of flashes going both ways, but because Gen.G
टेक्सचर गया वो तो इको राउंड ही था ना. इको राउंड में तो टेक्सचर मारेगा. इको के बाद नहीं मारता है वो. इको में मारता है बस. बाय राउंड में कुछ नहीं करता. थोड़ा सा बस भाई ने वो स्काई को अल्ट खोल के मार दिया होता ना. स्काई लो था वैसे यार. उसको पता नहीं था स्काई लो, वरना वो अल्ट खोल के मार सकता था उधर और फिर टीपी कर लेता यार. उसके हाथ में फ्लैश था स्काई के हाथ में, जब तब वो मार सकता था.
Yeah, I mean, when Gen.G's working together like this, it looks really good. And yeah, Buzz gets a lot of info, but DRX isn't really able to punish it. I was expecting maybe some mollies, some other stuff, but I don't. It's entirely possible that Gen.G disrespected.
भाई मैं उससे अच्छा रेस खेलता हूँ. टेक्सचर से अच्छा रेस में खेलता हूँ.
Players get hit, and they still are able to make it work. So it's tough to hold behind that tube without an extra angle.
भाई बोस्टर को बीटी वो हर बार करता है भाई. वो बहुत टाइम से कर रहा है वो.
Gen.G's able to bulldoze their way through.
Keeping it close, keeping it very competitive here. And just 2 more to go to try to tie this up and then maybe take the lead for themselves.
कल सनसेट पे हाथ रोज भाई. अभी योरू तो अच्छा ही है वैसे भी.
Likely not going to be found here in this round, barring a somewhat miraculous thrifty. Then again, we've had tons of them here today.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, this is just another map in this kickoff story for Gen.G. It's hard fought. It's so difficult all the way through. You know, they've been fighting tooth and nail. Every single match has been a best of 3 that's gone the distance, right? And so they have played max maps for the most part.
C9 में है कौन-कौन? VLR.GG पे जाओ देख लो वहाँ पे.
Fighting tooth and nail to get here, and their aim is. See, it's so good, and against an opponent like DRX that is well known for their setups. Oh, Munchkin just eliminates Mako at the back of sight.
There's the opener. Buzz, he wants to try to get over there, recover that shot.
चलो वाइपर को एंट्री करनी पड़ रही है. टेक्सचर जैसे डोले से तो एंट्री भी नहीं होगी. अभी इको है, मार ले टेक्सचर भाई. अभी इको राउंड में मार लो. हेलो बग्गा.
DRX 2v3. Sheriffs in both of their hands. Just trying to swing out a little bit wider, see if they can get the catch onto anyone here. The wingman is available to potentially cause a distraction. Gets him to the box, but it's not good enough for the kill yet. Flashback swinging. Eventually goes wide enough. Able to find him. Gets himself a second. This is now all on Karon. They line up. Cannot get it.
इको किंग्स को काउंटर इको कर दिया भाई.
Will get the defuse. They will get the round win. They move up to 11. As I'd like to issue a formal apology to Gen.G. I think I might have spoken this one into existence.
भाई वो 1 HP थे दोनों. अल्ट कर लेता कम से कम.
I mean, one of the other really interesting storylines coming into today's match, right, is the rookies. It's Flashback versus Karon. And Flashback is really good, folks. And he you can see it in the player cam down in the bottom of the round. He was pointing at it, pointing to himself like, that's right. I'm the one. I'm the rookie you should be looking out for. Eyes on me, folks.
They certainly are. And obviously subjects of much scrutiny coming into the season here were DRX.
Yeah.
But so far, very strong efforts to just re-inspire hope for the squad.
It has a lot of that similar feel to the old DRX squad. It's just, it feels like it has a little bit more explosiveness. It feels like they're willing to go for some more kind of risky but high reward plays. I remember that.
Gen.G एक राउंड निकाल देगा सपने में भी नहीं.
That really made me think, okay, these guys are pretty confident.
निकल सकता है ऐसे. ब्रिम अल्ट है, टेक्सचर की एक किल पे अल्ट है. उनको पता नहीं है टेक्सचर वहाँ कोने में बैठा है. इतना अंदर आ गया है, हो सकता है निकल भी जाए भाई.
Between Flashback and Stacks is brilliant. They wait together. Stacks never over aggresses the angle. Flashback is right there to punish Stacks' initial damage onto Lakia. So comms are good. Everything seems to be pretty solid for DRX, but Gen.G, don't count them out just yet, folks. They can pop, and especially with these sheriffs in hands, we've seen it a lot here already on this map.
It's been a lot of time spent here. Spike for a while was just
30 seconds
dropped
left.
back a connector, brought forward in towards Hookah, but not liking the amount of util that they're seeing dumped here on this B site, so it's going to be a full pivot from Gen.G.
Camera taken out.
Flashback spots Munchkin. Game crash actually expiring as well here for Buzz, who cannot have a fast join in.
Here.
Low time remaining. Spraying through, Flashback able to find one. Meteor with a headshot, taking him down.
Yellow bhai.
Heron gets a piece as well. Orbital strike to try and delay. And it has. The plan did not come through. The round could not be theirs. DRX will move up to 12. But my God, what another insane effort from Gen.G.
Yeah, they're cracked with the sheriffs. But that is absolutely a fact.
लाकिया भाई फिर टीम से बाहर हो जाओगे, खेल लो थोड़ा यार.
If it just wasn't for time, I mean, Stacks getting that initial kill to drop the spike, and then Mako quick to rotate over to get that orbital strike into play to make sure that they guarantee themselves around. But God, if there's 15 more seconds in that round,
This is a nice spot. That goes there.
maybe Gen.G can get there, but it just took them so long to finally feel comfortable enough to try for a plant. But now you've got guns, you've got huge ultimates, got the showstopper.
आज रात को बाहर होगी आया ना भाई, बाहर होनी बाकी है अभी. आज रात को हो जाएगी, टेंशन मत लो.
The Dust kind of featured earlier coming into this series was the, just the thrifty win rate from Gen.G and how significant it has been from them thus far. Continues the trend in that direction, but now big entry, but there it is, into the spider's web. They managed to clear this out. Gets released from his prison. Showstopper can it find value? The answer is going to be yes, because Flashback still hovering nearby, just on the other side of that smoke screen. Ends up getting taken down. HL's at the ready as well. Find significant value. Getting it down for the entry. The swing onto the corner. Buzz just swinging out behind his clone.
रुक जा तारे अल्ट आ गई थी बस यार.
Holding from guard, good for one. Stacks a little bit snappy. Takes down Meteor over at elbow. It's just he and Foxy9 now left alive, but as I say that, the kills will come in. Gen.G fighting back, not being dissuaded after having the clock run down the previous round. They keep themselves alive, and in this one, they continue to do damage to DRX's economy as they look to claw this back now and take us into overtime.
This is a fantastic recovery here from what looked like it might be lights out for Gen.G with the showstopper getting caught. But this time, they're right there to back him up, and Flashback there probably wishes he could kind of rethink that round, probably wants to take a step or two further back so he doesn't get caught by that rocket. Got a little too aggressive with his positioning and paid the price. The great news here for Gen.G is you did not have to invest that orbital strike. Great flash at the end, catching Foxy9 by Lakia. Perfectly timed as Foxy was trying to go for the wider swing. Got taken down. Now, DRX, yes, they've got ultimates, but the guns aren't so good. Guardian for Flashback, Stingers, a Sheriff, a Frenzy, and a Ghost. I mean, it's a little bit of everything.
Gate crash ready at back site, but just dead quiet.
GG around देखो तुम.
Till the walls come up. Cage just popped.
अभी ट्रैप में फंसेगा, उसको मारेगा फ्लैशबैक, फिर बस भाई अल्ट कर देंगे, स्टैक भाई अल्ट कर देंगे.
Nothing noted. No positions given away whatsoever.
Oh, the spot. Not punishable though.
No, it's not, but the plant does come down. 5 men set up here in the back end. This trap wire dealt with. Seekers now being sent free. Munchkin creeping forward, and there's a 10. Does go out on a 1. Dizzy connecting, and Mako with that ghost in hand, managing to find 2 kills. Damage dealt, but Stacks gone.
भाई ये गैको की अल्ट काम ही नहीं आ रही है इनकी बिल्कुल.
Gen.G now joining their counterparts at double digits. 2 rounds to go until we hit overtime.
That is a nice job by Gen.G. They're slipping the net this time of DRX. Able to utilize their smokes to gain control of U-Haul. Feel a lot more comfortable getting that plant down with control of the front half of that site. Then just utilizing that great weaponry. Munchkin pushing forward through his own smoke. Try to gain some space, gain some ground on Gen.G, make things a lot more complicated. And yet again, you're still holding on to that orbital strike. It hasn't had to be used. You do have the dimensional drift from Buzz. So gate crash out. Let's see if he wants to invest it early, or it's going to be more of a wait and see. They're really, DRX, going with their strong side over towards the B side this time. A side is going to be the weak side with just the 2 players.
Given Gen.G have been, widely running down the clocks here.
Yeah.
I think holding that dimensional drift for later information is probably going to be a lot more valuable, but Flashback is in a pretty rough spot if they decide to just full shove out of the showers here.
Yeah, he's never
Foxy,
been full season.
Crossfire. Try to save him. He goes with the cyber cage. He readjusts the aim.
भाई ये तो OT लग रहा है मुझे अब.
Hill comes through and Lockya can get over here towards his raise. They will be able to clear it up as Foxy now tries to retake that former position. Ends up getting spotted by the boom bot. Buzz.
Yoru ult भी 2 बार ही waste हो गई
defender spawn.
That was an attempted sort of crunch play there from DRX. They had a couple angles holding outside the showers. Buzz trying to get in there just a little bit too late. They lost Flashback just a little bit earlier. They would have liked. Foxy 9, oh, what a shot.
The Dragon Cross finds the headshot now. He's trying to escape the orbital strike. Does so, but he's out into the open. Buzz able to come up with 2, however, before Karen trades it back. Mako still situated here. Backside goes for the jump peek. Have noted him. There's the cleanup though.
Oh! He was blind. Mako.
They swing into him, and 1 by 1 they fall. Karon stands tall and gets Gen.G up to 11.
He got hit by that dizzy. Not sure how much it worn off there, but man, oh man. It looked like he was dead to rights. It looks like it was going to be map over, and now we're 1 away from overtime. Insane. The economy's not great here for DRX. There might be a timeout coming, indeed. Wowzers. I would love to see that from Karon's angle.
Here's the question, is it DRX or is it Gen.G? Because I think there's a pretty solid argument for both. The call a timeout right here in this moment. Looks like it is going to be DRX. Ones who are at least a little bit faster. Man. What an absolutely unreal clutch from the young gun.
So, I mean, we were talking about Flashback earlier. Some of his insane plays. There's Karon answering right back. Just disgusting. The way that these players for Gen.G and DRX, these rookies, have stepped in this year has been just absolutely incredible. I mean, they both look like they belong.
Oh, yeah.
There's been very little. I mean, yeah, Flashback. Okay, you think back to the off season during one of the early events, he looked a little shaky. Since then, he's been very good.
Hey, both he and Foxy.
Yeah.
And it was because of some of those shakier performances that we saw in the off season that it was a little bit more difficult for people to buy into, this major changeup from DRX to whether or not it was going to end up holding water for the team. But since Pacific started, it's been looking better, but Gen.G right there alongside him.
Gen.G spamming here because they know there are 2 big ultimates that are 1 away. And Foxy does grab the other one on the other side of the map. Mako.
हाँ प्रथम भाई खेल सकते हो.
Backs off the angle, then Mako getting punished for it. He needs to try to stay alive, try to find a kill.
ये और नहीं लिया texture.
Strike coming into play. Texture clearing out the dizzy,
what a
but now it's going to be full
flash.
flashbacks. Finally able to find that headshot, gets the kill.
भाई Karen भाई तो.
Once more. 2 quick kills, 2 more players remaining. Spam shots coming through.
I know exactly.
Poison Orb gets lobbed in, and that's going to be a neural theft. It's invested here from
जी OT हो गया भाई.
side of Meteor. Flashback holding on to his own.
Oh भाई. Lol.
Still revealed, still standing in position. Flashback able to find that elimination. Foxy worried about the approach there from main. Spots 1.
1 enemy remaining.
But now it is all on Foxy.
Can he get
Vandal
the pit
in
down?
hand. The time running low. Swings out the pit. Has it in his hands. Draws back down to the rifle. Get a little bit scattered here. And even though they line up for him, he's not going to be able to find the shot. 12-12. We once again go to overtime.
Oh.
Switching sides.
Amazing stuff. Both have been just absolutely insane. Karon, ooh, great turn there. And then the shorty to soften him up. And the finish from Meteor. I mean, just crazy how back and forth these were, but Foxy could just never get in a position where he felt comfortable to throw that pit down. Was just never allowed to do so by Gen.G. And they rattled off 4 in a row, 12-8. And you thought, well, all right, GG go next. Nope.
So much of that has, in these last several rounds especially, been Karon.
Yes.
Insane clutch potential from him. As flashback, ripped it away, and he's going to be lucky to only take the amount of damage that he received there. Fake out, lock it as well, spraying wildly, getting some damage across the Dizzy, not going to be finding too much of anything there. But Mako down so very low.
बेचारा बार-बार लो हो जाता है माको. ये राउंड भी गया.
That's a huge win for Lakia there. Ton of damage. Ooh, Karon taking a smidge. Nothing too serious. Flashback though.
Trying, and it's be a major pick to find here if you can break things open for the team. Open up Hookah, but Munchkin is just watching it like a hawk. Sees the gun barrel, takes a shot. It's the first one, but the follow-up is going to be good. Now the ball is going to be thrown down. Karon spamming in towards guard, and Foxy 9 eliminated, and things starting to very much spiral out of control here for DRX.
Gen.G लेके ये मैप पे यार.
Gets himself right up in front of the entryway as another smoke comes down. Keeping things obfuscated, just keeping things damn near impossible for the side of DRX. And yep, full send TP, but now you're being ushered
काय नहीं है इनके पास heal भी नहीं कर सकते यार.
The push starting, Cage coming down, the wingman. He's head right on the entry. The spray through, Buzz taken out.
सब 1 HP हैं भाई.
He will have them as Gen.G get a flawless start to overtime. Get themselves up to map point.
कोई सेज क्यों नहीं लेता? बोलता हूँ सेज लेने के लिए.
From Lakia, who's just so good about making sure that he's able to get out of his potentially tricky situation. Takes no damage, does a ton of damage.
कोई बात नहीं, 2 मैप और है, DRX जीतेंगे 2 मैप.
Lock down the B site, give no purchase to DRX's attempted attacks. And then Meteor with the great one-way setup right on top of that shower door. Has a phenomenal angle. Doesn't even give the wingman a chance. Doesn't give anyone a chance. That's the Meteor we've come to know and love so far. Oh
भाई फिर लो हो गया.
Cannot have a healthy start to any of these rounds. Down to 10 HP now. Trailblazer instantly cleared here from
नहीं ये मैप तो जीत गई Gen.G भाई. अब वो देखो ऑलरेडी लो हो गया है. मोमेंटम में भी है ऊपर से.
There's no healing anymore with DRX's comp since they switched to the Gecko.
Snake bite lobbed in.
They know.
Buzz just trying to get some shots in, trying to get some damage. Still has that gate crash and take it back over towards Haven. Munchkin finds spots.
Low by 4v5.
He gets blind on a 1, but Buzz had already been out of that
4v5 with Mako 10 HP.
But now just needs to very much help reinforce this A site where Gen.G are making their way over.
A lot of pressure over towards Flashback and Buzz. They are pushing so far forward.
They are. That's going to be the contact coming through, and they are not ready. Flashback now trying to tuck into the corner. Meteor swings ahead of his crosshair, takes him down, and it seems like that should just about be it. Sax and Mako need an absolute miracle to keep them in this and try to find a reset. The Dizzy moving forward, not going to find much of anything. Sax has been taken down. Mako would have to ace clutch with 10 HP, and it is not going to happen whatsoever. It's in the name, GG. Gen.G take map 1, 14-12.
6 rounds in a row at the end to take it down. When it looked like all hope was lost, this squad came together and once again bounced back. We saw it against Team Secret on Icebacks, the just unwillingness, the perseverance of this Gen.G squad has been outrageous so far in kickoff, and it is happening once again.
Well, that's Bind out of the way. We, of course, have Lotus coming up next, but first we'll have the Analyst Desk break down the action from map 1.
Oh, and I think there is a lot to break down. That was an unreal performance from Gen.G, closing it out on Bind.
होता है भाई कभी-कभी. लोटस निकालेंगे भाई. लोटस तो वैसे ही DRX का बेकार है और Gen.G का अच्छा मैप है.
I can't believe what we
Jaws,
just saw.
like, pick up your jaws from the floor.
ये तो 2-0 कर दिया भाई Gen.G
The
ने.
way the map started, DRX still looked like they were in control, but towards the end, especially in the second half, Gen.G really started to tighten things up. Gen.G started to
थोड़ा सा वो 1v2 हगा नहीं होता ना.
I think.
Yeah, I think it was a couple of things. That one first, I felt like Buzz started to be a lot more apprehensive. He wasn't really taking a lot more of the aggressive fights. I think it's because he didn't really have the backup from his other teammates. And then Gen.G, Texture, man, he was fearless pushing into the site. Dude was getting so much map control plus entry fragging. I think this 13 to 13, we can't really see where the first skills came from. Gen.G started getting the first skills, but I feel like it's more on that second half once they started getting a lot better contacts against the DRX.
I mean, around round 18, we even saw it on the coach cam. Solo looked like he was fired up. And if this was, the scoreline is around 8 to 10 at this point. It's almost like he knew what was up. He was like, look, I think we got them now. We got to push back. And I think there's something with DRX's solo Euro duelist comp that is lacking.
Yeah, again, there's a couple of things that you kind of want from that Yoru comp is you want to have a duelist that, you know, it allows you to be fast, and then you have your flashes to clear out the corners. The big problem to this is if you don't get those entries, Yoru runs out of so many options because you run out of those abilities, right? If you can't get that value at the start, if you can't have your teammates follow up on you, you really don't get that value and you start losing that luster compared to, like, let's say a Jet or a Raze where you can always make those solo plays. I think for, again, Buzz on that second half, he really couldn't make those solo plays because Gen.G were so tight-knit together that if he tried to do that, it would have been probably him dying and then Gen.G just getting a one-off every single round start.
It's a really different way that he plays Euro compared to, like, Forsaken, for example, as well, because the mind games, sometimes it's not quite there, especially on a map like Bind, and I think that was one of the big things why Gen.G was able to get such a good read on it. That said, though, Buzz did get an ace in round 6, which was pretty cool, the way that he played off of his teammates. So the retake sometimes worked out really well when he knew how to combo off of Stax' Dizzy, but towards the end, you can definitely see Gen.G knew how to play against that. They started to set themselves up to, you know, preemptively strike down that Dizzy as it gets sent out, and at that point, they were no longer worried. You know, in fact, it was DRX that started to feel a bit of that hesitation, because
फिर भाई थोड़ी देर में बेड पे लेट जाता हूँ, बैठे-बैठे थक जाता हूँ यार इधर.
Flashback sets up that spider's web. You see it, you know, the perfect crisscross tripwire right outside of Hookah. But even though Texture started to get trapped, there was no follow-up. They couldn't really get a kill because they played so far back. And at the same time, I think one of the biggest things that broke the camel's back was round 22 or 23. Mako had the perfect opportunity, along with Stax, to finish off Charon. But what happened? That is not Mako. That's not the same Mako that we saw last year. What happened there?
I actually was about to point out as well that Charon has gotten... Okay, so DRX... Okay, you point out about the stuff that, you know, they're not able to counteract the offense of Gen.G. I feel like there were some rounds that they were able to do that, but before they can really spiral it out of control, Charon here started really picking things up. And I think he was able to use that momentum to get those insane clutches, those insane follow-ups, and he has been such a force to be reckoned with. We're looking at Buzz and Texture here, but Charon's stats really speak for themselves in this first game.
But we cannot ignore Texture stats. I mean, you said this earlier too, Asterai. When Texture's feeling good, he's on fire. And he definitely gave so much pressure on DRX. This wasn't a reverse sweep by any means, I would say. This was close every single round.
And the only gaps were 2, maybe 3 rounds here and there. And Gen.G was always slowly catching up to it. Of course, DRX, you know, they have rounds where there are crazy performances, and they definitely were leading. They were trying to, you know, kind of drive the game. But then Gen.G, again, like we mentioned, just because of the agent compositions, the way that I think Coach Solo was really kind of setting up for some of these hits, you could see the anticipation. You can see the reads coming through. If there is a site hit towards A, for example, in the previous round, they would start to get an idea, all right, maybe this is the round where Gen.G is going to execute on towards B. So we should have our players, we should have, especially like Munchkin, maybe even Meteor, setting up their utilities or put themselves in off-angle positions on the B site. And they guessed it right. They actually get the reads on DRX, and that's how they really start to come back on these rounds. And it's just incredible. I mean, we might actually see Gen.G beating DRX in this playoff semifinals right now. That's crazy.
It's a complete possibility. I think it's crazy, but not that crazy. I think it's only crazy crazy because we didn't expect this to happen so soon with such a brand new Gen.G. We talked about it before. This is not Solo's first time defeating DRX, at least back then when they were Vision Strikers. But not much has changed with DRX, and Solo seems to have figured that out.
Yeah, imagine that was like 700 days ago for him to actually get that, right? So absolutely, Gen.G feels like they were always the bridesmaid, never the bride here in the Korean region.
Now they might be.
They actually might be. This is absolutely nuts. That being said, this is still a composition that we saw from DRX. Feels like it's a whole new thing that they might have not have fully locked and loaded, and Gen.G definitely took advantage of that. So if we're gonna go to the next map and DRX brings a more traditional composition, is that going to, you know, help them out coming into, well, map number 2?
You know, we were talking about, or at least I was mentioning anyway, how Gen.G, I didn't think they would be this strong until maybe later in the season, but they had so much potential. I'm very excited for Gen.G. But maybe it seems this time it's DRX who's slightly undercooked.
Yeah, they really have been struggling. I mean, we're just going to watch the highlights once again. And they started so good. I was about to point out that Buzz was a one-man wrecking ball with this Yoru. He was dictating the best parts of this first half, and as Clark said, he even got himself an ace, but unfortunately that did not transition well into that second half, where he had to be a lot more passive, wait for Gen.G to strike, and then make his move.
I mean, you can see that he definitely does try to go for some of these plays. There was that round 6 ace, but then here comes Karon. The orbital strike, he had a judge and just instantly knew how to react to, you know, Mako's plays, and the responses coming in from Gen.G really put them back out on top, or at least back neck and neck first. I don't know what it is, but sometimes, or especially that round 22-23, Karon was flashed. Karon was flashed.
Can't let it go.
Mako had a perfect opportunity to really close out the map. It's such a big kill. Like, can you really feel like how it must be to be in that mindset? Like, you almost had the round, you almost had the map, and then because of that, suddenly Gen.G comes out with a 6-round win streak. Everything changed. So now we're going into Gen.G's map pick of Lotus. DRX last year never once wanted to play Lotus. They only showed it, I think, maybe towards the end against like PaperX or something. It is a very classic traditional composition, you know, Buzz on the Raze, you got the Viper Omen, Stacks as the Fade, Flashback as the Cypher. I don't know if that's something that helps DRX now, because they're really, they got a formula. Everybody knows that formula by this point. Meanwhile, Gen.G has been trying some new things. Gen.G has been showing us some new strats. They've been showing that they can counter-strat DRX, and I think this actually might be a time where Gen.G 2-0s DRX.
Will it be another win for the Tiger Nation? Let's hand it over to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. That is certainly what they are looking for. DRX probably a bit gobsmacked after dropping their map pick of Bind, showing us some newer looks with the newer players, but ultimately fizzling out at the end. Gen.G persevering, getting that win. Now in a position where they could get a 2-0.
And just incredible what we're seeing from both rookies. You know, Karon really stepping up at the end. A lot of exciting stuff for both of these teams in terms of their potentials and their futures, but right now, Gen.G has so much firepower. Their coordination is really starting to pick up as they have played so many maps. It just seems like they're getting more and more confident.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Immediate contact, Prowler coming out, they swing in, Flashback able to come away with one, but they're not out of danger yet. Kate Shelton trying to peel back that pressure, and it works a treat.
Hello GMO, welcome to the stream, brother.
Kills come in, tagged up members here on the side of DRX, but still are alive. Mako now moving forward here in front of Mount. Swinging out, just trying to catch Munchkin, but eventually giving him a bit of respect, will back away.
That's a huge start for DRX. They don't lose a player. Take a smattering of damage across the board, but still coming out with that a huge win. Still trying to work their way into the B site.
Munchkin's really trying to keep him interested, and that leaves Buzz for the moment by himself with 10 HP here on the B site.
And that's
Flashback joining.
still that Viper utility covers that front door, so gonna be a little bit tricky.
Ooh, shoulder spotted. And it's gonna be Mako taking the fight, winning it. As the one goes into the back, pushing forward here into B. Lock in Karan, able to find one apiece. Has two members standing, but I mean, look at these HP bars. It's only Foxy 9 that hasn't taken big damage. Stacks about to make contact here versus Lakia. He's able to win out the fight. Shot goes through, bit of Caterpillar smoking here from Karan. Manages to slink his way down in towards stairs. Unpunished, Paranoia still in hand. This could be monstrous.
Last player standing.
Let's go though. Foxy. Here.
वाह वाह बहुत अच्छा वनियन लिया Foxy 9 बहुत अच्छा वनियन लिया भाई.
The Prowler goes checking over towards stairs. Nothing spotted. The drop down. Mako finds himself on side and Lakia. He's got it clutched.
क्या कर रहे DRX वाले?
For a nightfall already, Gen.G, they take the pistol on Lotus.
It's just brilliant heady play from Gen.G, knowing that Stacks was going to swing wide.
प्रथम भाई,
It was pinged out.
मेरे से कांटेक्ट कर लेना Instagram पे मैं आपको भेज दूंगा मेरा कंट्रीब्यूशन. अपने तो पैसे गए भाई. खर्चा होने वाला है प्रथम भाई अपना आज तो. अरे DRX का बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं है लोटस और Gen.G का बहुत स्ट्रांग मैप है ये.
On the other side. Now DRX is going to try to push in towards Rubble. Got control, but Gen.G isn't going to bite on any of that bait.
It's just clear enough to be able to rush Buzz forward, have him grab that orb. Now he's hightailing it over towards C.
Nothing but classics for DRX. An outlaw for Meteor. He's, as we kind of expected, leaning into that gun quite a bit this year.
Locking with a Vandal, 2 Guardians. I mean, there's so much firepower here for Gen.G to work with.
आपका भी कंट्री मैं ही करूँगा, no tension. नहीं मेरे से ले लेना कोई बात नहीं.
However, almost gets 2. Takes him low, and Mako does get the finisher there. Mako finding a second before getting dropped, and that leaves now just Stacks on its lonesome. Munchkin with 21 health, Meteor, that outlaw.
Spike planted.
In a way, a significant amount of damage dealt here for the side of DRX. Does he want to set up the haunt? Does he want to reveal it? Jump up, swing out of the corner. Meteor, having grabbed the Vandal, will be able to put it to use. 2-0 start for Gen.G, but a hell of a lot closer to the anti-eco than we might have anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good damage here for DRX to do. Made the economic advantage that you can get off of that round much less impactful. Yeah, you're getting some good kills, but waiting right around that corner was Buzz. Waited for the first to go by. Foxy finding some phenomenal shots. Hitting a ton of heads. Tremendous damage. Now, just Guardian, Vandal, and a Bulldog left. A couple Sheriffs, though, as well. And you know that Gen.G, no slouches when it comes to those. They have turned a lot of rounds around, probably saved that bind for them. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, the jump forward, but tucked into the corner there. Was Karan.
Remaining.
Will help find one, but Stacks.
Down A.
Gunning him down. Quick little jump peek. Getting the spot, now it's just Meteor. Love to recover.
Hello GM Ho, welcome to the stream, brother.
What a round. I mean, just look at the corpses scattered on the floor here. 6 bullets in it. And Stacks a little bit snappier in this one. 3K for him, trying to catch up towards Lakia perhaps, but DRX will be able to close out the bonus.
Yeah, Stacks. Good to see him picking up the pace. Seemed to be his utility was really good on the Gecko. It felt like a lot of those Dizzies had impact, but not quite where you wanted it to be. Buzz, sort of the sacrificial lamb here for DRX to get their utility in place and to clear out all those angles. Snakebite as well, finding
नहीं कॉस्मिक भाई बुखार है थोड़ा कल से. अभी तो ठीक हो गया है बट.
Now Lakia though, with that early 4K, able to find himself with an early night, early ult of his own. On. Gonna reveal anything. Now, a little bit of a push out again towards Rubble here with Mako and Buzz, but right now Gen.G trying to take their time. Camera right on the outside of that door. Trap wire right in the front. Let's see if they're going to be able to clear this before they make their entry. Looks like Texture is going to see it right now. Yeah, okay. Flashback just popped a shot right off the contact. There's the camera, yeah.
An immense amount of information here. Stacks, oh man, sticking around to clear that turret. Takes a lot of additional damage there. Fortunate to be still alive as Munchkin sending some shots.
Still sitting on the paranoia as Mako, so if they were to reaggress towards A, it could be a little bit tricky, but Gen.G happy to take their time and make a little bit of a fake. A few players planted on A, Spike over towards C, shifting in that direction. Smokes are down though, I mean with Foxy and Flashback there, could be really, really tricky. Getting up Up on top of that box as well, setting up the crossfire.
Smoke now in front of B, trying to dissuade that. Munchkin. Bit of a walkabout. Looks like maybe some shots between he and Buzz getting exchanged, and Munchkin now going to be backing off. Nightfall going in, Texture up and over the top, and somehow still alive. The kill not going to be found. The swinging Meteor with that Outlaw in hand still comes away with the kill and stacks.
10 seconds left.
Grab one and dip out. Texture right up in front of him here. 1 HP. The swing in doesn't matter. He's going to be faster on the pull. Buzz sends on the paint shell, swings in. It's met with death. Gen.G.
DJ by DRX तो बाहर हो गई.
Pick up 2 consecutive. Right back into the driver's seat, 3-1. As the money continues to dwindle.
That entry had to be dealt with by Foxy9 from Texture, landing right next to him. We saw shots earlier. That one right there. Texture just able to get
Lagya in form finally, yes.
keep pace. It's Foxy. Buzz swings into 2 different gun barrels. Texture is in it to win it, no doubt. It's been fired up, very animated this season.
Halt reveal there. Let's catch 2, but everybody from DRX not really in a position for any kind of punish at the moment. Zero rifle here in the hands of Flashback as Meteor looking to watch from behind. There it is. Can be recovered. Picked up swiftly by Foxy9. But now looking for the re-peek, trying to see if anyone comes in, and there's Mako. One shot sent. Buzz swings, tries to catch him off guard while being up close. He cannot do it. Right clicks now covering fire from Locky as well. Mako grabs the gun. Let's see what kind of damage he can deal here.
Molly डाल दे.
That's so much attention now from the side of Gen.G. Paid towards these back.
आजा eco frag, texture by eco frag.
Grab this gun.
Last match, yes.
It's a flawless. As a Meteor putting up figures of the Outlaw.
You might need an early timeout here from DRX to stop this. This is looking really clean from Gen.G. Covering each other really well, reacting to things really nicely. Meteor with an Outlaw. Absolutely scary for any opponent when he gets sniper rifles in his hands.
I mean, we knew when we saw this weapon.
Yep. First thought was
Meteor.
Meteor.
This is going to be one of the guys.
First thought was
not
Meteor.
the guy.
Yep.
So far it's looking good, but speaking of scope for rifles, we do have an operator in the hands here of Buzz, but still such a monstrous investment. Getting situated over here just outside of Mound, but you can already see the drift away from Gen.G.
Well, you got to be concerned with that one way because the showstopper is also in hand. Come flying around that corner.
Very true. Caron does TP over to the opposite side. Prowler going to be cleared. Paranoia goes out. Leg shot there into Texture. Mako able to find 2 before getting dropped. Spotted on the 1, but Meteor in the meantime pushing forward here towards B. Comes up with 1. Spike already grabbed. Swing out. Oh, Foxy. Double taking, but does manage to back away. Camera out. Munchkin trying to creep his way up. Has been spotted. Takes an immense amount of damage there. Still continue to push their way forward. Is the lockdown going to be invested here on this A site? Shot sent. Connection not found. Flashback just going to have to pull away and get himself out of this one.
Cage triggered.
Don't pull Mako.
Placing swarm grenade.
Doesn't. Double stack on these nano swarms, been spotted. It's Buzz. I mean, the showstopper might have to be the trade out here to try to get them into this round.
Oh, look what Meteor is.
He's going for it. Sees him, sends it. Meteor going to be taken out. 2 more players to go through, though. Drop down, Caron pulling back, gets himself around the corner. Munchkin trying to apply some pressure. Buzz scoped in, pushing over towards Tree. Ends up falling as Caron is looking for it, and he's got it! A monstrous 4K! As Gen.G are just not allowing for DRX to get themselves into this game at all.
Oh, this rookie has just been lights out for Gen.G. A little bit of a slow start, and it has just been full throttle ever since. What looked like might finally be a win here for DRX after only getting their win in the bonus. Since then, it has been tough, and Munchkin is just screaming, trying to get into the heads of DRX.
Speaking of head, we should say that there's a headset warning for all viewers of the remainder of this broadcast.
That's a little bit loud.
But I mean, can you blame him?
Nope, not at all. They've been just destructive. And they're winning so many of their 1v1s as well. I mean, Meteor winning his battle against, I believe it was Foxy9 in mid at B. All of those things going Gen.G's way right now, and DRX is struggling to recover. Uh-oh.
Double swing coming through. Munchkin does the parting gift of a kill there over to Buzz before getting taken out by Mako. So weapon can be recovered. Texture getting tagged up, sends in the showstopper. Not going to be able to find the kill there on his stacks, but the Phantom, well, rather the Vandal in the hands of Lakia certainly will. Texture gets another ban there in Foxy9. Given the deaths of his comrades, Mako going to take that Vandal recovered and swing back around towards the spawn.
Has some money. See if he wants to go hunting. And just gonna be checking B. Is Lakia right around the corner?
He's there, spots him, headshot coming through. Texture here as well, and Snap here with it. 40 HP, doesn't matter, gets the headshot. Takes away all of that weaponry. And the onslaught continues. But looks like we will have that timeout coming through. Was wondering when it was gonna happen.
Yeah, it is needed. It's difficult right now.
One enemy remaining.
For the side of DRX, Gen.G is beating them at almost every twist and turn. Coordination is
Hello Mark, sad नहीं हो भाई, थोड़ी तबीयत खराब है तो चुपचाप बैठा हूँ बस.
For Gen.G, yeah, one of the things that Gen.G was concerned about coming into today's
हाँ, tournament's out.
was that there's so much tape on them because they played so many matches. Because they, I was talking to Munchkin. This was the other day when they were playing, and he's like, "We've already played so many maps. We're like running low-odds strategies. We feel like we're just digging." But that's kind of working because now that they're just kind of having to play off the cuff a little bit more, they're playing together. Like they're playing for each other. It helps that they're getting crazy clutches like with Karon and Lakia, you know, here in this Lotus map. But again, this is the thing that I was really high on with this Gen.G squad coming into this year to start, was the firepower is crazy. It is just insane how good top to bottom this team is. And you know, you saw them.
हाँ वो मास्टर जाएगा, लेकिन उससे पहले कल वो PRX से फाइनल खेलेगा.
Something that T1 could not do earlier today. They're that good, and that gauntlet they had to run with RRQ and Paper-Rex, Zeta and Team Secret.
Oh boy.
Oh, here we go. Odin go Burr.
If you want to break the mental of a squad, massacre them with an Odin right after their timeout. That would be a very good way to do it. Got loose with the shots. Well, it's actually matrixing most of those bullets, not really getting caught. Swings out, off in hand, does manage to find a kill. Quick exit with a satchel, takes himself back around the wall to safety as Mako will be able to find Karon. Just the perseverance here from
Masters
DRX.
final होते हैं.
Impressive to say the least that they don't walk away from that.
मतलब?
And the spacing so good here.
क्यों क्या होता है भाई?
But the spacing so good from Buzz, dodging a lot of that fade utility to be able to find that kill, setting up the trade-off with Mako at Baby Door. Very, very nicely done. And the pit over on the other side of the map, set up by Foxy9. Trapwire in there as well to give him a little bit of extra protection, and Gen.G wants none of it.
Texture creeping forward, swinging the corner.
Jeez.
Able to isolate both of them! Stacks and Mako both taken down now. The A site open for business. Was going to try to swing in off stairs, but the poison orb setup is still there.
Welcome to my
Now the pit going to be infested right here on the edge. He needs the no-scope, but he can't.
30 seconds left.
Munchkin dodging the shot. Texture's heroics. Just keep
आगे रोहित भाई आगे.
control.
Here.
3v5 potentially here. Absolutely incredible from the side. Gen.G Neural Theft will get another reping.
Boxing.
Just clear out on the util, trying to just make sure they can even get themselves over towards this spike. Texture going to be noted. Flashback swinging around here out of tree, but time is dwindling. Headshot found on the one. Operator grabbed. The call comes in. There's nothing more to be done except to die. Meteor will be able to find flashbacks, so it's just going to be Foxy9 to the op in hand. Trying to hold on to it as best he possibly can. Gen.G not allowing for that timeout to take hold, to have effect. They continue moving up.
Ooh, looked like it might have been much better handled round for DRX. That Viper's Pit with the setup outside of A. It's a good start, but gosh, Texture, you You are insane. You are absolutely crazy. He knows it.
Oh boy.
He knows it.
Kill them.
Having a whale of a time up there.
Yeah, I would be too.
What a round, too. It's widely, it's been a lot quieter for Texture. He hasn't really had to be that tip of the spear so far in the map. Buzz swings out wide on Rubble, does catch Munchkin off guard.
Yeah, Munchkin trying to use his util to get behind the Rubble, but never allowed to get there. Caught off guard there, Lakia. The utility. Buzz again, though, finds another with the op.
Walking forward in towards B, finding one Texture going for the entry. Comes in up over the top, vulnerable out on everybody. Just a little bit of damage taken. They get themselves onto the site. The plant now starts coming through. Just taking some pot shots into the smoke. There's a swing out. Foxy 9 going to be taken down. Mako moving forward, trying to reinforce this position. But Texture, this is such a hard angle to clear. Mako swinging forward, trying to get it done. The shot goes wide. Texture finds another 2K. And Flashback going to be taken down. Now it's all on Stacks. The
आज दिन नहीं है भाई 3v5 हार गए फिर से.
Swings in, finds Lakia, but 20 HP. He would have to one-shot Texture here. Works him a little bit lower. Boombot has to be cleared. Swing back in, and Stacks is good for
Texture.
The defuse will come in.
Text
DRX
call.
themselves a second round win. Can the operator be held?
You can't kill a nightmare.
Gonna try to run for it. And should just about miss it.
So close. Again, good start here for Buzz. 2 early op kills. But it doesn't translate into success. I mean, these executes, these hits onto the C site, there is nothing Flashback and Foxy have been able to do about it. And I love
आपने कहाँ support किया है भाई?
it's aggressive towards Waterfall because they know the Nightfall is somewhere and potentially coming, likely to crash across that C site. So they want to try to get ahead of it. Now they have no idea that Stacks is wrapping all the way around the back of the map. But still, I like what they did there, and that's why Texture can pick up those big kills and almost take another round away from DRX.
This hot lineup again, sent out of B, continuing to catch Gen.G off guard from time to time. Not that it's translated much into DRX being able to run away with the rounds. Now, a little bit of presence noted. Another smoke going to be sent in. And a ton of space acquired here by Gen.G over towards A, but also from DRX, pushing their way all the way out of C. So can funnel this information over and let them know, okay, it's either going to be an A hit or that B pivot. And Foxy 9 managing to find an opening kill.
And there's no utility on the backside here for Gen.G to watch for this other than the eyes of Meteor himself, who just finally put down the alarm bot.
To the cover from behind. Mako about to encounter it, does so, clears it. Something for now, Gen.G, the call is going to be to try to just keep eyes focused forward as Showstopper at the ready, wrap around the back. Foxy not ready for it, the punish not found yet. Stacks eventually is able to take down Texture, but the Karen's right behind him. Immediately getting the follow-up punish. Showstopper at the ready, swings the corner and just domes Buzz. The up with no value. Now into the hands of Mako. Seems like again, just the economy in such a dire position.
अरे DRX का Lotus अच्छा नहीं है, बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं है. और Gen.G का Lotus बहुत अच्छा है भाई.
It's just amazing the way that Gen.G can find the timings and the weaknesses in sort of the pauses that DRX is taking to set up for their retakes. And it's so good because you know that DRX is such an execute heavy team and don't give them the opportunity to go for those coordinated hits. And you catch them sleeping a little bit towards spawn with that showstopper. They don't seem to be able to recover quickly enough, and that's something that Gen.G can do. They seem to recover very, very nicely. It's that individual skill on Showcase and the decision-making and the play calling from Munchkin and company. Assuming it's Munchkin still.
DRX से throw किया भाई वो 1v2.
Somebody different. But I think it's Munchkin right now with some side calling from
और OT के दोनों round flawless निकाले बताओ उन्होंने.
Whoever's doing it, it's working. That's the most important thing here. I mean, Texture going untraded for so long there, really costing them. And I misspeak earlier, not the op, but the showstopper finding the value for Buzz, just absolutely catastrophic here for DRX. Nightfall. The Shadow to work with. It's Buzz again. Creeping forward on cleared. Continues to inch, and he spots one. Texture gonna be taken down. Mako covering fire with a classic. Finishing to come up with one, but now Munchkin. 2 for him. Locky as well, getting away with a kill. Another blink and you miss it start to a round where we find ourselves here in a 2v2. Flashback, holding forward, back rubble. Snake bites available as well as a prowler to scout his position though. Do they think about it?
Last player
They do. They absolutely do. As the dart comes in, Lakia turns his sights in that direction and instantly shuts it down. Alarmbot not a concern here. Deactivated, but now Munchkin just holding this angle while the plan comes in, and Buzz swaps off the weapon. He's got the knife in hand, redraws the rifle, snappy, manages to take down Munchkin with thanks to the low HP bar. But where does he go from here? Sees available from Lakia. He works his way up the rope. Looks like he's gonna wrap around over to stairs. There's no pushing forward. No util to speak of. Blast pack's gone, the paint shell's gone. Tap onto the spike, expecting him from coming out wide on the left.
लाकिया फॉर्म में आ गया
Close
भाई.
on the right. Lakia, another 3K.
इस सीजन का बेस्ट मैप है उसका ये.
And another round for Gen.G.
पूरे सीजन का.
9-2. Just brilliant. Brilliant from Gen.G. In full control over this map, almost since the get-go. Munchkin is so good. Been winning so many of these battles. 1v1s. Now, yes, some of the weaponry much weaker for DRX in that round, but still, I don't know, man.
Lakia on his feet.
Yes.
And we have to remind ourselves, how sweet would it feel for him, not only to return to international competition, but to eliminate DRX and force them to miss their first international since the first international.
Yep.
They've been in every single tournament, aside from the one that Lakia went to on New Turn. Buzz taken down. Quick reply though. Mako able to find Munchkin here.
And just what a story it is for Lakia. What a journey he's taken. It's been a rough couple years.
Nightfall available.
You got a couple ults. You could find that neural theft utilization. Could really make this round a lot easier. Get that third round win. Charon goes looking.
Mako hearing the cancel. There's a jump up. Finds one. Knows that there has to be more, and there are. Cleans up the kill. Snappy little TP. Gets himself situated behind the box. Smoke now going to be thrown into the paint shells. Get lobbed in his direction. The blast back forward from Texture. Able to find the kill. Headshot comes in. 3v2. DRX holding on to the advantage for now as the Nightfall crashes across, catching onto both players. Good tap on the spike. Nothing spotted, but now the neural theft coming through. With a lack of audio, the paranoia certainly starting to set in. There's the reveal, there's the adjustment. Flashback, onto the shot. Will be able to get the follow-up. Picture ends up falling. DRX, very spaced out. Their round wins, but they get a third one as we go into halftime.
I was starting to think it might be 10-2 again for DRX on Lotus.
Gen.G would rather deal with a 9-3 curse.
Yeah, I believe that is the truth. Somewhere, some Billy fan just fell to their knees.
Oh boy. Well, Gen.G, 4 round wins away from punching their ticket to Madrid as well as their first grand final.
And just, again, I mean, playing more maps, more matches than anybody else so far. And it doesn't seem to faze them. They're just time and time again finding ways to get wins, finding these incredible individual clutches. And no doubt some DRX fans, but some Lakia fans as well.
Gen.G wins as well.
Yeah, bowing to Gen.G there.
There, they got the Champions Trophy drawn on that poster.
That's a little ambitious, but I'm about it. I'm fine with it.
Hey, you know what?
I'll take it.
They keep looking like this. You hold on to that poster.
It's true.
You end up going
Get
to
it signed.
Champions. We can see it again.
Yeah. Please.
So right now, this has been so dominant.
Get that laminated.
9-3. DRX. 2-1 in pistol so far. And this is one that they certainly need to win. They want any hope. Trying to run this one back, but Gen.G been looking so damn clean here on Lotus.
Yeah, this just looks like a potential quick B hit. Slow walking in, but only the alarm
Gen.G
bot really to give any
DRX
info
Gen.G
over.
final, yes.
And Lakia playing position.
नहीं Gen.G ये मैप नहीं हारेगी भाई.
Get the spot. Not a lot
It is
he
their
can do
map.
about this.
Prowler sent, there's a jump in. Buzz taking some shots on the way through. Rocco going to be able to find one lock in. Does manage to get rid of Buzz. A little bit more, but Stacks fell him. Caron turning back. Nearly gets the elimination there. His texture. Last one standing. Sheriff in hand. Still has the paint shells. He's going on the chase. He's just dropping down behind them. That was looking dangerous for a moment, given the HP bars. Gives him another little shot, another little kill coming through. DRX will be able to close out the pistol.
Yeah, just trying to pick up the pace, trying to get heated up. If there's any team that we have seen this multiple times at Kilios, it looks like they're down, it looks like they're out, and then they bounce back.
Nice.
Say we ain't out yet. It's DRX. Think back to not only that Billy game at Champions, but you know the WGS. That team's name that Han was on?
Yeah.
I got it.
I was going to let you just flounder around.
Search around. I'm like, no, W something. W Key Gaming, no, that's PaperX.
Aggressively pushing forward here outside of A. The suspect, though, I mean, it's got to be lurking in the back of their minds every single time they do knock the economy down from Gen.G. It's just how good they have been on these thrifties. DRX not looking to get ahead of themselves here. Texture trying to pull the corner, and I mean, that's part of the reason why. Shots fly through. Mako down low on HP. Poison orb, paint shell as well. Lob forward, Munchkin rushes up, plays off the back of his vulnerability to get the kill on a Buzz. Reveal, however, now coming down as they flooding around the backside of the site. Flashback, take out Caron, picks up that Sheriff, and now it is all on Meteor. Gets the dink, gets another one. Some great aim on display, but Foxy9 with 3 HP left will be the finisher as DRX close out the anti-eco.
We've just seen so many great thrifties from both teams. Both just insanely talented. Those sheriffs with those weaker guns.
Munchkin's a lunatic.
Munchkin, dude, that's why I was just like, what?
I'm just gonna eat paint shell damage, push this poison orb, put out a snake bite, and then kill Buzz.
Yeah, just a jumping right click. Why not? It's that new Gen.G capsule skin, baby. You too can do that at home.
There's a rush for it, but Mark did come through from the Haunt. Swift back away from Foxy9 as everybody else is getting corralled up outside of C. Turret, singular nano swarm. With Munchkin waiting in the wings. He's got the 2 snake bites, and that could very much come with the works on this entry. All the util goes flooding through now. Munchkin able to find one. Buzz taken out, catches Mako, TPing up on top of the box. Flashback in the meantime, able to find one. Just drifting back, keeping himself there in B main, but Meteor inching forward, able to find Foxy9. Stacks, keeps himself standing. Flashback wants to try to intercept, but Caron looks like he fully expects that he is still going to be here, and he is correct. The kill comes in. Haunt finding nothing. Texture spotting Stacks for a brief little moment. Shots flying. Can he do it again? Shots coming across. He spots him, but Texture comes up with the goods. Kill comes in. Bonus is theirs. Gen.G now at 10 rounds.
Ooh. Just by the hair on their chins. Is Gen.G able to find this win? I like what Flashback is doing here, though.
क्लच सिचुएशन में इतना हिलते क्यों हो भाई? एक जगह बैठा नहीं जाता है क्या तुम्हारे से?
Meteor's always hanging around the front of B there, getting kills, finding people unaware. So Flashback there, kind of learning and finding some serious value, giving his team a really good chance. And Stacks almost again comes up with the clutch, but a lot of damage done to Gen.G. So the economy here, poor. Just at Texture able to carry over his gun, so it's Sheriff's and a Marshall.
Jumps forward, Texture on the hunt. Real comes in. Buzz able to find you before getting taken down by Lakia. Mako as well. Hoping to peel some of that pressure.
Here he goes again.
Drifting around the front. Footsteps likely. Maybe not hurt, actually. No movement from him. The rest of DRX, though, making their way forward here onto the side. Meteor with that Marshall still commands respect, still could do an immense amount of damage here. All of DRX back themselves off and get situated here in tree. Tap on the door for Stacks to rotate out. Try to cover a different angle. Turret set up first and foremost. Spray, not connecting. Snake bite, now thrown down, pulls off of it, does Meteor. The shot gonna go wide. Can't find it. Sharp shot from Munchkin. Can't quite line it up. 4 members still alive here from the side of DRX. They continue to try to fight their way back into this.
It's starting to look doable. It's starting to feel doable. You have a Nightfall. 1 away from the showstopper is Texture. A couple away from some of the other big ults for Gen.G. 2 away from their Nightfall. 2 away from a Viper's Pit. Keep your eyes on that. Great reveal there. Great haunt by Stacks. You said earlier, Kilios, these haunts seem to be one of the few things that Gen.G has had a bit of a problem dealing with. Doesn't seem like they really have the protocols in place to necessarily always be consistent in clearing it. But that's certainly something that should be pretty easily correctable for Solo.
Here with a quick peek.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Ooh, okay, he's fine. He's fine.
Spotted a lot of players, and Munchkin quickly joins in. Last pack is sent. Prowler goes in. Maybe the orb picked up there by Buzz. Now just 1 away from his own showstopper. Texture, I mean, joined in by Locky as well. Look at this forward hold. Prowler to chase. There's the showstopper. Looking to send it, but it's just a bit short. Foxy9, 22 HP, somehow gets away.
Get him.
Stacks is going to take a go at this now. As they get the rest of the squad trying to work their way forward. Some utility being thrown both ways from the fades. Try to clear a little space. Still sitting on that Nightfall is Stacks. Still looking for that opportunity. I think they really want to use this on B or C potentially, but they want to find one of those closed space sites to get value, but all of a sudden a big pivot.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth here with not a lot of time. Any value the Texture finds here could be the undoing of DRX in this round, but he's going to get dropped. Stacks able to find that opening kill. Lakia still hovering around Baby Tor, but Stacks, I think he's getting fired up, pissed off, rushing forward, breaking open the side spike, gets planted. Paranoia goes across. They get ready to go for maybe the double drop down. There's Charon managing to snap on the Buzz. What a reaction from him. Stacks continuing to swing out, now falling. Have they overstepped? Mako going to be noted. Foxy9. Staying flush within the poison orb. Mako pushing into the smoke. Taken down. Foxy9 now spotted. Meteor just toying with him. Gets digged through the wall, but he's still standing. The defuse comes in, and Gen.G pull the rug out from under DRX's feet.
I'm gobsmacked. I mean, I thought DRX played this round insanely well. Obviously, Stacks winning 2 crucial fights on the way into A. And then they're able to just kind of set up post plans, and rarely do you see DRX falter in those kind of moments, but then this drop down from Charon, Buzz just cannot quite react fast enough. And then all of a sudden, everybody starts winning their battles, and everything starts falling apart. Not a lot of utility left for DRX in that post plant. Had to use a lot, taking their time, spreading the map out, trying to find a weakness. And therefore, Gen.G just able to do what they do best, and that's bulldoze you with great gunplay. Yeesh.
Impeccable. I mean, Solo sitting cozy, sitting pretty. He's got 2 timeouts to rely on in case this ends up getting a bit closer. There's Termi and Glow trying to rectify this situation, figure out how they can run back 7 rounds just to try to get the win, avoid an overtime.
Yeah, and it almost felt like there might be some steam in the engine for DRX, but Gen.G just punching right back every time. These odd man situations that they've been able to overcome today, just brutal. And that's something obviously you'd like to work on, something you'd like to avoid in future matches, wherever they may be, but still, there's no doubt that this Gen.G squad can frag out, that they are capable of insane amounts of multi-kills. Just so many of their matches, you look at all their players, and they're just putting up huge 2K, 3K rounds constantly throughout this kickoff in VCT Pacific. showstopper for Buzz. He's got to be a little bit careful, and Gen.G respecting the hell out of it, just way back there on A, not even trying to contest in front of Rubble.
The problem for DRX is they need to try to get these round wins without using the ults, but just given how things have gone, that seems impossible.
Yeah.
The ult economy right now for Gen.G is so stacked.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you just have to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it for DRX and hope it works. That's where you're at. You're in a situation where you can't give any extra rounds over to Gen.G.
Showstopper and the Nightfall both going across. Texture spotted, rockets going. Buzz able to find the kill with his, swings back around, takes down Lakia. 2 HP remaining for him. Karon still noted. Xccurate tree ends up falling. 2 ults for the round win, it would seem here, as Munchkin left scattering back over towards the C site.
I have the spike.
That can now come in. That's going to be a pit available here for the side of Foxy 9.
30 seconds left.
Seems like DRX holding on for at least a bit longer.
Shouldn't be a lot that Munch can say about this, because his credit situation is not great, to say the least. So he is just going to have to wait this one out on the other side of the map, which is the Vandal left. Save it over for another round. Scrape together. Should be most of a buy for Gen.G. DRX, finally. A little bit of breathing room. Nobody going down just yet, unless somebody goes hunting towards the C site. Flashback considering angles, but not going to get super close to Munchkin, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, he's the only one with the financial viability to really try to go for the hunt, but they also know if he gets a kill, that's a pit going into the next round for the defenders to use. Ultimately, it is just not worth it for them. So they won't over-pursue. DRX in the gap now to just 4 rounds separating, but again, these ults that Gen.G have, even if that retake comes in, lockdown Nightfall.
Veggiebuoy फुटबॉल फैन है, क्रिकेट के अंधभक्त है भाई आप. Veggiebuoy को क्रिकेट से.
It's going to be a lot of retake potential and a lot of ability to clear that
Indian boys
if
not
it goes down
being
with that
cricket fan
lockdown and
is
that Nightfall as well. So DRX kind of
just
on the
unacceptable.
bad end of the rock paper scissors with the ult cycling, crisscross with the toxic screens, and Foxy been under pressure a few times in this spot. Not much success to
But
speak
cricket
of.
भी छोड़ दिया
Bullied a
उन्होंने.
bit. And these 1v1s.
IPL जब से पॉपुलर हुआ है तब से क्रिकेट भी बंद कर दिया. सब देख अब नहीं मन कुछ भी देखने का मन नहीं करता भाई. E-sports only. No fixing, no scam, no nothing. All real.
See everybody else just pushing forward here, trying to apply this pressure on the C. Relying and trusting that Foxy is going to be okay. For the time being, they're not going to push into him.
And they're fishing for that Killjoy utility, but they couldn't find it. Both the Nano Swarm and the Alarm Bot are still on the floor, still active for Gen.G. So nice placement here by Meteor to keep it away from some of the normal spots. Generally, people kind of put it out in the middle, but he set them back a bit. That makes it much more difficult for DRX to feel comfortable in this execute, to avoid potentially like those nanos in particular can really cause a lot of pain.
30 seconds left.
Smokes down here on B. Paranoia at the ready. As the door gets tapped, this is going to be the full set here on the pivot. Paranoia goes across. Karon just getting a bit of damage as that Snakebite goes down. Nightfall now crashing across in from behind. Lakia trying to lead the charge, trying to get this pitch through as the pit is going to be invested. The spike gets planted without much time to spare.
Lockdown.
Lockdown being sent. It's outside the door, and Munchkin finds flashback. Jumps back across the opposite side. His own pit now going to be invested. Bite's invested. So they start inching their way forward here on towards the site. Buzz up over the top, wary about the push in from behind, but he looks away at the wrong time! Gets taken down, Karon finds the kill! They have stopped them out of the ground! Gen.G now getting themselves up to 12. Everything invested, everything thrown at this. They get this now to match point.
It all comes crumbling down. That lockdown makes it so darn tricky.
Unbelievable.
It's just incredible.
The decision making, the timing from Karon is just so perfect.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a rookie, does he?
Not at all.
Doesn't look like a guy who's literally never played outside of ranked until this year, until he joined Gen.G.
Oh.
Stay focused.
Well, DRX need to be strapped in for 5 consecutive rounds to take us into overtime yet again.
There.
Otherwise, Gen.G looking so poised, so dialed in right now. This texture will end up falling. Decent spray check. Mako finding the headshot. Takes him down. They look for a little bit more. Very suspicious about Lockheed being just on the opposite side of that wall, and they would be correct, but they're not able to find too much damage. Munchkin now also getting picked off.
There.
Flashback and Meteor clashing here at B. Still coming through, and it seems like DRX not going to be finished yet. Lockheed and Count have something absolutely crazy to say about it.
Yeah, probably going to shift over towards B, as that has been fully claimed by Flashback. So over they go. That has been given over to them for a little bit of extra work from Flashback. Once again, is winning some of his individual battles. I mean, there have been some times where it feels like Gen.G is just so good in their 1v1s, yeah.
One enemy
But Flashback has the shot.
Ridiculous.
The spike planted Lockheed. See if he can do anything here. Was making plenty of noise. Swinging in, Lockheed able to take him down. Flashback approaching. Lockheed is so privy to all of this, though. But just doesn't check drop. So he will get finished off. Flashback, Neural Theft online. DRX close out round 20. That's just one step of so many that they need to take.
Yeah, well, it just got done to them by Gen.G on the previous map. It's 12-8. Gen.G was able to swing it back and then win an OT. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility. All business for DRX now. Trying to see if they can figure this out, see if they can keep their hopes alive for going to Madrid. Go around the corner. Sheriffs, Buckies, Judges. Again, another variety pack for Gen.G in their weaponry.
Munchkin. Skirting with this one, he has a Guardian. Crosshair a little bit high here from Flashback, and Munchkin is able to collect. That's the Neural Theft gone out of this round. Bucky held first shot, only getting a little bit of damage there on his stacks, but Meteor with the Sheriff, able to find his head.
Uh-oh.
Considering dropping down, but no texture. Over at three! Picks up all three to put them 6 feet under! Gen.G, a 2-0 victory over DRX to punch their ticket into the grand final to Madrid! They are going the distance!
अब ये रोहित बजेगा
We
भाई.
get to see the black and gold at the international stage. Masters Madrid welcomes Gen.G. Unreal performance here today. An unreal performance throughout this entire kickoff. So many tough matches, so many close calls, so many overtimes, and yet still, they fought back and they got here. Unreal.
And what a road here for Karan. As the players
Okay, Pratham bhai.
fathom how they're feeling right now on stage. Unbelievable. Solo as well. Welcome back to the international stage. To you, to Lakia. It has been so damn long. And for DRX, their first absence since the first ever.
पहली बार DRX नहीं होगी हाई इंटरनेशनल इस पे. चलो बंद कर दे स्ट्रीम अब. हो गया आज का. कल भी वॉच पार्टी करनी है. कल PRX वर्सेस Gen.G की. फिर कल शायद गेम भी खेलेंगे. अरे इंटरनेशनल में तो होगी. क्या बोल रहे हो? अरे मास्टर्स मैड्रिड में थोड़ी जाएगी DRX अब। Gen.G और PRX जाएगी अब मास्टर्स में। हर रीजन से 2 ही टीम जा रही हैं। क्या बोल रहे हो? अता पता कुछ है नहीं हर चीज़ में। ओंकार भाई ये अभिनव को कुछ समझाओ यार। बस बाकी तो टीम जाती ही है, ऐसा होता है क्या? मेरे में अलग आता है फिर। कितने साल से ये फॉर्मेट चल रहा है बाकी टीम जाती है ये वाला? भाई 50 लाइक्स में से एक और लाइक कम है। 50 लाइक्स कर दो जरा, ऑल्ट आईडी से कोई लाइक कर दो जल्दी से। तो जी वाले क्या बोल रहे हैं? क्या बोल रहे हैं जी वाले? जी वाले मास्टर मैड्रिड में थोड़ी खेलेंगे, वो बाद में दूसरे टूर्नामेंट होंगे उसमें खेलेंगे। पूरे साल में एक ही टूर्नामेंट थोड़ी होता है। हाँ तो आफ्टर द मैड्रिड मास्टर दे विल कम बैक। उसके पहले हो सकता है कुछ दूसरे टूर्नामेंट बीच में। मास्टर्स मैड्रिड में तो नहीं आएगी जी। जी क्या DRX भी नहीं आएगी। दिखा दूँ क्या तुमको स्क्रीन पे? ये मास्टर्स मैड्रिड, इसमें बस ये इतनी 8 ही टीम आएंगी बस। 2 पैसिफिक की आ गई, 2 चाइना, 2 ये में, 2 यहाँ से। मार्च में कौन सा है वो मुझे पता नहीं, अनाउंस नहीं हुआ है या कुछ तो होगा पता नहीं, या हो गया है तो मैंने देखा नहीं भाई। मार्च का मार्च में देखूंगा, मैं तो पहले से नहीं देखता भाई कुछ भी। चलो नहीं 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 सबसे बड़ा कौन सा ये में कौन सा रीजन है? यूरोप। यूरोप भाई थोड़ा बहुत VLR.GG पे जाके देख लिया करो भाई, सारे डाउट्स तुम्हारे सॉल्व हो जाएंगे वहाँ पे। कौन से रीजन में कौन सी टीम खेलती है सब पता लग जाएगा। 50 लाइक्स कर दो, स्ट्रीम एंड कर दूंगा फिर। 1 मोर लाइक फॉर 50 लाइक्स। $50 डन। चलो सो जाऊं फिर। चलो बाय बाय, गुड नाइट बाय, सी यू टुमारो।
माफी तलाफी की काफी पर आई काम नहीं जी आप, वो लेती मेरा नाम नहीं। Pills pop, I let the weed smoke. Sometimes just talking does not make the pain go. तू ही आग, तू ही उस पे पड़ती बारिश, मैं वो खाली हवेली जिसकी तू अकेली वारिस। तू ही छाँव, तू ही धूप, रंगों के साथ रूप, तू जितनी खूबसूरत उससे कहीं ज्यादा दूर। मैं लिखना छोड़ दूं जो तेरे बारे, मैं कलम तोड़ दूं और तू स्याही में बसा रहे। हंसा रहे जमाने को खुद से परेशान, वो पढ़ती थी किताबें, मैं पढ़ता हूँ इंसान। इंसान भी क्या चीज़ है, एक में वफा नहीं और दूसरे को वफा की उम्मीद है। इंसान भी क्या चीज़ है, मैं कल गुजरा फिर उधर से तो याद आ गई चीज़ एक। तेरा नंबर नहीं है You left the city and you're gone बात करने को है बस ये माइक्रोफोन वही कागज वही कलम लहजे सख्त दिल नरम बदबख्त बस करो उदासी हर तरफ झूठे तेरे भरम किस बात पे तू बरहम पर हम क्यों अभी stuck like a jam on a one way but someday तू समझ जाएगी दूर होके हमसे के